Chapter 1189. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bam bam bam. After the riddles, it was time for the fireworks show. Several plates of fireworks were lit at the same time, and a spectacular scene of thousands of flowers blooming appeared in the sky. The fireworks on New Year's Eve had already left a very shocking impression on the students, so the students didn't make a big fuss like last time. However, the beauty of the fireworks had once again conquered them. At this moment, the students were all looking up at the colorful fireworks in the sky, dazzled and dazzled. At the same time, in Jianghu city, in the sky above the palace, a few bright flames suddenly appeared without any warning. Then, they exploded in the sky, and a few huge fireworks bloomed proudly in the night sky. They were colorful and extremely gorgeous. The ever-changing fireworks gracefully unfolded her smiling face in light yellow, silver, green, light purple, clear blue, and pink. It was too beautiful to behold. The petals fell like rain, falling one after another. People seemed to be able to touch them, but when they stretched out their hands, they couldn't touch anything. In an instant, whether they were shopping, looking at the lanterns, or flirting in Jianghu city, all of them turned their eyes to the direction of the palace in the north at the first moment. It's fireworks. There are fireworks in the palace. Someone suddenly exclaimed. On New Year's Eve, hundreds of thousands of people in Jianghu city went to the foot of Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks festival. Therefore, when the palace released the fireworks tonight, someone immediately recognized it. Wow! These are fireworks. So beautiful. The ladies who came out to the Lantern Festival tonight were seeing the legendary fireworks for the first time, and their hearts were instantly hooked. Since ancient times, beautiful things had always been a fatal attraction to women. Huanlong. These fireworks are so beautiful. Can you personally set off a plate of fireworks for me in the future? This kind of creature not only existed in modern times, but also in ancient times. However, at this time, there were actually many young ladies who were infatuated with fireworks. This made the infatuated men who wanted to take advantage of tonight's date suffer because they had already asked around and found out that fireworks were not sold anywhere. Wanru, this. It's not that I don't want to, but these fireworks can't be bought at all. But how would the ladies who lived in the boudoir for a long time know about this? In their impression, what in the world couldn't be bought with money? Humph. What can't be bought? How could he not be able to buy it? The way I see it, you just can't bear to. I misjudged you. Let's not meet again. Hey hey hey. Wanru, listen to me. I didn't lie to you. Alas, it was supposed to be an exceptionally festive Lantern Festival or Valentine's Day. Who would have thought that because of the fireworks, it would become a parting day for these infatuated men and resentful women? Countless people would probably not be able to sleep tonight. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks in the palace only lasted for about half an hour. As if it had been discussed beforehand, when the fireworks in the imperial palace finished, a few fireworks also appeared in the direction of Cheng's mansion. Those who didn't go to Yunshan to watch the fireworks show on New Year's Eve couldn't help but exclaim. Finally, they could see so many fireworks in Jianghu. After a night of fun, everyone went to bed very late into the night. For the students of Yunshan, the happiest thing on Shangyuan night was not watching the fireworks, but guessing riddles. As soon as this new type of game was released, it received the approval of most people. Furthermore, almost every student had won something last night. Although a small prize was not worth much, it was still a symbol of honor. Moreover, from the looks of it, the small handicrafts made by Strange Interest Pavilion were very pleasing to the eye. It would be a good choice to use it as a small ornament. However, for Cheng Chumo, last night's memories weren't so wonderful. He had worked so hard to overcome all the obstacles and finally won first place. He thought that the mysterious prize Li Zishuan mentioned would be something about eating, drinking, and having fun. Who would have thought that it would be a collection of mathematical problems? Was this a F***king joke? This situation was like a kindergarten student drawing a lottery. A child won the special prize, but the prize was a chance to train for 2 months free of charge by a training organization. Was this a reward or a punishment? When Cheng Chumo received this special prize, he was so angry that he almost tore it apart. Fortunately, Li Tai arrived in time and repeatedly asked Cheng Chumo to transfer this special prize to him. Cheng Chumo didn't have any objections. What this idiot didn't know was that the thing that he thought was trash was a treasure to Li Tai. This was because there were a lot of mathematical problems in this book. Moreover, they were personally compiled by Li Zishuan. The way of solving the problems was exquisite and the way of thinking was tricky. For mathematics enthusiasts, this book could definitely be called the Holy Book of Mathematics. The next day, Yunshan, Yanhuang College. At 7 in the morning, when most of the students were still asleep, Li Zishuan had already arrived at Yanhuang College. He gathered all the teachers for the first teachers' meeting of the new semester. His main task in the morning was to commend the teachers and form teachers of the classes who had the best results in last year's final exams, as well as those who had made outstanding contributions to the college. For example, Mo Lingwei, who built the astronomical telescope, Wang Ji, who produced sulfuric acid in the laboratory, and so on. The commendation meeting lasted until noon. Li Zishuan announced the end of the meeting and told the teachers that there would be a teacher's title evaluation meeting in the afternoon. After the meeting, Li Zishuan walked out of the college and went home for dinner. Husband. Husband. It's cooked. The dishes are cooked. As soon as he walked to the door, Han Yushi ran over happily and pulled Li Zishuan's hand. The dishes are cooked? Li Zishuan was puzzled when he heard that. He subconsciously said, "Wife, why are you so happy that the dishes are cooked? Let's go in and eat." Speaking of which, he thought that the dishes for lunch were cooked. Unexpectedly, Han Yushi quickly shook her head and tried to explain to Li Zishuan in detail, "Husband. That's not what I meant. It's the greenhouse behind our courtyard. Most of the vegetables inside are already cooked. Especially the cucumbers, they've already grown so long." As Han Yushi spoke, she gestured with her hands. Li Zishuan finally understood what his wife meant. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, "Are they really all cooked? So fast? Let's go. Wife, let's go to the greenhouse to harvest the vegetables." In his previous life, he was the son of a farmer. In this life, he still had a special feeling for the land. Now that he had grown vegetables in the greenhouse, it could be said that he was bursting with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 1190. Not bad, not bad. Let's have a plate of cucumber salad with vinegar and minced garlic for lunch. It's delicious. Li Zishuan followed Han Yushi to his own greenhouse. What he saw was a patch of green. There were mustard greens, spinach, shepherd's purse, leeks, onions, lentils, eggplants, and cucumber sprouts climbing on the rattan frame. Seeing so much green in the middle of winter, his mood immediately improved. Spinach was brought back by Zhang Qian from the western regions during the Han dynasty. Lentils were originally from India and were introduced during the Han and Jin dynasties. Eggplants were originally from Southeast Asia and India and were introduced to China during the Jin dynasty. Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty was especially fond of it and named it Kunlun purple melon. Although the variety of fruits and vegetables in the Tang dynasty was not as much as in modern times, it was definitely not a small number. Looking at the variety of vegetables in front of him, Li Zishuan was very satisfied. When they had hot pot before the new year, the vegetables in it were just bean sprouts and tofu. Now that the vegetables in the greenhouse had matured, they could finally have a good combination of meat and vegetables when eating hot pot later. Husband. Han Yushi nodded and went in to pick the cucumbers. Although it was cold in winter and inconvenient to eat cucumbers, for the Li family who had heating, let alone cucumbers, they could even eat watermelons. Wow! He was actually able to grow vegetables in winter. Xiao Xian, your greenhouse is really amazing. After knowing that some of the vegetables in the greenhouse had matured, Li Jingma, Mrs. Li, and the 3 members of the Yi family hurried over to take a look. When they saw the vibrant vegetables in the greenhouse, Yi Guozhong was shocked. To him, the trip to Chang and last year was not in vain. Not only did he resolve the misunderstanding with his daughter for many years, but he also saw more new things than he had seen in the first half of his life. Sometimes, he could not help but sigh at how fast the times changed. He. My good grandson is so capable. He did all the things that others would not even dare to dream of. Mrs. Yi looked at Li Zishuan proudly and praised him. Yi Fashion personally went up to take a look at the vegetables in the field. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. This old-fashioned brat still felt that Li Zishuan had violated the natural laws of spring planting and autumn harvesting. At noon, a hot pot was set up in the courtyard again. Lan who used to have a special fondness for mutton rolls, only ate spinach, shepherd's purse today, especially the cabbage. The tender leaves were boiled in the hot pot for a moment, then dipped in the dipping sauce bowl, and put into the mouth to chew. It could be said to be fresh and juicy, perfectly neutralizing the saltiness of the dipping sauce. At the end, there was still the sweetness of the cabbage juice at the root of the tongue. It was simply an endless aftertaste. Brother. This dish is too delicious. How come Lan has never eaten such delicious spinach before? It wasn't that the world had changed too quickly, but that the Great Tang didn't have any vegetables in the past during the winter. Li Zishuan smiled indulgently and said, Eat more if it's delicious. The cabbage in the greenhouse in our backyard is all yours. Lan smiled sweetly, and very contentedly dipped some cabbage leaves into the hot pot with her chopsticks. Old master, how do the cabbage and spinach taste? Mrs. Li suddenly asked. She looked at Li Jingma, who was also busy dipping the cabbage, and smiled meaningfully. Fragrant. Really fragrant. Fragrant and sweet. This cabbage is much better than the cabbage at the end of autumn. And this cucumber, crispy and refreshing, it's really top grade. I didn't expect to be able to eat cucumbers in the harsh winter, it's really delightful. Li Jingma, who was eating very happily, didn't notice that Mrs. Li's smile was a little strange. He sighed a lot and didn't expect to be mercilessly interrupted by Mrs. Li. If I remember correctly, when Xian wanted to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables, someone said that if vegetables could be grown in the greenhouse in winter, he wouldn't eat a single one even if he starved to death. The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at Li Jingma with sparkling eyes. Obviously, everyone remembered who had said those words at that time. Cough, cough. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. Today's food is so delicious, don't waste it if it gets cold later. Li Jingma's face was red, and he glared at his wife, but Mrs. Li mercilessly glared back and secretly stepped on his foot. Mrs. Li now had her son and her family backing her up, so why would she be afraid of him? Father, we're eating hot pot. As long as the stove is on, the food won't get cold. Lan raised her head and corrected Li Jingma with a serious expression. Old Master Li almost vomited blood. He couldn't stay in this house anymore. His wife was mocking him, and even his daughter was against him. Lan, eat quickly, don't talk. Father, you should eat quickly too. That was just a joke back then. At the critical moment, Li Zishuan couldn't bear to see his father embarrassed, so he spoke up to help him out. Li Jingma was crying in his heart. His son was still the best to him. Come. One for each of you. Have a taste. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan brought off food to the conference room of the Academy's Guanghua building with a basket of freshly picked cucumbers. The conference room was already full. Li Zishuan smiled happily and instructed Ah Fu. Now that Sanbao had gone to Sichuan to look for ores, Ah Fu was naturally promoted to Li Zishuan's #1 lackey. Cucumber. Yamacho, where did this cucumber come from? Yen Silu's eyes were about to pop out. He suddenly stood up and said in surprise. Could it be from the palace? That's too precious. Yamacho, you should take it back. Li Gang was very knowledgeable. He knew that the palace could get fresh cucumbers from the soup bureau in winter, so he said that. Hearing this, the gentlemen in the meeting room all declined. That's right. Yamacho. This cucumber is too precious, you should take it back. That's right, that's right. This is too precious. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed loudly. Ha! Gentlemen, you don't have to decline. These cucumbers were planted by my family, not by the soup bureau. It's not expensive, not expensive. Everyone can have one cucumber. After eating, we'll continue the meeting. He planted it himself. When he said that, everyone in the room was even more shocked. How could he grow cucumbers in winter? Yen Silu said with a look of suspicion. Yamacho, are you joking? Although I heard that you have a hot spring in your courtyard, you can't grow so many cucumbers, right? Ha! Mr. Yen, who said that you can only grow vegetables next to a hot spring in winter? Everyone here will be the inheritors of engineering in the future. We engineering are good at doing things that seem impossible. Chapter 1191. Ka. In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building. The first Yanhuang College Teacher Title Evaluation Conference actually started with the crisp sound of cucumbers being eaten. Everyone was sitting in their chairs, enjoying the fresh cucumbers that were just plucked from the seedlings. They were tender and juicy, making people salivate. The conference room was also filled with the unique fragrance of cucumbers. For many people, this was not only a feast for their taste buds, but also a feast for their ears. Because the sound of so many people eating cucumbers was too pleasing to listen to. That crisp sound seemed to be able to stir people's nerves, making them unable to stop even if they wanted to. So much so that some people's faces were not only filled with enjoyment, but also a trace of intoxication. Li Zishuan expressed his understanding of this. In his previous life, there was a short video of watching others eat cucumbers for more than a minute on the internet that went viral on Weibo. Many people said that the sound was too crisp, and they were already deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Actually, this phenomenon was very normal, and it had a special term, ASMR. Its characteristic was visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory, or other sensory stimuli, causing a unique and pleasurable sensation in the brain, scalp, back, or other areas of the body. Scientific research showed that when people hear soft voices or objects make light sounds, the brain's amygdala would become very active, and the amygdala could stimulate a human sense of pleasure, ahem you know. Ka. The teachers of the academy especially cherished the cucumbers in winter. However, no matter how much they cherished it, there was still a time when they finished it. Many of them even ate the cucumber's buttocks. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched as he watched. He thought to himself, if this was seen by outsiders, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for the academy's image? Cough. All right. Since everyone has finished eating, then this year's teacher title evaluation conference will officially begin. Seeing the 80 teachers in the room reluctantly throw the last bit of cucumber's buttocks into the trash can, Li Zishuan coughed twice and solemnly announced. The faces of the teachers of the academy turned solemn as they looked at Li Zishuan. Compared to the cucumber, they were more concerned about this. There are a total of 43 applicants for the position of lecturer, 25 applicants for the position of associate professor, and 7 applicants for the position of professor. Next, the acting Shan Zhongwen, Mr. Ji, and the head of the teaching office, Mr. Kong Gui, will announce the results of the evaluation. Due to the large number of participants and the complicated process, the professional title evaluation conference lasted until the sky turned dark. In the end, a total of 6 people were appointed as professors. They were Yen Silu, Wang Ji, Xiao Dian, Su Hongji, Mo Huai, and Ma Zhou. The 6 of them were happy to have a residence on Cloud Mountain. They finally had the opportunity to enjoy the academicized architectural decoration and become neighbors with Li Zishuan. Of course, Mo Huai was an exception. He had rejected Li Zishuan's request to give him a residence. Firstly, Li Zishuan had previously given him Lu Shuren's mansion in Plum Village for free. Secondly, his daughter Mo Lingwei had been appointed as a special professor of the academy because of the astronomical telescope incident. She had already received a residence on Cloud Mountain. If he received another one, it would be somewhat inappropriate. From now on, Ma Zhou no longer had to rent a house. At least he had a home in Chang'an, and it was an exquisite mansion that was priceless. As for Wang Ji, he no longer had to live in the academy's teacher's dormitory. After class in the afternoon, he could also warm 2 pots of wine at home. It was worth mentioning that Yen Xiaoning was not appointed as a professor, but only as an associate professor. This was because the strict and old-fashioned people like Li Gang and Yen Silu believed that Yen Xiaoning did not have academic achievements like Mo Lingwei. Giving him the position of associate professor was already giving Li Zishuan face. Being a professor was definitely out of the question. As a result, the poor Yen Xiaoning was subconsciously suppressed by Mo Lingwei. There were a total of 20 associate professors in the academy. The rest were all promoted from teaching assistants to lecturers. Although this result was somewhat unsatisfactory for a small number of people, it was still a happy ending overall. The next day. In the morning, Han Lizheng, an old who came to Cloud Mountain early in the morning to look for Li Zishuan. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, come and sit. As the academy had officially started work, Li Zishuan did not sleep in today. He had already woken up at this time. Seeing Han Lizheng and Old Hu coming together, he quickly greeted them. The 3 of them sat down in order. Han Yushi brought 2 cups of hot tea for Han Lizheng and Hu Hanyun. Han Lizheng took it, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Xiao Xian, I've already packed up yesterday. I plan to leave for Hedong Road today to buy all 3 estates and then start to treat the sewage. Father, you're leaving so soon? Han Yushi was a little reluctant. She looked at Han Lizheng and couldn't help but ask. Yushi. It's not early anymore. It's already the 17th day of the first month. If we don't leave now, the sewage at the mines will affect the people's spring planting. Han Lizheng said with a smile. Then, he said earnestly, after your father leaves, you and little Xian will have to take care of Tai Dan. In any case, this kid is much more promising than before. I'm not worried about him. It's you. I hope that you and Xiao Xian can live a good life. I'll only be at ease if the 2 of you live well. Speaking of which, if I can become a grandfather this year, I'll be completely satisfied. Although Han Yushi also wanted to give Li Zishuan a boy or a girl, how could she say such words? She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Father. What are you saying? It's still early. Good. I won't say it. This matter, you and Xiao Xian can do as you see fit. Han Lizheng stroked his beard and comforted her. Since father-in-law has decided to leave today, this son-in-law will arrange for guards to pack up the money and escort father-in-law to Hedong Road. Once you've settled down there, this son-in-law will ask them to come back. Li Zishuan said with a serious face. That's good too. The money needed to buy a manor isn't a small amount. Xiao Xian, you can send some people to protect it. Han Lizheng nodded, then patted Hu Hanyun's shoulder and said to Li Zishuan, Xiao Xian, other than this, I have another matter. This time, I'm going to Hedong Road and I probably won't be back in a short period of time. So, I'm thinking that it's better to let old Hu be the Han Manor's village chief. Otherwise, if I'm not around for a long time, I'll delay the Han Manor's affairs. Chapter 1192. No, no, no. Li Zheng, you can't say that. What capabilities do I, old Hu, have to be the Li Zheng? Only you can be the Han family village's Li Zheng. If you let me be the Li Zheng, wouldn't you be harming the entire Han family village? In Cloud Mountain First Courtyard, after Hu Hanyun heard Han Li Zheng's words, he hurriedly said. Looking at him, he obviously didn't know beforehand. Han Li Zheng waved his hand and smiled, old Hu, you don't have to be too humble. Last year when I wasn't at the Han family village, as the acting Li Zheng of the Han family village, you did everything very well. But the Han family village cannot continue to be without an official Li Zheng. Now that I am away for so long, old Hu, you will have to take on more responsibilities in the future. This is also for the good of the Han family village. But, Hu Hanyun still wanted to argue. Being a straightforward person, he subconsciously felt that this was snatching the rice bowl from Han Li Zheng and it was very unethical. No buts. Apart from you, there's no one more suitable. Without waiting for Hu Hanyun to finish, Han Li Zheng directly interrupted. After saying that, he looked towards Li Zishuan and urged the latter to make a decision quickly. Little Xian, you should quickly consider this matter. I have to leave today, but the Han family village cannot be without a Li Zheng for too long. Li Zishuan frowned. He looked at his own wife's expression and realized that Han Yushi's face didn't have any special expression. He thought for a while and said, father-in-law is right. How about this, after father-in-law has completely settled down at Hedong Road, I will hand over the Han family village's Li Zheng to Uncle Hu. What do you think? Now, the entire Lantian County was his fiefdom. So to decide on a village's Li Zheng was just a matter of a sentence to him. Hearing that, Han Li Zheng nodded and said, that's good too. After I have completely settled down there, I will get someone to send a letter back to you, little Xian. It's settled then, I will go back first. Little Xian, Yushi, take care. Father-in-law, be careful. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands towards Han Li Zheng. He said, in a moment, this son-in-law will have the manor's guard send the money to the Han family manor. After that, I will go with father-in-law to Hedong Road. Yes. Han Li Zheng nodded and took his leave. Only Li Zishuan, his wife, and Hu Hanyun were left in the room. At this moment, old Hu could not help but sigh. Han Li Zheng had stayed in the Han family manor for so many years. If the manor head knew that he was leaving, he reckoned that he would not be willing to part with him for the time being. To be honest, I, old Hu, am hoping that Li Zheng won't be able to buy the manor at Hedong. That way, Li Zheng will be able to come back and continue being Li Zheng for everyone. Li Zishuan sorted out his thoughts and said to Hu Hanyun, Uncle Hu, actually, what my father-in-law said is not without reason. It's not impossible for you to take the position of village chief of the Han family manor. Father-in-law still has other important matters to attend to in Hedong Road. So, from today onwards, you will have to take on all the responsibilities of the Han family manor. Hu Hanyun opened his mouth and after hesitating for a while, he could only say helplessly, yes. Young master. The main hall was silent for a moment. Hu Hanyun then remembered the purpose of his visit. So, he said to Li Zishuan, young master, a portion of the vegetables in the Han family manor's sheds are already ripe. 2 days ago, the manor heads were discussing with me if we should take a batch to Chang'an City to sell. After all, these things can't be kept for long. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, yes. Then let's sell them. Before the new year, the manor heads had spent a lot of money to manage these sheds. It's time for them to reap the rewards. Old Hu chuckled and said embarrassedly, Young master, everything else is easy to discuss. It's just that the manor heads don't know how to set the price. After all, none of us have ever sold vegetables in the winter before. Li Zishuan instantly understood what Hu Hanyun meant. It was most likely that the manor heads felt that the vegetables in the winter were more valuable. However, as they were used to being honest, they were too embarrassed to ask for too high a price. So, they asked old Hu to come over and ask for his opinion. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and said, "I can't tell you the exact price. Uncle Hu, go back and tell everyone that they can refer to the price of each vegetable in autumn and summer and multiply that price by 20 to 30 times. In modern times, the price of the same type of vegetables grown in the winter in greenhouses was generally twice as high as the price of the vegetables grown in the summer under natural conditions." Because the manor heads under him were the first batch of Tang dynasty farmers to grow vegetables out of season on a large scale, it wasn't excessive to ask for 20 to 30 times the price. In fact, even if he asked for 100 times the price, there would still be people who would buy it. According to historical records, the cucumbers in winter in the Tang dynasty were priceless treasures. Even after the Ming and Qing dynasties, the price of cucumbers in winter was still calculated by the roots. A single cucumber was worth tens of thousands of dollars. However, if he set the price like that, there would be a lot less people who would buy it. However, the 8 manor heads under him all grew vegetables in greenhouses. With such a huge amount, he had to set a price that was acceptable to the rich in Chang'an city. Although in the future, as more and more people knew about the technology of growing vegetables in greenhouses, the price would definitely decrease year by year. However, what did that matter? Anyway, it was fine as long as his manor heads could enjoy the first wave of huge profits. 20 to 30 times? Old Hu's eyes widened. He was tongue-tied and said, Young master, isn't this a little too greedy? What if we can't sell it? What should we do? Before he came, he had discussed with the manor heads. At most, the price of the vegetables in summer was 5 times the price. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so ruthless and ask for 20 to 30 times the price. Greedy? How is this greedy? Uncle Hu, don't worry. There will definitely be a lot of people buying at this price. You just have to listen to me. Li Zishuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Believe in the young master and you will be rich. This was already a principle that Li Zishuan's manor heads had long been engraved in their hearts. Old Hu was no exception. When he heard Li Zishuan's confidence, he immediately put away his previous doubts. That's fine. I will go and inform all the manor heads who have greenhouses. We are all young master's people. That means we are family. When we go to Chang'an city, we have to maintain the same price. Old Hu stood up and prepared to leave. Li Zishuan laughed in his heart. He didn't expect Old Hu to be so meticulous. He even came up with the idea of a uniform price. This way, it would be very good to avoid the vicious competition between the manor heads and the manor heads. Good. Uncle Hu, take care. If there's anything, you can come to Yun Mountain to find me. Li Zishuan also stood up and said. Old Hu nodded his head and left. Looks like there are many people in the fief. This year, they can directly become well off with the vegetables in the greenhouses. Looking at Hu Hanyun's back, Li Zishuan was happy in his heart. Chapter 1193. Shopkeeper Lu, Shopkeeper Lu. Do you want spinach, cucumber, or spinach? The next day, before dawn, many farmers had already entered the city with 2 baskets of fresh vegetables. Of course, there were also those who directly pulled ox carts into the city. With the help of the cement road, the speed of the ox carts was naturally very fast. Unsurprisingly, the farmers chose the drunken Immortal restaurant as their first stop to sell their vegetables. In the past, when the bean sprouts were just grown, they also did this. Yo! Old Hu, come in quickly. The drunken Immortal restaurant had just opened when shopkeeper Lu saw that Old Hu had brought dozens of farmers with him. Second Master Lu didn't come today, but his sons did. This. Old Hu, the vegetables in your shed have all grown? As one of the few elders under Li Zishuan, shopkeeper Lu knew that the farmers under Li Zishuan were secretly cultivating vegetables. Seeing so many fresh vegetables, shopkeeper Lu was first shocked, then he said in realization. Old Hu grinned and said, yes. A portion of them have already grown. Everyone wants to bring some to Chang'an City and see if they can be sold. Easy to sell. Easy to sell. Of course they're easy to sell. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly nodded. Speaking of which, when he saw those green spinach and cucumber, he couldn't help but salivate. Ding San. Quick. Get a scale and weigh all these vegetables. Shopkeeper Lu didn't even ask about the price and directly called the servants over to weigh the vegetables. In any case, these vegetables were processed by the drunken Immortal restaurant and sold at a sky-high price. As long as the prices of the farmers weren't too outrageous, the drunken Immortal restaurant would definitely make a huge profit. After all the vegetables were weighed, Manager Lu asked, the weight of each of the vegetables is recorded here. Old Hu, tell me the price of each of the vegetables. I'll get the cashier to settle the bill for you right now. The drunken Immortal restaurant was backed by Li Zishuan and could be said to be rich and overbearing. Shopkeeper Lu naturally wouldn't owe the farmers money. Hu Hanyun scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, Shopkeeper Lu, you also know that these vegetables were all grown in the greenhouse, so in terms of cost, it's much more expensive than growing vegetables in the summer. He was afraid that Shopkeeper Lu would misunderstand, so he spoke in advance. No matter how unreasonable Lu is, he still understands this. Old Hu, just name the price. Don't worry about it. No matter how high it is, the drunken Immortal Inn will still make a profit. Shopkeeper Lu laughed and waved his hand carelessly. Old Hu breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, let's discuss these dishes. Shopkeeper Lu, you just have to pay us 10 times the summer price. Li Zishuan had clearly said that it would be 20 to 30 times, but Hu Hanyun had said that it would be 10 times. This was also something they had discussed in private before they came. Anyway, 10 times the price was already very profitable for them. Just today's trip alone had allowed them to earn back the cost of the greenhouse. 10 times? Manager Lu frowned, shook his head and said, Old Hu, you're deceiving me again. How precious were the vegetables in winter? How could they sell them for 10 times the price? No matter what, it had to be 20 times. Ding San, quickly call the bookkeeper over to settle the bill. Let's settle it at 20 times the price. Speaking of which, Shopkeeper Lu was also a person who had seen the world. Although Li Zishuan had never told him about the guiding price of the vegetables in the greenhouse, with his shrewd eyes, how could he not see that Hu Hanyun was deliberately lowering the price for the sake of the drunken Immortal Inn? You can't. Shopkeeper Lu. These vegetables aren't worth this price. That's right. Shopkeeper Lu. 10 times is too much. Old Hu and the others were shocked and shouted from behind, but Shopkeeper Lu went straight to the backyard without looking back. Master! There are people selling fresh cucumbers, spinach, and spinach in the East Market. Chongren Square, Chow family's courtyard. A servant girl ran in excitedly and said. What? Fresh cucumbers? How is that possible? Chow Wendong stood up in shock and said in disbelief. This servant girl was in charge of buying fruits and vegetables in the Chow family's kitchen. Seeing that her master didn't believe her, she almost swore to the heavens. Master! It's true. This servant saw it with my own eyes in the East Market. And there's more than one seller. Chow Wendong stared at the basket on the servant girl's arm and said in a bad mood, You saw someone selling cucumbers and you didn't buy them? Do you know how hard it is to get a cucumber in winter? That's something that can't be bought with money. That servant girl was about to cry. Master, that cucumber is too expensive. It's 30 times more expensive than summer cucumbers. This servant doesn't dare to buy it. Chow Wendong said resentfully, what's so expensive about it? You call this expensive? Go quickly. Get someone to carry the money and go quickly. Buy as much as you can for this old man. Don't you know that your master likes to eat cucumbers the most? Yes. Master, this servant will go right away. Chow Wendong's family wasn't the only one who knew the news. Chang'an City was a place where high officials and nobles gathered. With so many rich and powerful families, which family didn't have a servant in charge of purchasing vegetables? A large number of fresh fruits and vegetables suddenly appeared in the market in winter, which naturally attracted their attention. As a result, countless servants of rich families used ox carts to pull copper coins and hurriedly rushed to the East Market. After all, these fresh fruits and vegetables were in high demand. Everyone was afraid that they wouldn't be able to buy them if they were late. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! This servant heard from the steward of the imperial kitchen that there are cucumbers and vegetables in the East Market, and they are all freshly picked. In the imperial palace's west court, a palace maid hurriedly walked in and said to Empress Jiangsun, "Oh? There are actually fresh cucumbers in the market?" Empress Jiangsun frowned and said doubtfully, could it be that someone in the imperial kitchen sold cucumbers to civilian merchants without authorization and used this opportunity to make a huge profit? Thinking of this possibility, Empress Jiangsun's face became a little serious. The palace maid raised her head and replied, "Your Majesty. That's not it. The number of cucumbers in the East Market is more than the imperial kitchen. And those who sell cucumbers are farmers outside the city. Even if the imperial kitchen is willing to sell them cucumbers, they can't afford it." "Oh? That's even stranger. How can these farmers have the conditions to grow cucumbers in the harsh winter?" Empress Jiangsun's mind was full of doubts. At this time, even if her imagination was rich, she couldn't think of the reason. This was mainly because the farmers under Li Zishuan were very tight-lipped. The greenhouse vegetables were only spread among the farmers, and it was difficult for outsiders to know. "Your Majesty, the cucumbers sold by the farmers are not only fresh and in large quantities, but also not cheap." This servant heard that 1 jean of cucumbers cost 600 coins. Ordinary people can't afford it. The palace maid said again. If it weren't for the fact that cucumbers in winter were too expensive, she would have bought some to satisfy her cravings. After all, after a winter, everyone wanted to eat some fresh vegetables. Chapter 1194. Have you heard? There are many fresh cucumbers, spinach, and lentils in the East Market. It's really rare. How is that possible? In the middle of winter, other than the tastemaker, where else would there be fresh vegetables? It's true. Brother Meng, if you don't believe me then forget it. Anyway, I have to hurry and buy a caddy of cucumbers. After a whole winter, I'm really craving for them. Hey. Brother Zhou, wait for me. I'll go and buy some too. Within Chang'an City, similar conversations were happening in every corner. Those who heard the news immediately rushed to the East Market. What? Cucumbers for 600 copper coins per caddy? In summer, the most expensive is only 20 copper coins. The crowd who came to watch the show couldn't help but be flabbergasted when they heard the price of the cucumbers. Che! You already said that it's summer. It's winter now. Have you seen cucumbers in winter? 600 copper coins is already very cheap. Immediately, someone who knew the industry refuted. Aren't these people from the Han village? No. There are also people from the Plum village and the Liujia village. Oh my God. Why do they have so many cucumbers and vegetables? Although the spectators couldn't afford it, there were still many who recognized the villagers who were busy selling vegetables and collecting money. No. Strictly speaking, they are all villagers under the Marquis of Yong'an. Could it be that the Marquis of Yong'an taught them to grow these vegetables? Someone thought of a very serious question and instantly attracted a round of exclamations. Oh my God! If that's really the case, then wouldn't the villagers under the Marquis of Yong and have completely struck it rich this time? Sigh. Why don't I have the fate to become a villager under the Marquis of Yongpan? These people were lamenting the good luck of the Han village and the Plum village while lamenting that they couldn't be in their place. As for those farmers who came to sell their vegetables with baskets, they had already been surrounded by the servants of those rich families. They couldn't even win money. Hey! My master wants all the cucumbers you have here. Can you help me send them to my master's residence? A well-dressed manservant shouted at a villager. The farmer wiped his sweat and said with some embarrassment, "Little brother, if it were any other time, I would definitely help you deliver it. But as you can see, I can't leave at all." The manservant rolled his eyes and said, "Why can't you leave? Other than the cucumbers, bring the rest of the vegetables to the residence. My master wants them all. I definitely won't shortchange you." The villager thought about it, nodded, and said, "Heh. All right then. Little brother, please lead the way." "No, no. What right do you have to buy all the vegetables by yourself? This big brother, don't go. My master is willing to pay twice the price to buy 10 caddies of cucumbers from you." Seeing that all of the farmer's vegetables were about to be snatched by this manservant, someone at the side was immediately unwilling to do it. "Ahem. Get out of the way. Let this old man buy first. This old man will pay 3 times the price." In the morning, Hu Hanyun and the others sold a batch of vegetables to shopkeeper Lu at 20 times the original price. When the other farmers found out, they immediately raised the price of the vegetables to the rich people in Chang, and by 30 times. Their thoughts were extremely simple. In any case, the price they sold to the Immortal Indulgence in absolutely couldn't be higher than the price they sold to outsiders. In other words, the price they sold to outsiders absolutely couldn't be lower than the price they sold to the Immortal Indulgence in. Since he sold it to the drunken Immortal restaurant at 20 times the original price, then if he sold it to someone else, he would sell it at 30 times the original price. At first, they were a little nervous, but later, they found that even if the price was 30 times higher, it would still be immediately sold out. Moreover, there was a large number of people willing to buy at a higher price. The farmers happily counted their money while secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, they had asked Li Zishuan about the price yesterday. Otherwise, if they foolishly came to Chang and to sell vegetables at 5 or 6 times the price, wouldn't they be cheated miserably by outsiders? The momentum of the East Market's popularity gave the farmers a very sensational publicity for their cucumbers and vegetables. At the same time, the Immortal Indulgence Inn was busy advertising their vegetables and cucumbers. Cold cucumber salad, shepherd's purse fried lentils, vinegar spinach, chives scrambled eggs. Yo! Shopkeeper Lu, the Immortal Indulgence Inn is very capable. This old man heard that someone was selling cucumbers and vegetables in the East Market this morning. I didn't expect that you would have ready-made cucumbers and vegetables at noon. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. At noon, Feng Zhihua and a group of old customers came to the Immortal Indulgence Inn to eat, and saw that there were several new dishes on the menu in the hall on the first floor. After looking at them, Feng Zhihua couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. When he heard the news in the morning, he immediately sent someone to the East Market to buy vegetables, but who knew that he was still a step late and didn't get anything. After all, Chang'an City had a population of over 1 million, and there were countless rich people in it. Although there were many farmers who came to sell vegetables, there were still so many people who came to buy at the same time. Therefore, Feng Zhihua, who didn't get any fresh vegetables, wanted to come to the Immortal Indulgence Inn to try his luck. He didn't expect that he would really come across it. Since things had developed to this point, many people had already guessed that behind this group of farmers selling vegetables, it was very likely that Li Zishuan had taught them how to grow vegetables in winter. Feng Zhihua also thought so, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to come to the Immortal Indulgence Inn to try his luck. He. Boss Feng, you flatter me. What do you want to eat today? Shopkeeper Lu smiled like a Maitreya Buddha as he greeted. Feng Zhihua asked for the opinions of a few friends who came with him, then smiled and said, I'll have to trouble Shopkeeper Lu to order all the new vegetables that were released today. To be honest, just thinking about these dishes makes this old man's mouth feel a little hungry. This winter, I'm really tired of eating meat and pickles. Although the price of each dish was indicated at the bottom of the menu, Feng Zhihua didn't look at the price from beginning to end. Now that he had status, and wealth, he was indifferent to money. No matter how expensive these dishes were, as long as they were delicious and made people happy, it was fine. Shopkeeper Lu chuckled and said, haha. Good. Ding San. Quickly serve Boss Feng to a seat. The market price of these greenhouse vegetables was about 30 times the price of the same type of vegetables in summer. After the Immortal Indulgence Inn's vegetables had undergone secondary processing, the price naturally doubled or even more than the original price. For example, a plate of cucumber salad was actually sold as high as 3 strings of coins. A moment later, all the dishes were served. Kaka. Feng Zhihua picked up a piece of cucumber salad with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth to chew for a moment. Accompanied by a series of crunching sounds, the clear and sweet juice of the cucumber, mixed with the aroma of garlic and vinegar, instantly made all his taste buds active. He couldn't help but praise, crispy and juicy, sweet and refreshing. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a refreshing cucumber. Moreover, the chef of this Immortal Indulgence Inn is amazing. A plate of cucumber can actually make such a delicious dish. It's really not a wasted trip. Chapter 1195. The news of the Drunken Immortal restaurant releasing a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables spread throughout Jianghu city in a very short time. Countless customers rushed over upon hearing the news. The Drunken Immortal restaurant, which usually had good business, was suddenly filled to the brim. Although the vegetables released by the Drunken Immortal restaurant were generally expensive, with a plate of cold cucumber costing 3 strings of cash and a plate of vinegar spinach costing 3 strings of cash, fresh vegetables in winter were exclusively provided by the royal family. It had always been difficult for the commoners to obtain them, so what if they were a little more expensive? And relatively speaking, this price was not outrageous at all. Those who were slightly wealthier were completely able to accept it. Thinking back to the grand occasion when the bean sprouts were first released, the diners standing outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant had a bright idea and clamored for Manager Lu to provide a take-out service. Thus, the grand occasion from 2 months ago reappeared. The street in front of the Drunken Immortal restaurant was packed with people. Some people carried the food they bought from the Drunken Immortal restaurant and directly ate in the carriages parked by the side of the road or in the shops next to it. In an instant, the fragrance spread everywhere. The people near the West City could even smell the fragrance of the vegetables in the air. Li Zishuan's farmers are selling cucumbers and vegetables in Jianghu City. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er, who had just finished his morning court session, heard Empress Jiangsun come over to say this piece of news. His heart stirred, and he subconsciously thought that the vegetables sold by the farmers might very well have come from Li Zishuan's hands. Your Majesty, I feel that these farmers should have grasped the techniques of growing vegetables in winter, and the person who taught them these techniques is the Marquis of Yong'an. This concubine also asked Steward Zhao just now. The vegetables sold by the farmers should mature in 1 to 2 months. And a month ago, the Marquis of Yong'an only had 8 farms. Now, the farmers who came to Jianghu City to sell vegetables almost all came from those 8 farms. Doesn't this mean that the Marquis of Yong'an taught the farmers the methods of growing vegetables in winter more than a month ago? Empress Jiangxuan's reason, although a little far-fetched, had her reasons. It was because Li Zishuan had only obtained the entire Lantian County this year that only the farmers from the original 8 farms knew how to grow vegetables in winter. Hearing this, Li Er nodded and said, "This kind of thing that no one else can do, it must be done by that kid without a doubt. In the whole world, only he has this ability. As for how he did it, I am very curious, Zhao Song. Your Majesty. Zhao Song, who was standing at the side, quickly came over and cupped his hands. Li Er asked, those 8 farms must have planted a lot of vegetables. Do you know how they grow vegetables in winter? Zhao Song's face darkened, and he said carefully, Your Majesty, in the past month or so, the manor under the Marquis of Yong and did not have any big movements. This old servant did not pay attention to that side, so, this old servant has failed in his duty, please punish me. This matter could not be blamed on Zhao Song. The main reason was that the villagers were too tight-lipped. Not only did they not tell outsiders, even when their relatives came, they were determined not to let them even half a step closer to the shed. This was a secret that the thousands of people in the 8 villages worked together to keep strictly. If anyone accidentally leaked this secret, they would become everyone's mortal enemy. At the very least, they would not be able to continue living in Lantian County. People who had experienced poverty, once they had the hope of living a good life, they would not easily destroy this prosperous state. The farmers knew that they were now farmers in Li Zishuan's fief. Just based on this identity, they were envied by countless people. They could not destroy this hard-won happiness. As for Zhao Song, he would definitely not send people to investigate the 8 farms that seemed peaceful on the surface for no reason. Naturally, it was even more impossible for him to know about the existence of the greenhouses. Li Er waved his hand and laughed, haha. You can't be blamed. It should be that the farmers under that kid were too tight-lipped. Who would have thought? In more than a month, there was no news at all. From this, it can be seen that this kid is very good at governing the people. As the emperor of the human world, how could Li Er not know that it was easy for one person to keep a secret, but it was harder for 1,000 people to keep a secret? It was because of this that he could not help but be impressed by Li Zishuan's ability to control the people in his fief. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. Zhao Song heaved a sigh of relief and bowed. Empress Jiangxuan's brows relaxed and said, Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered that more than a month ago, the price of cloth in Chang'an city skyrocketed, but it was quickly suppressed. Most of the people who came to Chang'an city to buy cloth seemed to be farmers under the Marquis of Yong'an. I wonder if there is any connection between the two. Hearing this, Li Er's eyes lit up, yes. I also remember. At that time, I was still wondering why the commoners bought so much coarse cloth. However, I was busy with official business and put this matter aside. Now that I think about it, the coarse cloth that the commoners bought back is definitely related to the vegetables that appeared in the Eastern market today. Since I have nothing to do in the afternoon, I will go to Lantian County to take a look. Your Majesty, may I accompany you? Empress Zhongsun also wanted to see how the farmers grew vegetables in winter and ensure that the vegetables did not freeze to death. As a result, when Li Er's voice fell, she requested. Li Er shook his head and said, Guanyin maid, it is freezing outside. You should not go to avoid a relapse. When I return, I will clearly tell you what I have seen and heard. A few days ago, Princess Chang'e had suffered a relapse due to the invasion of cold air. How could Li Er dare to let Empress Zhongsun go out in such cold weather? Li Er himself did not believe it. At this moment, he even faintly hoped that the plague of locusts would quickly arrive. This was because he knew that locusts were very beneficial to Empress Jiangxuan's illness. Unfortunately, there were no locusts in this season. Using the words of modern people, as long as the locusts came, Old Li would definitely let his wife eat until she exploded. Then, many thanks to Your Majesty. Although Empress Zhongsun felt regretful, she was not the type of woman who was unreasonable and liked to pester endlessly. She nodded her head and softly replied. Your Majesty, His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, requests an audience. He says that he has prepared some new vegetables at the Drunken Immortal restaurant and wishes for Your Majesty and Her Imperial Highness to taste. At this moment, an attendant walked in through the yellow door and bowed in salute. Oh. Ha. It is likely to be vegetables from the drunken Immortal restaurant. This is perfect. I can see the difference between the vegetables from the drunken Immortal restaurant and those from the palace. Quickly, let Qingqian in. Li Er and Empress Zhangsun looked at each other and then laughed heartily. Chapter 1196. Husband, you're back. Quickly go sit down and rest. In Liujia village, a man walked into a dilapidated courtyard. A farmer woman quickly came out to greet him. While helping to take the man's shoulder pole from the ground, she quietly observed the latter's expression. Seeing that the man's face was full of joy, she couldn't help but ask. Husband, the 2 baskets of vegetables we picked last night have all been sold out. The man nodded. His voice carried excitement as he excitedly said. Huh. They're all sold out. My child's mother, kill that old hen at noon and give it to Huzi to nourish his body. In 2 days, I'll prepare some gifts and go to the village entrance to find old Mr. Sunday. I'll see if Huzi can go to the village school this year. So this man was Lu Mang from Liujia village. Previously, when Li Zishuan gave the villagers interest-free loans to build the greenhouses, he also went. For the past month, their family had been carefully looking after the 2 greenhouses behind their house. They were afraid that insects would grow in the vegetable fields or that the sprouts would freeze to death. Those 2 greenhouses were the hope of their entire family. If they could grow vegetables, then it would be fine. If they couldn't, then they would owe a huge debt and their son would have no hope of going to school for the rest of his life. Husband, Huzi going to school will cost a lot of money. Do we have enough money? That woman heard this and said worriedly. Speaking of this, Lu Mang couldn't help but smile. He. Of course we have enough. Even if we don't have enough, we still have extra. My child's mother, you don't know how valuable these vegetables are. Especially cucumbers and spinach. Casually selling a caddy of them would be enough to cover the cost of the 2 greenhouses. The money we earn today would be enough for our entire family to eat for several years. Spinach and cucumbers had not been introduced to the Central Plains for very long. For a long time before that, they were even exclusive to the nobility. Naturally, their preciousness was not something that native vegetables like spinach and shepherd's purse could compare to. Therefore, among the vegetables grown by the villagers, the most expensive ones were cucumbers and spinach. A caddy of cucumbers was generally sold for more than 600 copper coins. A caddy of spinach was also around 500 to 600 copper coins. When Lu Mang said that casually selling a caddy of these 2 vegetables would cover the cost of the 2 greenhouses, he wasn't boasting. Master, how much did you sell it for? Hearing this, Lu Mang's wife's face was filled with excitement. Before this, their family was already unable to live anymore. She did not expect that hope would come so quickly. I don't know how many there are in total. I didn't have time to count them. They're all in this basket. Although the top was covered with grass, the bottom was covered with copper coins. Judging by the weight of the coins, it should be more than 100 caddies. There was a master who didn't have that many copper coins with him, so he gave me 2 gold beans. Look! It was definitely real gold. Our family is really rich this time. Lu Mang pointed at the bamboo basket and then carefully took out 2 soybean-sized pieces of gold from his bosom. They glittered under the sunlight. Although gold was not a circulating currency in the Tang dynasty, in large transactions, copper coins were often unable to meet the demand, so occasionally, people would use gold leaves or gold beans as currency. Under normal circumstances, people who received gold could take it to a nearby pawnshop and exchange it for copper coins. The 2 gold beans in Lu Mang's hand should be able to exchange for nearly 20 strings of coins. The woman looked at the gold beans in Lu Mang's hand with infatuation. She couldn't help but ask. Master, can you let me see? Lu Mang smiled and did not refuse. He handed the gold beans over. The woman took it and examined it for a while. She then used her teeth to gently bite it. After seeing some slight marks, she happily said, "Master, it's really gold. It's really gold." Lu Mang grinned and said with disdain, "Hey! You melon woman, these gold beans were given by Lord Chow. How can they be fake? Quickly go and cook." This woman probably forgot that when she received the gold beans, she secretly bit it with her teeth and secretly rejoiced for a long time. "Young master, I, Old Hu, have asked around in the afternoon. The vegetables that the farmers brought to Chang'an City have all been sold. Every household has earned at least 10 strings of money from this trip. Everyone is discussing how to return the money they borrowed from young master as soon as possible." In the afternoon, Hu Hanyun came to Yunshan to report to Li Zishuan. With Han Lizhen gone, Li Zishuan's subordinates that were previously in charge of the surrounding villages were now under Old Hu's management. Li Zishuan originally came to the academy in the afternoon to preside over the evaluation of the students' study plans for the next semester. Hearing that Old Hu was coming, he had to take some time out to meet him. "Uncle Hu, the matter of money is not urgent. Everyone can return it whenever they want. When the time comes, please help me keep it first. Right now, we need to make everyone pay attention to the safety of their vegetable fields. After all, with such a big commotion today, the news of our farms being able to grow vegetables in winter cannot be hidden. It is inevitable that people from other farms will covet it. Let every farm arrange for some people to keep watch at night to prevent others from entering the village to steal vegetables." Stealing Vegetables was an online game developed by an online company in his previous life that simulated the operation of a farm in real life. In the game, people could operate their own farms just like in real life. Planting vegetables, fertilizing, harvesting, etc. Of course, the biggest joy in this game was stealing vegetables. For a time, stealing vegetables became popular, causing this game to quickly become popular on the internet. However, the stealing vegetables that Li Zishuan was talking about was definitely not the same as on the internet. It was also not that he was making a fuss over nothing. It was because the price of vegetables had skyrocketed. As the saying goes, profit moves people's hearts. When other people saw that the vegetables grown by his farmers were so valuable, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be some thieves coming to steal vegetables. Old Hu's eyes widened and said excitedly, "Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and inform the village officials of each farm. If anyone dares to steal vegetables, they will not be able to return." Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and quickly said, "Uncle Hu, be careful. Don't kill anyone." In this era where people relied on the heavens to make a living, there were some people who came out to steal. It was probably because they were forced to make a living. Their crime did not warrant death. Moreover, if they really killed someone, the authorities would hold them accountable and it would be a troublesome matter. Old Hu laughed and said, "Young master, Old Hu knows what to do." After saying that, Hu Hanyun said goodbye and left. Li Zishuan was about to leave. Li Gang and the rest were still waiting for him to attend a meeting. If he did not go over, the old man would probably get angry. Hu knew that just as he stood up, he heard footsteps outside the door. Then came Li Er's energetic voice, "You are trapped in Yunshan, but you can still control the situation. Not bad, not bad." Chapter 1197. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yanhuang Academy, Guanghua Tower. In a small meeting room, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and bowed to Li Er. He had already guessed the purpose of Li Er's visit. It must be for the vegetables in the greenhouse. After all, there was such a big commotion in Chang'an City today. As the ruler of the empire, it was impossible for Li Er not to have received any news. "Ha! You have done so many things behind my back. Aren't you going to explain to me?" Li Er walked in with his hands behind his back and sat on the sofa at the head of the table. He crossed his legs and looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stared blankly at first, then felt a chill run down his spine. From Li Er's tone, why did it feel like a resentful housewife complaining that he had an affair outside? He quickly shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Li Zishuan went forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, are you talking about the farmers growing vegetables?" Li Er grunted and said unhappily, "If not, what else could it be?" "You are asking the obvious again." Li Zishuan answered truthfully, "Your Majesty, this method of growing vegetables in winter was something that I came up with by chance. I saw that most of the farmers in my fief lived in poverty, so I imparted this method to them. However, I didn't expect that the farmers would be so tight-lipped and have kept the secret until now." Li Er thought to himself, "You are not the only one who didn't think of it. I didn't think of it either. I have to say, the farmers in your fief are quite united. As for growing vegetables in the winter, tell me how you did it." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said calmly. Li Zishuan thought for a while and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, there are 2 vegetable fields on Yunshan Mountain. Why don't you take a look at them personally?" Li Er's eyes lit up. "Oh. That's great. Lead the way then." "Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. I will speak to Mr. Wenji and come immediately." "This is where you grow vegetables?" 15 minutes later, Li Zishuan brought Li Er to the large shed in the backyard of his courtyard. Li Er looked at the 2 long sheds in front of him and asked with a frown. Alas, Li Zishuan had never studied biology. Li Zishuan had no choice but to patiently explain, "Your Majesty, the reason why the soup supervisor can grow vegetables in the winter is mainly because of the warm and humid climate near the hot spring, which is suitable for the growth of vegetables. I use this kind of coarse cloth soaked in tung oil to build these 2 houses in order to maintain the temperature and provide a suitable environment for the growth of vegetables. In this way, it is not difficult to grow vegetables in the winter." Li Er nodded in realization and said, "Oh, so that's how it is." More than a month ago, countless people poured into Chang'an City and bought coarse cloth wantonly, causing the price of cloth in Chang'an City to soar. Presumably, this was the reason. Li Zishuan was not surprised that Li Er could think of this. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is wise. More than a month ago, the people did go to Chang'an City to buy coarse cloth in order to build sheds." It was indeed so. Li Er could not help but secretly rejoice at his own brilliant foresight. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Let's go. Follow me in to take a look." "Yes. Your Majesty." Li Zishuan did not have any objections. He stepped forward and helped Li Er open the door to the greenhouse. He extended his hand and said, "Your Majesty, please." Li Er nodded his head and walked in. Inside the greenhouse, when Li Er saw the tender green vegetables in the field, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly felt a little thirsty and wanted to pick a cucumber to quench his thirst. But when he walked into the cucumber vine and saw the bare cucumber sprouts, his head was filled with question marks. "Marquis Yong'an, did your house get burglarized recently?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he was a little confused. But when he followed Li Er's gaze and looked at the cucumber vine, he suddenly understood and hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, it was not burglarized. It was just that the cucumbers on the seedlings were all plucked yesterday." Then, he explained to Li Er in a few words. Yesterday, during Yanhuang College's first teacher title evaluation conference, Li Zishuan treated each teacher of the college to a cucumber. Although 1 cucumber per person did not seem like much, there were many teachers in the college. In the blink of an eye, 40 to 50 caddies of cucumbers were gone just like that. His greenhouse was only so big. It would be strange if the cucumber vine was not bare. Teacher title evaluation conference? When Li Er heard this, his eyes flashed and he said lightly, "Tell me the results of the evaluation in detail." "Your Majesty, there were a total of 6 people who were evaluated as professors yesterday. They were respectively. As they walked out of the greenhouse, Li Zishuan explained the Academy's teacher title evaluation conference in detail to Li Er. After listening, Li Er nodded his head and said, "Your teacher title evaluation conference was very interesting. You can continue to stay in the college in the future. Just as you said before, I also hope that Yanhuang College can truly become a place where only talents are valued. Only then can the college become a college that benefits the country and the people." Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. As long as I am here, I will definitely not let the college become a place for flattery. Establishing a heart for the world and establishing a life for the people is the foundation of Yanhuang College's existence." I still believe in your words." Li Er laughed lightly and turned around to look at the greenhouse behind him. Then, he said thoughtfully, "Marquis Yong, and this method of growing vegetables in winter, can it be promoted to benefit more people? Different people, in different positions, would naturally think of different problems." As the king of Lantian County, Li Zishuan usually thought of the people in his fief. As for Li Er, as the emperor of the Tang Empire, he naturally thought of the people of the world. Now that the price of vegetables in Chang'an was comparable to gold, Li Er felt that this method could be used to let the people of the Tang Empire live a good life. When that time came, the Tang Empire would be rich and the people would be strong. Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, it is not that I am stingy, but even if this method is promoted, it will not benefit all the people in the world. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Your Majesty, although the price of vegetables in Chang'an is very expensive now, it is only temporary. As more and more people know how to grow vegetables in winter, the price of vegetables will definitely drop greatly. When that time comes, those farmers who grow vegetables in winter will not only not be able to earn as much money as they do now, but also have the risk of losing money when the weather is very cold." The reason was very simple. The modern people clearly knew that vegetables in the greenhouse in winter were more expensive than in summer. Why didn't they all grow vegetables in the greenhouse? It was only because there were more people, and the profits were less. Chapter 1198. Cloud Mountain. After listening to Li Zishuan's analysis, Li Er felt that it made sense. However, it was because it made sense that he felt disappointed. Sigh. What a pity. After a moment of silence, Li Er sighed regretfully. Li Zishuan understood what Li Er was thinking. He was disappointed that the greenhouse vegetables could not benefit all the people in the world. He went forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, actually, if you think about it from another angle, there's nothing to be regretful about. In the future, this method of growing vegetables using cloth sheds will definitely be widely spread. When winter comes, ordinary people can also afford to eat fresh vegetables. Doesn't this also mean that the Tang Empire is getting stronger? Furthermore, I only said that the people who start growing vegetables in greenhouses will not be able to earn as much as they do now. However, overall, they will still be able to earn. Every winter, there will be many empty fields among the people. The people can use them to grow vegetables and more or less subsidize their families, right? Therefore, on the whole, this thing can still be of benefit to many hundreds of people." Li Er thought carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. He could not help but feel happy again. "From what you're saying, you still intend to spread this method of growing vegetables in winter in the future?" Li Zishuan smiled. "Your Majesty, actually, even if I don't say it, this method of growing vegetables will slowly spread out. There's no secret in this world that can be kept forever." Now, his farmers had sold a huge amount of vegetables in Chang'an City and caused a huge sensation. Naturally, more and more people would be attracted. It would definitely be more and more difficult to keep a secret in the future. In fact, according to Li Zishuan's intentions, it would be fine as long as his farmers could earn the first huge amount of profit from the birth of the greenhouse vegetables. He could even give the rest of the profits to the farmers of other farms. This was like eating fish. His people only needed to eat the head of the fish and leave the body and tail for others to eat. Huh. You're quite open-minded. Li Er didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so open-minded. When he came, he was still thinking about how to persuade Li Zishuan to hand over the method of growing vegetables in winter. He didn't expect that Li Zishuan had already thought of this without his persuasion. He couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan and sigh. Your Majesty, this subject is deeply indebted to the country, so it is only natural for this subject to do something for the people of the Great Tang. After Li Zishuan expressed his political position, he took the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, I plan to build a dam beside the Bar River in Mei Village to accumulate water from upstream. Please allow it, Your Majesty. Now that the entire Lantian County was his fief, this section of the Bar River was naturally under his control. In principle, there was no need to report to the court about the construction of the dam. He only needed to give Li Er a heads-up. Building a dam? Why are you building a dam? Li Er was confused by Li Zishuan's words and couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan was already prepared. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this subject is building a dam to prepare for a rainy day. Previously, this subject told Your Majesty that in June this year, locusts will appear all over Guangzhou. As the saying goes, a drought and locusts are inseparable. After a drought, there will be locusts. Thus, this subject estimates that this year's drought will also be very serious. This subject wants to build a dam to accumulate water in advance for a rainy day. Li Er frowned. Previously, he had been thinking about how to prevent a plague of locusts but had forgotten that after a drought, there would be locusts. After Li Zishuan's reminder, his mood instantly became gloomy again. It's hard for you to be so meticulous. If there really is a drought this year, then I should make preparations in advance. However, will the dam you're building on the Bar River really work? Not to mention other places, just Lantian County alone has millions of mu of fertile land. How much water do you need to accumulate to ensure that all the fields can be watered by a mere Bar River? Hearing this, Li Zishuan furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty is right. A single Bar River is indeed unable to solve the drought in all of Lantian County. However, this is the only method I can think of. I can only do it first and talk later. This subject still believes that nothing in the world is difficult. If one has the will, there will definitely be other methods before the drought arrives. Furthermore, other than building a dam to fight a drought, this subject also plans to build something on the dam and use this thing to create something new that the Tang Empire has never seen before. If it succeeds, the impact on the Tang Empire will be unprecedented. Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Something that Li Zishuan was so serious about was definitely not ordinary. He asked, What new thing is it? Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, It's electricity. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only legend, ****** For some reason, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a song from his previous life. Electricity? The surprise on Li Er's face grew. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, The telegraph machine you built previously, did it use electricity to send messages? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is wise. The telegraph machine needs electricity to work properly. Actually, there is electricity in this world, but that kind of electricity is too powerful and it is difficult for mortals to use it. Li Er was not a stupid person. On the contrary, he was very smart. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, he instantly thought of something and asked, Are you talking about thunder and lightning? Li Zishuan nodded and replied, Your Majesty, it is indeed thunder and lightning. In fact, the electricity that this subject created is the same thing as thunder and lightning. However, compared to thunder and lightning, its power is much weaker. However, it is just right for our daily use. In the future, if we want to popularize the telegraph machine on a large scale, we must have an endless supply of electricity to support it. That is why this subject said that as long as we can create a machine that can generate electricity, it will definitely have an unprecedented impact on our Tang Empire. Li Er's gaze became deep. Now, it seemed that the dam on the Ba River must be built. He said decisively, since this dam is so important, then build it. And build it immediately. Build it as big as you can. I really want to see what the Tang Empire will look like with electricity. Li Zishuan heard this and was delighted. He rubbed his hands and laughed, hee, thank you, Your Majesty. Then, Your Majesty, the money for the dam, what do you think? This guy wants money, cough cough. I suddenly remembered that there are still important matters in the palace. You should build the dam as soon as possible. I will return to the palace first. Li Er's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand at Li Zishuan and then turned to leave without looking back. Seeing this, Li Zishuan was stunned. F***ck. F***ck. You are really a miser. You are so stingy. Li Zishuan only regained his senses after Li Er had walked away. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 1199. Emperor Li Er walked away slowly, leaving Li Zishuan alone in the wind in a mess. Actually, to Li Zishuan, even if the imperial court did not give him the money, he would still build the dam. The reason why he asked Li Er was just to test him. If old Li gave him the money, he would naturally make a killing. If not, he would not lose out either. But in the end, Li Er's stingy way of doing things made him a little stunned. He did not expect old Li to become even stingier now that he was rich. Indeed, the richer the person, the more stingy they were. But he was an exception. He was generous regardless of whether he had money or not. Since old Li did not give him the money, he would pay for it himself. After all, Lantian County was his fief. He would not lose out by building some public facilities for his fief. Not long after Li Er left, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, Feng Zhihua, and the other members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce all came to look for him. Marquis, we are here today to ask for fresh vegetables from Marquis's farm. Li Zishuan brought them to the main hall of the Cloud Mountain residence. After taking a seat, Chao Wendong directly stated the purpose of their visit. Obviously, not only did Li Zishuan guess that the fresh vegetables sold by the farmers today came from Li Zishuan, these merchants also more or less guessed that this matter had something to do with Li Zishuan. That was why they came to look for him. Li Zishuan did not deny it. He leaned back in his chair and smiled slightly. Oh? You are also interested in these fresh vegetables? Chao Wendong coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, cough cough. To be honest, Marquis, we all have restaurants, so we also want to sell some fresh vegetables recently. But Marquis, don't worry. After we buy the vegetables from the farmers, we will not provide them to the restaurants in Chang'an City. We will sell them to the restaurants in other states and counties, so it will not affect the business of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Chao Wendong had been in the business world for so many years, so he had a sense of propriety when he spoke and did things. After hearing what he said, the other people who came with him also nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, haha. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. This Marquis is not that petty. There are over 1 million residents in Chang'an City, and the Drunken Immortal in alone is unable to meet such a huge demand. So even if you have restaurants in Chang'an City, you should sell them. You don't have to worry about forcing the Drunken Immortal in out of business. Speaking of which, this Marquis is very confident in the culinary skills of the chefs in my restaurant. Today, the Drunken Immortal restaurant was just an insignificant property in Li Zishuan's hands. He no longer valued it as much as he did last year. Besides, he wasn't so overbearing as to allow only his family to open a restaurant in Chang'an City. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and a trace of joy flashed in their eyes. They all stood up and cupped their fists. Thank you, Marquis, for your understanding. Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. Boss Chow, just now you said that you want to buy fresh vegetables from the farmers. What price do you plan to buy them at? Compared to other things, this was the question that Li Zishuan was concerned about. Now, in the Tang Empire, there was no other place that could grow vegetables in greenhouses except for his. Although Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong also grew vegetables, they weren't ripe yet. So he was fully qualified and had the confidence to fight for more benefits for the farmers. Chao Wendong cupped his fists and said, Marquis, we've discussed and decided to buy the vegetables at the price that the farmers sell them in Chang'an City today. This way, not only will they not make less money, but it will also save them a trip. What do you think? Offering such a price didn't mean that Chao Wendong was crazy or that he didn't want to make money. But they felt that the price that the farmers sold the vegetables in Chang'an City today was a little too cheap, and there was still room to raise it. Once they monopolized all the goods in the hands of these 8 villages, it would be even easier to raise the price. It could be seen that some capitalistic monopolies, whether in modern times or ancient times, existed. In this way, we can't let you suffer a loss. As for the so-called purchase price, I allow you to fluctuate according to the market demand. Because according to my speculation, the current high price of vegetables won't last long. In another half a month, all the vegetables in the Cheng and Qin families' farms would be ripe. At that time, the price of vegetables in Chang'an City would definitely drop. So Li Zishuan added such a rule for Chao Wendong and the others. Otherwise, this group of people would definitely suffer a loss in the end. They were all members of his Chamber of Commerce and could be considered as his own people. He didn't need to cheat them for such a small amount of money. Chao Wendong and the others were delighted. Thank you very much, Marquis. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, in a while, I will send someone to pass down the order. When the time comes, you can go directly to each farmer. They will assist you to buy vegetables or cucumbers from the farmers. But all of this depends on the farmers' willingness. If they want to sell it themselves and don't sell it to you, you can't force them. Of course, of course. Chao Wendong and the others hurriedly responded. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, in my opinion, in order to ensure the freshness of the vegetables, you can wake up early every day and come here. Let the farmers who want to sell you vegetables help you pick the vegetables, and then use the carriages to transport them to Chang'an. Now that the official road between here and Chang'an City has been paved with cement, a round trip can save a lot of time and ensure the freshness of the vegetables to the greatest extent. Chao Wendong nodded happily and said, Marquis idea is indeed a good idea. The freshness of the vegetables is the key. With this cement road, we can quickly transport the freshly picked vegetables to the restaurant and start selling them. In terms of freshness, there is naturally no problem. That's great. The others also felt that Chao Wendong's words were reasonable and nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, Chao Wendong and the others finally bid farewell and left. Li Zishuan hurriedly called Pang Feiji and told him that Chao Wendong and the others wanted to buy vegetables before spring. He also sent him to inform the farmers of the 8 big farmers to cooperate with Chao Wenzhong and the others. In fact, this was a good thing for the farmers. Because with Chao Wenzhong and the others in charge of buying the vegetables, not only could they save a few trips, but in terms of price, Chao Wendong and the others were professional businessmen. Their ability to control the price would definitely be better than the farmers. Chapter 1200. The next day, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the other members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce arrived at Li Zishuan's farmsteads early in the morning. Dozens of carriages were parked at the entrance of each farmstead. The farmers must have received the notice last night. Before dawn, they had already woken up to pick vegetables in their greenhouses. When Chao Wendong's group of carriages arrived, they immediately began to load the vegetables into the carriages. The money each household earned from selling vegetables was recorded in the ledger. In order to save time, Chao Wendong and the rest decided to collect the vegetables first, and then send someone to settle the bill in the afternoon. The farmers also knew that Chao Wendong and the rest were Li Zishuan's men, and were not worried that Chao Wendong and the rest would go back on their word. Every single one of them sent over all the vegetables they had picked in their greenhouses. As early as yesterday afternoon, Chao Wendong and the rest had calculated the total amount of vegetables they had to collect each day. They also informed the village leaders of the 8 farmsteads, and the number of vegetables each farmstead received was up to them to decide. Then, the village leaders of each farmstead would inform the farmers of the amount of vegetables they had to collect according to their village's allocation. Because there weren't any good methods of keeping fresh in this era, vegetables couldn't be kept for a long time. The best way was to pick them up and sell them immediately. Anyway, every kind of vegetable had a relatively long maturity period, so it wouldn't go bad even if it was left in the field. This way, they could also achieve a long-term result. Otherwise, if they collected this batch today, they would not be able to collect any more in the future. Even so, Chao Wendong and company's trip had made every household earn more than yesterday. Every household earned at least 20 strings of coins. If all the vegetables in the greenhouses were sold out in the future, the income of the farmers would definitely be more than 100 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins was an astronomical figure to the commoners. It was basically money they would not be able to earn in their entire lives. The farmers of the Han family farmstead, Plum Village, and the other farmsteads had relied on the vegetables in the greenhouses to enter the well-off class in one fell swoop. At the very least, these farmers who had enjoyed the benefits of the first batch of greenhouses would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Look! Isn't that old Chao's carriage from Jianghu City? They're collecting vegetables in Plum Village. Wow! So the people of Plum Village really do know how to grow vegetables in winter? Of course. I guess Marquis taught them. They've made a fortune this time. Yesterday, I heard that they were selling vegetables in Jianghu City. Just cucumbers alone cost 600 copper coins per caddy. 600 copper coins per caddy. Then, wouldn't each household be able to earn at least 100 strings of coins? At the very least. TSK. It's a pity that our manor was only incorporated into Marquis's fief this year. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to make a fortune like them. Yes. What a pity. Hey! Why are you guys being so jealous over there? Now that we are all farmers under Marquis, following behind Marquis, do we still have to worry about not being able to earn money and eat meat in the future? It was Zhong Lijing from the Yu family manor. He couldn't help but scold these people after hearing their envy. Chao Wendong and the rest naturally couldn't hide the fact that they were collecting vegetables in such a big way. When the farmers from the surrounding villages passed by and saw this scene, they were filled with envy. However, no one was jealous. Now that their farmsteads had become Li Zishuan's fief, although they didn't have the huge profits of the first batch of greenhouse vegetables, as long as Li Zishuan was there, they would definitely be able to live a good life in the future. This wasn't blind confidence in Li Zishuan, but the consensus that everyone in the world had for Li Zishuan. In the world, the person who was the best at creating wealth was definitely Li Zishuan. Uncle Zhong is right. As long as we follow behind Marquis and do whatever Marquis asks us to do, we will definitely not have to worry about food or clothes in the future. Everyone will even have the opportunity to read and write. Yu Deheng also happened to pass by today. He encouraged the villagers around him. Scholar, you said it well. Following behind Marquis will lead a good life. Yes. Following behind Marquis will lead a good life. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that this group of farmers who had just joined his fief, after seeing the Han family manor and the other farmsteads making a lot of money, not only were they not jealous, but they were even more loyal to him. Head of the household, head of the household. How much did you sell today? Liujia Manor, Lu Mang's house. After the large group of people who came to collect vegetables left, Lu Mang's wife quickly came over and asked anxiously. Lu Mang grinned and his expression was full of pride. He. I just saw Lord Lin's account book. This time, we sold 35 strings of coins and 73 copper coins. Lord Lin said that he would bring the money to us in the afternoon and distribute it door to door. So much? Head of the household, did you see wrong? The farmer's wife opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief. In the past, when they were digging for food in the fields, they earned money 1 copper coin at a time. Now, it had become 10 strings of coins, 10 strings of coins. This made it hard for her to get used to it. How could it be fake? Lu Mang stared and said. If you don't believe me, wait until Lord Lin sends the copper coins over in the afternoon and you will know. Let me think, how many baskets of coins do we need to fill with 30 strings of coins? Mother of my child, when the time comes, you must prepare a basket to hold the money. The woman responded and then sighed. She said with some regret, I'm sorry. Head of the household, if we knew that these greenhouses were so profitable, we would have made a few more. This time, we would definitely be able to earn more. Actually, she wasn't the only one who had this thought. At this moment, who knows how many of the farmers in the 8 farmsteads were secretly beating their chest and stamping their feet. When Li Zishuan told them to make greenhouses, many of them were still worried about whether or not they would lose money. But now, looking back, they suddenly felt how stupid they were at that time. If they had completely believed in Li Zishuan and made a few more greenhouses, then the money they earned this time would definitely be enough to ensure that their entire family would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Go away. Don't be unsatisfied. Think about it. Even if you wanted to make a few more greenhouses, where would we have the extra money to buy cloth? Now that we have earned so much money, we should be satisfied and even more grateful. If it wasn't for Marquis, we probably wouldn't even be able to eat a hot meal right now. Following behind Marquis, we will definitely be able to live a better life in the future. Look at Old Hu from the Han village. Not only is he now the village chief of the Han village, he also made 7 or 8 greenhouses this time. This time, he made the most greenhouses out of all the 8 farmsteads. His family will probably be able to earn thousands of strings of coins this time. But who told him to be an old man by Marquis's side? Not only does Marquis believe in him, he also believes in Marquis. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so many greenhouses at once. Chapter 1201. In the afternoon, more than 100 ox-drawn carriages left Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang and City one after another and went straight to the Han village, Plum village, and other big villages in the east. Each ox-drawn carriage was piled with 4 or 5 red wooden chests. As the road was bumpy, the chests swayed and clanked, and the sound of something breaking inside could be heard. This huge convoy naturally attracted countless gazes along the way. Wow! There are so many ox carts. What are they carrying? What else could it be? It must be money. Didn't you hear the clanking sound when the cart shook? Some of the more experienced people had already seen through the contents of the large chest on the ox cart. Money? There are so many carts filled with money. How much money do they add up to? Humph. It's at least tens of thousands of strings of cash. TSK. You have no taste. What tens of thousands of strings of cash? It's at least close to 100,000 strings of cash. 100,000 strings of cash. Someone shouted. The passers-by heard it and could not help but hold their breath. Whose ox cart is this? 100,000 strings of cash. They actually spent so much money. What are they going to do? Hey! It looks like there's more than one family. The Chow family's cart is at the front. Behind them are the Lin families, Feng families, Liao families. I know. They're going to give money to the Plum Village, Han Manor, Lu Manor, and Wang Manor's manors. Give money? What money? Don't you know? This morning, Old Master Chow and the rest collected a lot of vegetables from the manors near the Han Manor. Today in Chang'an City, those old masters' restaurants are all releasing all kinds of vegetables. They must have collected them from the manors. They're probably going to settle the bill for the manors now. Whoa, settle the bill? Do they need so much money to settle the bill? Wow! Doesn't that mean that the farmers of those villages have really struck it rich this time? Sigh. That's right. It's not just those manors. If you ask me, under Marquis's leadership in Lantian County, every family will have thousands of strings of cash in a few years. Ha! Let's not talk about it. A few days ago, there was even a matchmaker who wanted to matchmake for my daughter. The other party was from Lantian County. I have to hurry back and agree to this marriage. If my daughter marries over, she will definitely be able to enjoy life in the future. The commoners could see the bright future of Lantian County from the profits of these 8 villages. In an instant, all the villagers in Lantian County became the object of envy of the commoners around Chang'an. Those who had daughters were all wondering if they knew any young men in Lantian County so that their daughters could marry over. Who knew, they might be able to enjoy a good life in the future. After a long stretch of the cement road, the money delivery team finally arrived at the Han family manor, Plum Village, and a few other manors. At this time, Chao Wendong and the others couldn't help but admire Li Zishuan's foresight in building the road. With the cement road, their trip back and forth was more than twice as fast. 2 or 3 times. For businessmen, time was money. When the villagers heard the news, they all came to the village entrance to line up and wait. When they saw the servants moving boxes of money down, they were all stunned. For these farmers, it was likely that most of them had never seen so much money in their entire lives. Now, a considerable portion of this money was going to be theirs. This made the farmers feel like they were living in a dream. Han Xiaodong, 45 strings of coins and 300 copper coins. After all the copper coins were moved down from the carriages, under Old Hu's organization, 4 tables were set up at the village entrance. The commoners were divided into 4 groups and began to distribute money from house to house. Hey! Coming. Thank you, Old Master Chao. Han Xiaodong eagerly took a step forward and thanked Chao Wendong who was beside him. Then, he stood in front of the table, holding a gunny sack and waiting to receive the money. Yes, it was a gunny sack. After all, there were so many copper coins. He couldn't possibly hold it all in his hands. Here. 45 strings of coins and 300 copper coins. Please count it in person. The middle-aged scholar opposite Han Xiaodong said after putting a few dozen strings of money into Han Xiaodong's gunny sack. Yes. Thank you. Han Xiaodong chuckled and lifted the gunny sack to the side and began to count. Speaking of which, with this sum of money, he would be able to renovate his house and get himself a wife. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Next, Niu Dahai, 38 strings of coins and 700 copper coins. Hey! Coming. All the way until the sky turned dark, the money from selling vegetables was distributed to all the villagers. The workers who were in charge of counting the money were really counting the money until their hands cramped up. All the villagers had a bountiful harvest and were beaming with joy. As the evening approached, the smell of meat wafted from every house. Although it wasn't a festive season, the villagers still wanted to reward themselves after earning so much money. After experiencing this, the 8 villages under Li Zishuan could be considered to have become rich overnight. For example, Old Hu's family had 7 or 8 greenhouses. His family's wealth was even greater than many of the rich merchants in Chang'an City. Logically speaking, with their current wealth, most of them could buy a house in Chang'an City. However, no one thought of doing so. In their opinion, being a citizen of Li Zishuan's fief was much better than being a citizen of Chang'an City. Hey! Green Sparrow! Have you heard? These 2 days, the villagers at the foot of the mountain are busy selling vegetables. TSK, shall we go down the mountain tomorrow to buy some cucumbers to eat? In Yanhuang College, Sun Zifen, who had just finished eating in the cafeteria, patted Li Tai's arm and laughed. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said with a sly smile, "Heh heh. Why do we need to go down the mountain to buy some? If I remember correctly, Yamacho should also have cucumbers at home, right? Last time when the academy teachers had a meeting, Yamacho brought 2 baskets of cucumbers. Let's go to his house tomorrow and take 2. Yamacho won't ask us for money, right?" Sun Zifen couldn't help but be very interested when he heard this. He nodded vigorously and said, "Ha ha ha. It's settled then. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Yamacho's house. Little Ko, are you going?" Li Tai was a little excited to find a partner. After all, other people's cucumbers would undoubtedly be more delicious. So he looked at Li Tai and asked. Now that school was about to start, most of the students had come to stay at the academy in advance. Li Ko was among them. He came after the Lantern Festival. "Green Sparrow, is this okay?" Li Ko frowned. He still respected Li Zishuan very much. Li Tai laughed and said, "Hey. What's wrong with this? Yamacho is not a stingy person. Tomorrow, we can ask Yamacho how our exam results were last semester." Li Ko was finally convinced. "Okay. Let's go together tomorrow." Chapter 1202. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just woken up and was about to have breakfast when Li Tai, Li Ko, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifen, Yuchi Baolin, and Qin Huayu arrived. It turned out that all the students from Dormitory 01 were here, and they even brought Li Ko with them. "Heh. Why are all of you here so early today? Are you here to scrounge for food?" Li Zishuan was overjoyed and immediately laughed. Speaking of which, the courtyard was only a few steps away from Yanhuang College. In the past, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others often came over to scrounge for food. After so many times, Li Zishuan had gotten used to it. However, it was the first time that so many people had come today. Hee hee. Yamacho, don't make it sound so bad. What scrounging for food? We're here for something important. Li Tai licked his lips and laughed. Oh. If that's the case, then I won't get anyone to add more bowls and chopsticks for you. Find a place to sit yourselves. If there's anything, wait until I'm done eating. Li Zishuan said casually and then started eating, ignoring the students. Li Tai was speechless and secretly regretted why he had pretended to be good just now. Fine, now he could only watch Li Zishuan eat from the side, right? Speaking of which, they hadn't eaten in the morning. Now that they were standing at the side and watching Li Zishuan eat, it was really a kind of torture. Pfft. Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw Li Tai's choked look. She turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Hubby, don't tease Qin Ke and the others. It's so early now. They definitely haven't eaten yet. I'll get someone to add more bowls and chopsticks for them." With that, she got up and went to instruct the servants. Master's wife was still more reliable than Master at critical moments. Li Tai was so touched that he cried. "Thank you, Master's wife." A moment later, "Yes. This cucumber salad tastes really good." "Yes. The stir-fried spinach is pretty good too. Green Sparrow, have a taste. Master's wife's craftsmanship is amazing. Oh. How could these lentils be made so fragrant? What's in there?" Once they were on the table, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and Sun Zifen, these 3 chatterboxes, couldn't stop talking. After looking around, only Yuchi Baolin was more honest. This child didn't have the time to comment at all. He only focused on stuffing the food on his plate into his mouth. Han Yushi saw that the dishes on the table were about to be eaten up, so she quickly went to the kitchen to cook a few more dishes at the last minute. Only then was she able to let these people eat their fill. Burp. After breakfast, Li Tai lay on the old-fashioned wooden armchair in Li Zishuan's house. He rubbed his stomach contentedly and burped. This was the happiest time of his life because to him, there was nothing happier than just having a full meal. He had already secretly made up his mind to look for a princess consort in the future. Other conditions could be worse, but the other party had to have outstanding culinary skills like Han Yushi. In Li Tai's eyes, Li Zishuan's current state was a proper winner in life. Yamacho, have the final exam results from last year been tabulated? Unlike Li Tai who didn't care about his image, Li Ku still cared about his image very much. Even after eating, he sat upright and still. At this moment, seeing that all the plates on the table had been removed, he asked respectfully. Li Zishuan replied, "It's out, but if you want to ask me about the results today, then I think you should wait for another 2 days. After 2 days, all of your results should be posted." In fact, last year's final exam papers had been marked long before the holidays, but everyone's results hadn't been tabulated yet. A few days ago, the teachers of the academy started school first, partly because they wanted to tabulate the students' results in advance. Oh. Li Zishuan nodded somewhat disappointedly. Unlike Li Tai and Sun Zifan who had been learning new mathematics from Li Zishuan at the School of Mathematics since the beginning of last year, he only started learning from Li Zishuan in the second half of last year. He really wanted to know the results of his studies in the past 6 months. After all, he had been crowned with the hat of a master of both literature and martial arts since he was a child. Sometimes, honor was also a kind of pressure that made people worried about their gains and losses. He was in such a state now. Oh. In that case, we'll take our leave. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, these 2 days, the farmers at the village at the foot of the mountain have been selling cucumbers and vegetables. I heard that you also have a greenhouse that can grow vegetables in the winter. Can we go in and take a look? Li Tai stood up and was about to take his leave when he suddenly seemed to have inadvertently thought of something and added, "Don't worry." Sun Zifan, Li Ku, and the others looked at Li Zishuan nervously. Li Zishuan didn't know about the little fatty's dark thoughts. He nodded casually and said, "Qing Ke, if you want to take a look, then go ahead. The greenhouse is behind the courtyard. I still have something to do at the academy, so I'll take my leave first." "Yes, yes, yes. Take care, Yamacho." When the little fatty heard this, he became even more excited. He couldn't wait for Li Zishuan to leave right away. Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai with a baffled expression. Then, he said goodbye to his wife and left the room. He had to go to the academy in the morning to discuss the construction of the dam on the Bar River with Mo Huai. As the head of the Mo family, Mo Huai's achievements in engineering were definitely not below Li Zishuan's. With such a great master in the academy, Li Zishuan naturally had to humbly ask for advice. After Li Zishuan left, Li Tai gave a look and whispered, "What are you waiting for? Go pick the cucumbers." After saying this, he took advantage of the time when Han Yushi and the maidservants of the Li residence went to the kitchen to take the lead and walked towards the greenhouse behind Li Zishuan's courtyard. A moment later. Damn! It turns out that this greenhouse can really grow vegetables in the winter. Yamacho is really too talented to be able to think of this method. After seeing the green vegetables in the greenhouse, Sun Zifan suddenly exclaimed. This was because he had never seen such a scene in the winter before. Li Tai curled his lips. It wasn't like he had never been to the soup kitchen. Vegetables in the winter were not rare to him. What made him feel strange was Li Zishuan's method of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. Quick! Quickly pick the cucumbers and leave. Don't let Yamacho catch us by surprise. Li Tai called out, and the group immediately walked to the cucumber rack. However, when they got closer, they were stunned. Damn! Where are the big cucumbers? Why are there only small cucumbers the size of a thumb left? Cheng Chumo widened his eyes and wailed. The cucumbers in his family's greenhouse were far from fully grown, so he wanted to take a few cucumbers. However, now it seemed that they were destined to return empty-handed. Chapter 1203. Yamacho, the Ba River's riverbed is nearly 1,000 feet long. How can it be easy to cut it in the middle and build a dam? In the meeting room on the first floor of Guanghua Building in Yanhuang College, Mo Zhong looked at a large map on the table and gestured with his hands as he spoke in a deep voice. Other than him, Li Zishuan, Mo Lingwei, Yan Shaoning, and a follower of the school of Mo called Mo Chui were also in the room. It was said that he was a disciple that Mo Huai had focused on nurturing and was likely to be the next generation of the Mo family. Among the members of the Mo family, besides Mo Huai, Mo Lingwei was the most talented. However, Mo Lingwei was a girl and Mo Huai couldn't bear for his daughter to shoulder too much. Therefore, he had never counted Mo Lingwei as one of the candidates for the next generation of the Mo family. Other than Mo Lingwei, the most talented person should be Mo Chui. He was about 25 or 26 years old and already had a family. He taught physics at Yanhuang College. Last semester, before the college opened, all the teachers were tested. In that test, Mo Chui's results were close behind Mo Huai's, which showed how talented he was. It was just that the Mo family had Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei, this pair of amazing father and daughter, which overshadowed his brilliance. Otherwise, he would definitely become a figure of the Mo family. At this moment, everyone in the meeting room was staring at a map on the table, frowning and deep in thought. Li Zishuan spoke in an unquestionable tone, "There's nothing impossible in this world. The Ba River is only 1,000 feet wide. It's not impossible to build a dam on the riverbed. What we need to do now is to find a solution, not discuss whether it's feasible or not. This dam must be built this year." Because of the summer drought and also because he wanted to develop the Tang Empire's electricity industry. Li Zishuan added silently in his heart. Moreover, 1,000 feet wide riverbed wasn't very wide for him. It was only 300 meters wide. The modern Three Gorges Dam had a total width of 2,300 meters. Although modern construction machinery was much more advanced than ancient times, Li Zishuan felt that a 300-meter-tall dam could definitely be built with a little thought. Feeling the determination in Li Zishuan's tone, everyone in the room frowned deeply. Those who were familiar with Li Zishuan knew that as long as he decided on something, he would definitely do it. Even 10 bulls could not pull him back. Now it seemed that Li Zishuan was determined to build this dam, so they could only think of a way to complete it. But the width of the riverbed is so big, and the current of the Ba River is so fast. If we throw stones down, they will certainly be washed away in a short while. How can we cut the river in half and build a dam? Mo Huai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Li Zishuan recalled the construction process of a famous dam in his previous life. After a while, he pointed at the blueprint in front of him and gestured while slowly opening his mouth. First, we have to build a diversion canal to split the Ba River's water flow in the middle. Only then can we start the construction of the entire water project. After cutting off the Ba River's water flow, we will divide it from the north to the south. Then, we will build a channel in the middle. After the channel is completed, we will fill the two sides with large amounts of stones until there are enough stones to cover the water surface. Then, the water in this channel will flow to the other side. Then, we will use the same method to build a channel on the other side. In the beginning, we will use pine wood to strengthen the foundation of the dam. First, we will use vertical pine wood to drive piles on top of the sand and stones. Then, we will lay them flat and vertically like building a house. Then, we will build a stone dam. Later, we will use cement pillars wrapped in steel rods to nail into the riverbed as the foundation of the dam. Once we have the foundation, the next step is to add stones to the dam. In order to build this dam, Li Zishuan was going all out. He took out his trump card, which was reinforced concrete. In ancient times, when building dams, wooden piles and sand were usually used as the main body of the dam. However, the Ba River's riverbed was too wide, and the water flow was relatively rapid. If wooden piles and sand were used, the dam would definitely burst after a long time. So, he could only use the more solid reinforced concrete. Anyway, he had a mine at home, and the production of steel in the workshop was gradually increasing. For the time being, he didn't lack iron. Moreover, if this dam was completed, it would give a huge boost to the industrial foundation of Lantian County. So, even if he had to invest a large amount of capital, Li Zishuan was willing to do it. Cement stone pillars wrapped in steel rods? Mo Huai muttered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Cement is a hard material. If steel is mixed into it, after it is formed, it will definitely be very tough. Moreover, it will be able to withstand the violent impact of the river for many years. It is indeed a good material for building dams. But, won't the consumption of steel be too large? The rest of the people also looked at Li Zishuan. Obviously, they had also thought of this problem. However, Li Zishuan was still determined. No matter how large the consumption is, we must build this dam. Even if we don't have enough iron, I will think of another way. Mo Huai was speechless. This was the first time he had seen Li Zishuan so stubborn about something. Of course, this also showed how important this dam was. Yamacho, I wonder if the imperial court will provide support for building this dam? Yan Xiaoning suddenly asked. Now that he was a teacher at Yanhuang College, of course, he couldn't directly call Li Zishuan by his name in the academy. He had to follow the others and call Li Zishuan Yamacho. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched, and his face darkened. Currently, the imperial court's finances are tight. Although His Majesty wants to support us, he can't take out the extra money to support us building the dam. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning was speechless. Since the imperial court sent a fleet to the south to trade last year, the imperial court's tight finances had been greatly relieved. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Therefore, when Li Zishuan said that the imperial court's finances were tight, he understood what he meant. Old Li was unwilling to pay. Ahem. Don't worry about the money, I will take care of it myself. The most important thing now is to determine the construction plan as soon as possible. Mr. Mo is experienced, so I think Mr. Mo will be in charge this time. Xiaoning, you will assist. What do you think? Li Zishuan coughed and said. I have no problem. Yan Xiaoning loved challenges the most in his life. The construction of the Yanhuang Academy last year was the biggest challenge he had ever faced in his life. Of course, he had also handed in a perfect answer sheet. Now, this complicated dam project made him eager to give it a try. Mo Huai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I will do my best, but this way, I won't have time to take care of the Academy's physics team this semester. I hope Yamacho can let Mo Chui take over my position temporarily. Chapter 1204. In Li Zishuan's plan, Yanhuang College was not just a place to teach or study. The college had the important mission of revitalizing the industrial base of the Great Tang Empire. In the future, Li Zishuan would let some teachers or students from the college take the lead and participate in some major projects. The dam on the Ba River was only the first project Yanhuang College had undertaken. As engineering developed rapidly in the future, the college would have to take the lead in more and more projects. He wanted to make the college similar to the top universities in modern times, forming a perfect closed loop of production, learning, and research. Mr. Mo, in your opinion, how much will it cost to build this dam? In the meeting room, after confirming the candidate to preside over the construction of the dam, Li Zishuan turned to Mo Huai and asked. Mo Huai thought for a moment and shook his head. It's hard to estimate at the moment. But I'm sure that the cost of building this dam will be much higher than building the cement road last year. I'll think about the dam's construction plan and estimate the cost when the time comes. Li Zishuan nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Mo. No problem, no problem. Mo Huai waved his hand. Putting aside his identity as a teacher of the college, as the son of the Mo family, he was very passionate about this kind of project. Although the task given by Li Zishuan seemed difficult, it was also a difficult challenge for Mo Huai. He was very willing to accept this challenge. In this aspect, he was somewhat similar to Yan Shaoning. Yamacho, what should I do? Ever since Mo Lingwei came to the meeting room, she hadn't said a word for a long time. At this moment, she saw that Li Zishuan had assigned everyone's tasks except for her. She couldn't help but frown and say unhappily. Li Zishuan immediately broke out in a sweat. He did not expect that he had forgotten about this tigress. This woman was so ruthless that he could not afford to offend her. At this moment, he thought of a plan and quickly said, "Ahem. Ink girl, it's indeed inappropriate for a girl like you to participate in the construction of the dam, but..." Mo Lingwei hated it when people thought that women were weak. When she heard this, her eyes immediately widened and she was about to explode in anger. Fortunately, she heard the twist at the end of this sentence and her anger subsided. She wanted to hear what Li Zishuan had to say next. When Li Zishuan saw the girl's reaction, he found it funny and continued. "However, I still have a very important matter that I want to hand over to the Ink Girl. Its importance is no less than the dam on the Ba River." Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up, and her expression quickly turned to one of excitement. "Yamacho, what kind of mission is it?" Looking at her competitive appearance, Li Zishuan felt a little speechless. He thought to himself, why is this like coaxing a child? Last year, I made the telegraph machine. Ink Girl should already know the general principle behind it. The reason why I want to build this dam this year, other than to store water to prevent drought, is to use this dam to generate electricity. The most important thing is the generator. I have already drawn the blueprint for the generator, but having the blueprint does not mean that it can be built successfully. There are still many technical difficulties. Therefore, I am giving this mission to you, Ink Girl. If you succeed, Tang Dynasty will have a new thing because of you. This thing will also bring about earth-shattering changes to Tang Dynasty. Mo Lingwei was taken aback. From Li Zishuan's words, she could feel the unparalleled importance of this generator. However, she still did not understand what this generator was, so she asked, "What is it?" "Yamacho, what is a generator? What does this generator have to do with the dam?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment with his hands behind his back. After a while, he said, "In this world, all things are energy conserved. We can usually obtain energy from food by eating. The energy we obtain is usually used to walk, talk, think, or perform other activities. For example, when I push this chair, I use my own energy to generate kinetic energy for the chair. The energy I use is equal to the kinetic energy generated by the chair and the heat generated by the friction between the chair and the ground. This is the principle of energy conservation. As for the relationship between the dam and the generator, I built the dam mainly to raise the distance between the river and the riverbed to create a potential difference. When the river flows from a high place to a low place, the kinetic energy of the river will cause the generator to move. The generator will then convert this kinetic energy into electricity, and we will be able to obtain the electricity we need. Conservation of all things energy? Before Mo Lingwei could say anything, Mo Huai could not help but exclaim, "Back then, the Mo family's divine ancestor also said that all things in the world are born from something, and something is born from nothing. However, something cannot be created from nothing. Could this be what you mean, Yamacho?" Although Li Zishuan had previously said that he was not the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor, Mo Huai could not help but think so sometimes. After all, Li Zishuan's knowledge was too advanced. Li Zishuan said in surprise, "I didn't expect the Mo family's divine ancestor to have such knowledge back then. This junior is really impressed." Mo Lingwei said proudly, "Humph. Of course. There is nothing the divine ancestor doesn't know. However, Yamacho, you have to give me the blueprint as soon as possible. I will take it back and study it carefully. Li Zishuan nodded and said, okay. I will get someone to send the blueprint to Ink Girl in the afternoon. I hope you can understand it as soon as possible. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. This generator was not like an astronomical telescope. Its internal structure was very complicated. Although the Mo family was good at engineering, they definitely did not know anything about electricity. He hoped that when Mo Lingwei saw the blueprint, she would not come looking for him with a big head. Yes, yes, yes. Mo Lingwei did not know about Li Zishuan's sinister intentions. She nodded happily and replied. Oh. It will take a long time to complete the dam. During this time, I suggest that Ink Girl study the Academy's physics textbooks for the first and second semester. It will be very helpful for you to build the generator. Li Zishuan thought about it and gave Mo Lingwei a suggestion out of goodwill. This was because the Academy's second volume of physics textbooks had already started to explain electricity. If Mo Lingwei studied it carefully, she would encounter much less resistance when building the generator. Oh. Then I will ask my father for 2 textbooks. Chapter 1205. In the afternoon, Iron Egg left the academy and planned to go to the Lin family to continue teaching Lin Hao new mathematics. However, Li Tai found out and insisted on going with him. During this period of time after the New Year, other than the Lunar New Year's Eve and the Lantern Festival, Iron Egg would go to the Lin family every day to help Lin Hao with his mathematics problems. After all, he had received such a generous salary from the Lin family. If he were to slack off every day, he would feel guilty. On New Year's Eve, Lin Hao and his father, Lin Wenyuan, went to Yunshan together. It was then that Li Tai found out that Iron Egg had become someone else's mathematics teacher. He felt that the position of a teacher was quite new to him. After all, he had never been anyone's teacher since he was young. Today, when he saw that Iron Egg was going to the Lin family to teach, he excitedly wanted to go with him. When they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family, Li Tai looked at the luxurious entrance of the Lin family. He turned to Iron Egg and asked, Tai Dan, you were the teacher of this kid from the Lin family last year? Iron Egg nodded and replied, yes, that's right. Although the young master of the Lin family is a loner, he has a good heart and is a very interesting person. When Li Tai heard this, he couldn't help but be interested in Lin Hao, whom he had never met before. He smiled and said, oh. After hearing what Iron Egg said, I really want to meet this Lin Hao. Iron Egg thought to himself. Li Tai was a little fatty before the military training, and now Lin Hao was also a little fatty. Could it be that fat people would appreciate each other? If Li Tai knew what Bruiser was thinking, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. He hated it the most when people called him fat. Lin Wenyuan had told the servants in the mansion that Iron Egg's power in the mansion was second only to him. No matter what Iron Egg wanted to do, the servants were not allowed to stop him. If Iron Egg wanted to enter the mansion, he naturally did not need to report anything. Hence, the two of them casually entered the Lin clan's main gate and walked towards the backyard where Lin Hao was. Hey! 2 against 2. This young master only has 1 card left. Young master, you won again? Hee hee. Quick. Pay up. Pay up. Let me do the math for you. There are a total of 2 bombs. I've doubled the bet before. Our base bet is 1 copper coin, so in total, it's 16 copper coins. Yes. Each of you has to pay me 16 copper coins. As soon as they entered the backyard, Iron Egg and Li Tai heard a noise coming from the wing room. Li Tai glanced at Iron Egg suspiciously. Iron Egg hurriedly said with some embarrassment, a few days ago, I accidentally mentioned the bandit fight of the academy in front of the young master of the Lin clan. He thought it was very interesting, so he begged me to tell him the rules. Later, he found a craftsman to make a deck of cards. I guess he's playing it now. Oh. I didn't expect that the bandit fight of the academy would spread here. By the way, will the bandit fight be popular in Jianghu in a few days? Li Tai thought it was interesting, so he could not help but smile slightly. Maybe. Iron Egg shook his head and walked towards the wing room in the backyard. Han Xiao is here. When they came to the door of the wing room, a little maid guarding outside the door hurriedly saluted. But instead of saying that she was saluting, it was better to say that she was reporting to Lin Hao in the room. Sure enough, the wing room that was full of laughter immediately quieted down, accompanied by a rustling sound. After a while, Lin Hao's voice came from inside, "Ah. Han Xiao is here. Come in. Come in." Iron Egg and Li Tai looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Then they pushed the door and entered. They saw Lin Hao sitting at the desk with a book in his hand, as if he had been doing his homework just now. At this moment, when he saw Iron Egg coming in, he hurriedly got up and saluted, "Greetings, sir." "Oh. This is..." He noticed Li Tai beside Iron Egg. "Oh. Young Master Lin, this is my classmate at the academy, and also my best friend. His name is Qin Ke. His attainments in mathematics are even better than mine. In every exam of the academy, he is always at the top. Today, he had nothing to do on Yunshan Mountain, so he wanted to come over and have a look." On the way here, Li Tai had told Iron Egg not to reveal his identity as the Prince of Wei to Lin Hao, so Iron Egg said this. "Oh. Mr. Han, your friend is so amazing." Lin Hao exclaimed, then he cupped his hands towards Li Tai and said, "Brother, you are amazing. You can still stand out in Yanhuang College, where talents gather. I admire you, I admire you." Flattery was the only thing that could not be ignored. It was reasonable to say that Li Tai had received a lot of compliments from others, but those who had complimented him in the past were mostly his subordinates, and there were only a few types of compliments. After listening to them for a while, it became meaningless. Now that he heard Lin Hao's heartfelt compliments, he felt a burst of pride in his heart, and laughed, "Ha! That was just luck, just luck." Young Master Lin also plays bandit fighting? After saying this, Li Tai walked to the table and seemed to have inadvertently found the wooden sign hidden under the book. He said with a face of surprise. This." Lin Hao stole a glance at Iron Egg, and his face was full of embarrassment. After thinking about it, he quickly said, "Ahem. Sometimes when I'm too tired from reading, I occasionally play a few rounds." Excuse me. "Huh. Understood. Understood. Coincidentally, I also like to play bandit fighting. Young Master Lin, why don't the three of us play a few rounds?" Li Tai laughed and said. "Okay, not good. I still want to learn mathematics from Mr. Han." Lin Hao subconsciously agreed, but quickly changed his words. Li Tai gave Iron Egg a look, and Iron Egg could only helplessly say, "Learning should be balanced between work and rest. Proper relaxation will make learning twice the result with half the effort. Since Qin Ke wants to play cards, why don't young Master Lin sit down and play a few rounds?" When Lin Hao heard this, he was a little confused. After a while, he reacted and quickly said, Okay. Then let's play 2 rounds. But after a quarter of an hour, Li Tai's mood was not so good, because he found that Lin Hao was really too deceitful. For example, Iron Egg, "I'm a bandit." Lin Hao, without thinking, super double. Well, seeing that his teammate was so awesome, Li Tai thought that Lin Hao's cards were very good, so he also shouted, "Super double." But the result? In the end, Iron Egg only used half a cup of tea's time to throw out all the cards in his hand. The 2 peasants were beaten to the point that they could not fight back. The previous super double naturally became a super double. But it was not like this every time. When he did not believe in Lin Hao and did not super double, they won. It was like a game of hide-and-seek, and Li Tai was going crazy. Damn! Lin Hao. Your cards are so bad, how can you super double? Finally, after another super double, Li Tai finally exploded. Chapter 1206. In the backyard of the Lin mansion. Hearing Li Tai's angry roar, Lin Hao couldn't help but shrink his neck, but he still said matter-of-factly, Qing Ke, didn't you realize that when you shout, super double, it brings you several times more happiness? Li Tai suddenly choked. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He thought to himself, damn, this kid seems to make a lot of sense. Every time I shout, super double, I feel a little excited. Did I hit the nail on the head? Qing Ke, come, let's continue. Lose a few more coins, but you can get several times more happiness. Why not? Seeing Li Tai's expression, Lin Hao felt that he had finally met someone who was like-minded with him, and he immediately laughed proudly. Li Tai was speechless, but he didn't know how to refute at the moment. Under Lin Hao's warm invitation, he quickly rejoined the battle. Robber. Super double. Super double. In the following period of time, the room was filled with roars and cheers. Li Tai and Lin Hao became more and more excited as they played, but Iron Egg became more and more frightened as he played. The two people opposite him were beasts of burden. They kept super double, which made him a little scared every time he called out robber. Although his family was relatively wealthy now, he was used to living in poverty, so he often spent money carefully. With Li Tai and Lin Hao's super double, he would feel a little pain every time he lost. That was all money. But fortunately, his luck was not bad, or it could be said that Li Tai and Lin Hao's purpose of playing cards was not to win money, but to get several times more happiness. After half an hour of playing cards, Iron Egg actually won more than 2 rounds. One must know that their starting bet was only 1 coin. Awesome! Awesome! An hour later, Li Tai, who had lost the money, had a happy look on his face. He stood up and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. He laughed loudly and said, Lin Hao, you're really interesting. If you can get into Yanhuang College this year, I'll take care of you in the future. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you in the academy. Little Fatty's tone and actions were just like a modern youth. Iron Egg, who was sitting next to him, was speechless when he saw this scene. His initial idea was right. Sure enough, Fatty and Fatty really appreciated each other. In just a few rounds of card games, these two people who had never met before had become like old friends who had known each other for many years. Then I'll thank you in advance. Being patted on the shoulder, Lin Hao was not angry, perhaps it had something to do with Li Tai's aura. He smiled and cupped his hands. Qing Ke, when you come to Chang'an City in the future, I'll take you to eat the best food and drink the best wine. Iron Egg's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this student of his had no idea that Li Tai, who was standing next to him, was also a super rich person. His net worth was even more than his father, Lin Wenyuan. Well said, well said. Little Hao, I recognize you as my brother. Later, I'll ask Iron Egg to give you my mathematics notes from last year. I still have some of the mathematics questions from last year. Do your best. I'll be waiting for you at Yanhuang College. After a few rounds of card games, these two little fatties had become brothers. Their relationship could not be better. Li Tai even gave away his study notes. In the blink of an eye, it was the 25th of the first lunar month. The cold winter was coming to an end. Everything was beginning to recover. Some of the trees on the roadside and in the forest had sprouted little buds. Last winter, there was not a single snowfall in Chang'an City. Many old farmers were worried sick. Spring returned to the earth and the sun rose from the east. Today was the first day of classes at Yanhuang College. For most students, they had an extraordinary winter break. They also had an extraordinary New Year's Eve and Lantern Festival. Perhaps this winter break, spring festival, and Lantern Festival would become memories that they would cherish for the rest of their lives. Early in the morning, before dawn, a huge honor roll made of red cloth appeared in front of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building. When the students got up and went to the cafeteria for breakfast and returned to Guanghua building to prepare for class, they immediately noticed the huge red cloth. Since they had experienced the entrance exam last year, they immediately understood what it was and hurried to take a look. The news of the final results ranking was outspread throughout the entire college in a very short time. Wow! The results are out. Let's go take a look. I hope they're in the top 50. Damn! Look, who's in first place? Jia Jiayin is in first place in the entire college with 485 points. Oh my god! His total score is only 500 points. That means he only got 15 points deducted. Hiss! Isn't that too amazing? Look at the second place. Damn! The second place is actually Li Ku. 480 points. The third place is Li Tai. 478 points. How did Li Tai become the third place? The fourth place is Li Yan. 477 points. The fifth place is Di Zhishuan. 475 points. Hey! Did you guys notice? This time, the students from Class 1 didn't do as well as Class 2. Finally, someone discovered a clue about the ranking. During the entrance exam last year, the students of Class 1 had an absolute advantage and suppressed the entire academy. Among the top 3 students, 2 of them were from Class 1. Among the top 5, 3 of them were from Class 1. Among the top 10, 7 of them were from Class 1. The tyrannical strength of Class 1 made the other classes of the academy feel a sense of despair. But now, among the top 5 students, only 1 was from Class 1, while the other 4 were from Class 2. This time, Class 1, which was under Li Zishuan's direct command, was completely crushed by Class 2. Hey! It's true. In the past, the top 5 in the college were mostly from Class 1, but now there's only 1 left. Hee hee. This is going to be a good show. Wasn't there going to be a good show to watch? The students from Class 1 who were at the top of the honor roll were all gnashing their teeth. As the saying goes, an army of indignant soldiers is bound to win. If these students were to really go all out and study hard, the students from Class 2 might not be able to handle them next time. Hey! If you ask me, since the second class can defeat the first class, then why can't the third class pull the second class down? Class 3, work harder this semester. Let's pull Class 2 down. Okay. Pull them down. Class 4, did you hear that? We have to work harder too. We can't fall behind. Class 2's counterattack not only made the other classes realize that Class 1's students were not invincible, but it also made them realize that everyone could be defeated. Since Class 2 could pull Class 1 down, why can't we pull you down as well? Chapter 1207. Hey! Take a look. There's something written below the honor roll. What is it? Congratulations to Yen Silu, Ma Zhou, Mo Huai, Wang Ji, Su Hongji, and Xiao Diyan for becoming professors of Yanhuang College. Wow! That's great! Mr. Wang has been promoted to professor. I love listening to his lectures. I love listening to Mr. Ma's lectures. The students who liked the 6 professors cheered when they heard that the college had added 6 more professors. Little Ku. You're amazing this time. Outside the crowd, Li Tai patted Li Ku's shoulder and smiled. However, only he himself knew how much of a forced smile there was on his face. Li Tai had always been an arrogant person and a person who refused to admit defeat. Calculating the time, he came into contact with the new mathematics nearly 2 to 3 months earlier than Li Ku, but in the end, Li Ku actually surpassed him. This made him very unhappy. If it was in the past, then perhaps he would have started to mock and ridicule this good brother of his. But after living in the academy for so long, his arrogant and proud character from the past had been restrained greatly. He'd gotten used to the harmonious life of brothers and the love of fellow students. Xianxia, I was just lucky this time. If you were serious, no one in the entire college would be able to beat you. Li Ke looked into Li Tai's eyes and said seriously. These words were to comfort Li Tai, but it was the truth. In the current situation of the college, Li Tai was the strongest. Hearing Li Ke's words, Li Tai felt a little better in his heart. He thought for a moment and said with a serious expression, "Winner takes all. A loss is a loss, but next time, I will definitely not lose again." After saying that, the little fatty raised his head and walked past Li Ke valiantly and proudly toward Guanghua building. Li Ke looked at Li Tai's back and thought to himself, "Xianxia, I won't let you win so easily." "Yamacho, what do you think of the exam results this time?" In the office, Yan Silu stroked his beard and asked Li Zishuan. A few days ago, when the test results were announced, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that Class 1, who had been studying with Li Zishuan for the longest, would actually fall at the hands of Class 2. It really shocked him to the point that his jaw dropped. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to be annoyed. So what? It was just an exam, not a life and death battle. No one's life was smooth sailing. This small setback was a good thing for the children in Class 1, and it was also a good thing for the students in Class 2. Because this allowed them to realize that although Class 1 was strong, it wasn't invincible. As long as they worked hard and were willing to fight, anyone could sit on the throne of first place. As for me, the more competitive the students are, the happier I am. Because only in this way will the academy grow stronger and stronger. To be honest, although the results this time were out of Li Zishuan's expectations, he didn't care much about it. In his previous life, from elementary school to junior high school, university, and graduate school, he had gone through countless exams. He had also failed, and been discouraged. But in the end, these failures, hesitation, and discouragement were all turned into stepping stones on the road to success. There was no smooth sailing in life. This was the principle he wanted to teach his students. Yamacho is far-sighted and open-minded. I admire you. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Yan Silu couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Mr. Yan, you flatter me. Li Zishuan smiled. When he was about to leave, he said, Oh. Mr. Yan, when the class ends later, remember to inform the students to gather at the sports field. There will be a commendation ceremony this afternoon. An exam was actually like a war. After the end, there would naturally be corresponding rewards for the victorious side. Yan Silu's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and laughed, Okay, Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded and left. Sigh. Our Class 1's glory is gone. In the classroom of Class 1 during the break, the students' faces were no longer as cheerful as they usually were. Everyone's face was full of seriousness. All along, because they were trained by Li Zishuan, they felt that their class must be the best in the whole academy. But now, the students of Class 2 had completely shattered their dreams and sent them into the cold reality. There's no other way. Jianghu from Class 2 is too good. Last year's exam was rushed, but he only lost 15 points. Zheng Ziren couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Meng Wenhao, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, There's nothing to be proud of. Although Jianghu from Class 2 did very well this time, he's not invincible. We beat them in the past. If we work hard in the future, we can beat them again. Li Tai slapped the table and stood up. He agreed loudly, Wenhao is right. I think the reason why Class 2 could do better than us in the last exam was that they were better than us in the ability to take the exam in a short time. In the future exams, as long as there are no urgent matters, there won't be a hasty exam like last time. In this way, their advantage will no longer exist, and our chances of winning will be greater. So I think we don't need to be discouraged. Just do what you should do. It's just a failure. Our foundation is better than theirs, and there will be more opportunities in the future. As the gang leader of Class 1, Li Tai felt that he had to say something to boost the morale. Otherwise, with such a depressing atmosphere, everyone would be finished. In fact, to some extent, his analysis was not without reason. Last year, in order to let the students participate in the warm winter operation, Li Zishuan brought forward the final exam at the last minute, which caught everyone off guard. The failure of Class 1 this time had a lot to do with insufficient preparation. Yes. We still have opportunities in the future. It's not like we don't have any chances. At most, we'll just beat them up in the monthly exam. Sun Zifan roared. This guy's voice was so loud. Yes. Beat them up. Beat them up. The rest of the students followed suit and roared. As a result, during what was supposed to be an ordinary break between classes, a series of orderly roars came from Class 1's classroom. The teachers and students outside all cast strange gazes in their direction. Huh. Not bad, these kids didn't let me down. Hearing the voices here, Li Zishuan, who was in the corridor, smiled with relief and then whispered to himself softly. Chapter 1208. Afternoon. The warm sun shone on the earth, but no one could feel the slightest bit of warmth. No one knew who cut the thin leaves, but the spring breeze in February was like scissors. If the spring breeze in February was like this, what about the spring breeze at the end of January? When it scraped against the face, it was still like a knife cutting. On the sports field of Yanhuang College, more than 600 students from 16 classes stood neatly on the grass, waiting for Li Zishuan to speak. The students didn't have to wait for long. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan, dressed as a scholar, walked up to the rostrum with steady steps. When the students below saw Li Zishuan on the stage, they couldn't help but stand up straighter. Clearly, after spending the entire winter break together, Li Zishuan's reputation among the students had become even more resounding. At the beginning of the new year, first of all, in the name of the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I wish all the students and teachers of the college a happy new year. Every time he saw these youthful faces, Li Zishuan felt that what he was doing was so meaningful. He was changing a group of young people, and in turn, changing the entire Tang dynasty. In a few years, these children were bound to spread the seeds of engineering across every inch of Tang dynasty. Clap clap clap. The students and teachers below the stage couldn't help but applaud. Li Zishuan pressed his hands down. When silence was restored, he spoke again. Last year was the first year of Yanhuang College's establishment. You are the first batch of students of the college, and you are also very outstanding students. In last year's final exam, out of 500 points, 402 students scored 400 points and above, and 95 students scored 450 points and above. I am very satisfied and gratified that you were able to achieve such results in such a rushed preparation. Especially those students who ranked in the top 10 of the grade. You are very outstanding, but please don't be arrogant, because that is only your past glory. The road ahead is still very long. For those students who did not perform well, don't be discouraged. No matter how good the road is, there will be times when it isn't smooth. No matter how smooth life is, there will be moments when it isn't as you wish. You must firmly believe that you can face difficulties head-on. You must establish the belief that you will win. Setbacks and hardships were only stepping stones for the strong. For capable people, they were wealth. For the weak, they were a bottomless abyss. Whether you are strong, capable, or weak, it all depends on your own choice. But as your Yamacho, I hope that all of you will be strong. Are you willing to become experts? Li Zishuan's voice was very low, and his voice was also very moving. Although there were no flowery words in his words, nor were there any heroic words, when he said it, all the students in the audience, whether they were previously complacent or dejected, now had solemn and resolute expressions, as if they had been given a new lease of life. This was especially true for those students who did not do well in their exams. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. They could not wait to go into battle and take another exam. Yes. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the crowd. Li Gang and the others looked at each other and sighed in relief. This was because in the morning, they were still thinking about how to cheer up those students who did not do well. Now, after Li Zishuan's speech, the students were revived. There was no need for them to worry about anything. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said with satisfaction, "Good. Next, I will personally give out awards and scholarships to the top 10 students of last year's final exam." Scholarships? What scholarships? Most of the students knew about awards because they had worked at the Warm Tang Foundation last year. Every time a citizen donated a sum of money, they would be presented with a certificate. The students guessed that an award should be similar to a certificate, but this was the first time they had heard of something new. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, as the name suggests, these scholarships are specially set up for students with excellent academic performance. From today onwards, the top 10 students of each semester's final exam will receive the Yamacho scholarship. The first place will receive 500 strings of cash, the second place will receive 400 strings of cash, the third place will receive 300 strings of cash, and the 4th to 10th place will receive 100 strings of cash each. The Yamacho scholarship will be funded by me personally, and it will be evaluated every semester. I hope that everyone will continue to work hard and win this scholarship. Wow! Knowledge could change one's fate. This was what it meant to change one's fate. Just by passing an exam, they could receive 100 strings of cash and completely change the fate of a poor family. This was even faster than the imperial examination. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the audience immediately went into an uproar. Although there were corresponding rewards for the previous monthly exams, they were given out in the form of footballs and copper coins, so the audience did not feel much about it. However, this time, Li Zishuan directly and crudely used copper coins as the prizes. The shock it gave was on a completely different level. Quiet, quiet. Next, the students whose names are called, please come up in order. Li Zishuan suppressed the noise of discussion and read, last year's final exams. First place, Jia Jiayin. Second place, Li Ku. Third place, Li Tai. After the names of the top 10 students were read out, Jia Jiayin and the others hurriedly went up to the rostrum and stood in order. Li Zishuan started from the first place and gave out the certificates. Speaking of which, although this certificate was similar to the charity certificate issued by the Nuan Tang Foundation, the production was much better than the charity certificate. The words "Certificate of Honor" were embossed in gold on the cover, and there was also Li Zishuan's personal signature and personal seal. It was not only classy, but it was also a great symbol of honor. The moment they received the certificates, Jia Jiayin, Li Ku, and Li Tai were all shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Li Zishuan to make such a beautiful certificate. If they had also transmigrated from the modern world, they would have only said the words high-end, classy, and classy at this moment. Your scholarships will be collected from Mr. Yen later with the certificates. If anyone wants to send the money home, the academy can also send someone to escort them. After giving out the certificates, Li Zishuan said again. After all, a few hundred strings of cash could be considered a huge sum of money. If there was no escort, it could easily attract the attention of bandits. Thank you, Yamacho. Other than Li Tai and Li Ku, the two second-generation rich people who treated money like dirt, the rest of the students bowed to Li Zishuan and thanked him sincerely. Okay. You can all go down first. Next, we will officially award the 6 new professors for Yanhuang College. Chapter 1209. After the commendation ceremony and the appointment ceremony of the 6 professors, Li Zishuan let the students go back to the classroom to start the New Year's course. The course this semester was not easy. In addition to cultural courses, Li Zishuan also planned to let the students do some other projects. Yamacho, the king of Xianxia, is waiting outside the college with the Wa envoy, Brother Shanbei. After the students and teachers on the playground dispersed, Li Zishuan was about to go to his office when Mo Zhong came to report. The king of Jiangxia? The Wa envoy? Li Zishuan frowned and muttered to himself. Then he seemed to think of something. At the end of last year, the stronghold of the Cui family in Jianghu was destroyed overnight because of Li Zishuan's incitement of public anger. Cui Shanfu, the former minister of Honglu Temple, who was on duty in the shipping department of Guangdong, was also affected. Because the cavalry department found out that when the envoys of the Nanyang countries came to the court, the prime minister of the Jiega dynasty had colluded with Cui Shanfu. Li Er was furious when he heard the news. He directly dismissed Cui Shanfu from all his official positions and put him in prison. Therefore, the vacant position of minister of Honglu Temple was given to Li Daozong, the king of Jiangxia. That was why there was a strange combination of Li Daozong and the Wa envoy, Brother Shanbei. What is the Wa envoy doing here? Li Zishuan walked toward the gate of the college and asked Mo Zhong. Yamacho, the king of Jiangxia, said that the Wa envoy wants to visit the college and has asked for a decree from His Majesty. Mo Zhong saluted with his fists and replied. Visit the college? Li Zishuan heard this and his eyes turned cold. He did not have a good impression of the Wa people, either in his previous life or in this life. Yanhuang College was the most precious treasure left by Li Zishuan to the Tang Empire. Of course, he was unhappy that the Wa people wanted to visit it. Besides the king of Jiangxia, who else came with him? Li Zishuan asked again. Let's return to Yamacho. Chancellor Kong of the Imperial College is also here. It's said that the Wa envoy visited the Imperial College first and then came to Yanhuang College. Humph. Let's meet this guy today. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Marquis Yong, and you finally came out. This prince didn't delay your teaching, did he? When they arrived at the entrance of the academy, Li Daozong was the first to greet them. Greetings, Marquis Yong, and. Seeing Li Zishuan coming over, the big brother king on the mountain back cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zishuan. Perhaps it was because he wasn't familiar with it, but his actions were rather comical. Li Zishuan just nodded, then he looked at Li Daozong and smiled. Your Highness is too polite. Please come in. Li Daozong smiled. He glanced at the luxurious high-rise buildings in Yanhuang College and sighed, speaking of which, this is the first time this prince has visited Yanhuang College so closely, right? Marquis Yong, and you have to tell this prince about it later. Li Zishuan nodded, of course. Seeing that Li Zishuan seemed to be in a good mood, the big brother king on the mountain back interrupted, this is also the first time I've seen such a spectacular academy. I hope Marquis Yong and can let me in to have a good look. Li Zishuan secretly rolled his eyes and said lightly, you have His Majesty's decree, so of course you can go in to have a look. But let me say this first. There are some places you can go in the academy, but there are some places you can't go even if you have an imperial decree. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Hearing Li Zishuan's unfriendly tone, the Wa warriors who came with the big brother king on the mountain back changed their expressions. They couldn't help but touch the Wa swords at their waists. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at them coldly. Suddenly, the warriors' backs were covered in cold sweat. At that moment, they felt as if they were being targeted by a cheetah. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. Stop. Although the big brother king on the mountain back's face changed a few times, he still had a trace of rationality in his mind. He pressed his hands together and quickly cupped his hands to Li Zishuan. Marquis Yong, and is right. I will definitely not go to the places I shouldn't go in later. In the depths of Li Zishuan's eyes, a trace of undetectable cold light flashed. This big brother king on the mountain back was flexible and smart. He had heard that he was now the heir of the Wu nation without any suspense. This made Li Zishuan feel that it was a little tricky. He wasn't afraid of those who liked to jump and court death on purpose. He was afraid of this kind of person who could endure silently and make you unable to find any weakness to attack. Once this kind of person became strong, he would definitely strike back without mercy. That better be the case. Li Zishuan snorted mercilessly, turned around, and walked inside with Li Daozong. Kong Yingda, who was behind them, frowned. Although all the officials of the Tang Empire didn't have a good impression of the Wu nation's envoy because of the imperial court's fleet being ambushed in Wu nation last year, Kong Yingda thought that since Wu nation was willing to hand over the head of the bandits and send their heir to apologize with such generous compensation, as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, they should forgive Wu nation. However, Li Zishuan's actions now showed that he didn't take the Wu nation's envoy seriously at all. This made Kong Yingda feel that Li Zishuan had lost the dignity and grace of the Celestial Empire. However, although he thought so, Kong Yingda didn't say it out loud, because he knew Li Zishuan's nature. Even if he said it out loud, Li Zishuan wouldn't change his mind. Li Zishuan first took the group to visit the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College. The bold architectural style, the hard and flat cement walls, the cement floor, and the smooth and transparent glass windows shocked the Wu nation's people, Li Daozong, and Kong Yingda. The Celestial Palace. The Celestial Palace. This college is magnificent, just like the Celestial Palace. Even if the Wu nation had the power of the whole country, they wouldn't be able to build such a college. The eldest brother on the mountain back stared blankly at the Guanghua building for a long time before he came back to his senses and murmured. Marquis Yong, may I ask what material the road and walls are made of? Why are they as smooth as a mirror and as hard as a rock? As the group continued to walk forward, the eldest brother on the mountain back asked again. Li Zishuan squinted at him and said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. This is a secret of the Tang Empire. Anyone who divulges it will be investigated and killed without mercy. Marquis Yong, no matter how good-tempered the eldest brother on the mountain back was, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at this moment. However, the situation was beyond his control, and he knew that there was a big gap between the Tang Empire and the Wu nation. Even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 12:10. Marquis Yong, may I go in and listen to the lectures of Yanhuang College's teachers? In front of Guanghua Tower, the mountain back's big brother king was still unwilling to give up. Li Zishuan did not even think about it and directly refused, no. Guanghua Tower is an important place for learning. Outsiders are not allowed to enter so as to not affect the students' studies. I'm just going to take a look from outside the building and not make a sound. How can I affect the students' studies? Li Zishuan did not want to give in and rejected him again. That won't do either. The courses taught in the academy are also classified secrets of the Tang Empire. Outsiders are not allowed to look at them. What a joke. How could the Japanese see or hear the advanced mathematics, physics, and chemistry courses in the academy? Li Zishuan would not even allow them to look from outside the building. This was his academy. It was also his work. Huff, huff. The mountain back's big brother king took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Otherwise, he felt that he would not be able to hold it in. I heard that there's a magical thing called an astronomical telescope in this building. May I know if Marquis Yong can show it to me? After suppressing the anger in his chest, the mountain back's big brother king requested again. What astronomical telescope? You must have heard wrongly, right? The academy has never had such a thing. Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly as he replied. He thought to himself, looks like this mountain back's big brother king did his homework before coming here. He even knows about the astronomical telescope. But so what if he knows? He was determined not to see it anyway. This was an absolute military secret of the Tang Empire. Marquis Yong'an. The mountain-back's big brother king's expression was very ugly at this moment. He pulled out an imperial edict from his sleeve and said, "The Emperor of the Tang Empire has already allowed me to visit the academy, but you have repeatedly stopped me. Are you not going to listen to the words of the Emperor of the Tang Empire?" Li Zishuan said expressionlessly, "His Majesty has already said that Yunshan is my fief. Everyone in Yanhuang College must listen to my orders. Anyone who comes to Yanhuang College must also abide by my rules. His Majesty asked me to show you around the academy. That's fine, and we're touring the academy now. But you have to follow the academy's rules when you're touring the academy. Please take note of your status, or you will be expelled from the academy." After hearing these words, the big brother king on the mountain back was immediately rendered speechless. After that, under the lead of Li Zishuan, the group of people looked at all the places in the academy. However, most of the time, they only looked at the outside of the building. It was rare for them to enter the building. Therefore, after more than 2 hours, the only building that the big brother king on the mountain back had entered was the Yanhuang College's cafeteria. After more than 2 hours of touring, how could the word miserable describe it? However, although it looked miserable, the big brother king on the mountain back still saw many new things during the tour. For example, the big globe in front of Guanghua Building, and the supermarket in the academy, and so on. Since the tour is over, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality today, Marquis. At dusk, the big brother king on the mountain back finished touring the academy and said goodbye to Li Zishuan. However, he placed extra emphasis on the word hospitality in this sentence. Li Zishuan pretended not to understand the other party's meaning. He laughed and said, "You're welcome at any time." The big brother king on the mountain back looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said nothing. Then, he left with Kong Yingda. Suddenly, only Li Zishuan and Li Daozong were left on the road. "Marquis Yong'an? You seem to have a big prejudice against the Wu Nation's envoy?" Li Daozong smiled and looked at Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan was startled and replied, "Last September, the imperial court's fleet was ambushed by the Wu Nation in the Southeast Sea. Dozens of Navy soldiers and many innocent people were killed. Now that the Wu Nation's envoy has come to Chang'an, do you expect me to be polite to them? I've already restrained myself by not drawing my sword directly." Li Daozong shook his head disapprovingly and said, "Last year, the imperial court's fleet was ambushed by the Wu Nation in the Southeast Sea. But now, the Wu Nation's crown prince has personally sent the head of the bandits to the Tang Empire and compensated the imperial court with a large amount of brass and silver. I think this is already very sincere, right? Why does Marquis Yong'an still want to pressure the big brother on the mountain back?" In Li Daozong's mind, the Wu Nation was just a small place. Although they had accidentally offended the Tang Empire, this little brother had already come over and sincerely admitted his mistake. He even gave compensation. The Tang Empire, the most powerful country in the world, naturally had to show its magnanimity and forgive him. Li Daozong felt that Li Zishuan was a little narrow-minded by not letting go and persistently forcing the Tang Empire's crown prince. "Your Highness, the Wu Nation's people are like young tigers. Although they look harmless and docile on the surface, when they learn the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire and grow their teeth, they will hurt people. At that time, the young tiger will become a big tiger. If you want to make them obedient, you can only use strong force." Li Zishuan said faintly. The Wu Nation's people were very good at humbly learning the advantages of other countries. But under the surface of humility and modesty, they were extremely arrogant and proud of their own culture. Therefore, once the Wu Nation's people surpassed their teachers, they would mock and belittle their teachers, and even beat them up. Li Zishuan's words were not groundless. They were all based on evidence. In modern times, after the Meiji Restoration, Wu Nation had learned from Western culture, introduced advanced Western technology, and borrowed scientific and technological achievements to quickly become the second most powerful country. They were constantly learning and innovating to surpass others. But at the same time, they also brought great harm to their Asian neighbors, such as China. This was the main reason why Li Zishuan hated the Wu nation. Yes, he was a nationalistic youth. Back then, he could not do anything in the era of peace. Now that he had transmigrated to the Tang Empire and was in a high position, he would feel sorry for himself if he did not do something to the Wu nation. Young tiger? Marquis Yong, and the Wu nation is just a small place. Even if they can really grow up, what do we have to fear? A tiger is still as small as a grain of sand in the vast sea in front of the colossus that is the Tang Empire. A mayfly trying to shake a tree is like a moth flying into a flame. Only death awaits. Although Li Zishuan's words sounded reasonable, Li Daozong had followed Li Er to the north and south in the first half of his life. How could he, who was arrogant, take a small Wu nation seriously? Chapter 12:11. Li Shaogong didn't think much of the Wu people, but Li Zishuan wouldn't let his guard down. He felt that the Wu people were more threatening than the Turks in the north. Therefore, even if Li Er blamed him for what he did today, he wouldn't regret it. But the good thing was that Li Er didn't have a good impression of the Wu people because of the loss of dozens of Tang navy in the Wu last year. Naturally, he wouldn't blame him for it. The fact was that Li Er allowed the mountain-back elder brother to visit Yanhuang College because he wanted to maintain the demeanor of a great country and not be criticized by Confucian apologists for being stingy. He wasn't worried that the mountain-back elder brother would be wronged in Yanhuang College. He was worried that the mountain-back elder brother would see some secrets of Yanhuang College, such as the telescope and the college's laboratory. Li Zishuan's actions today could only be said to be exactly what Li Er wanted. Your Highness, the Marquis of Yong, and seems to be very unfriendly to us. Chang'an City, in a room of Honglu Temple. Yoko Ono bowed slightly and whispered to the mountain-back elder brother. Back when Li Shaogong led the army to exterminate the Suo family in Fanio, there was no longer any dispute over the next ruler of Wu. Although the ancient empress hadn't officially appointed the mountain-back elder brother as the crown prince, his subordinates had already begun to call him the crown prince. At first, the mountain-back elder brother would correct them, but after a long time, he was too lazy to do so. Or rather, he was used to it. I can see that too. But since I came to Chang'an City, the number of times I've seen the Marquis of Yong and can be counted on one hand. It's even more impossible to offend him. I don't know where his hostility towards me comes from. The mountain-back elder brother looked out of the window with a gloomy expression. A few days ago, he had applied to stay in Chang'an for a while with the purpose of learning the culture of Tang Empire. When he returned to Wu, he would be able to carry out reforms. He was also an ambitious person. He hoped that he could become a ruler of resurgence in the future. But the great Tang's imperial court didn't seem very friendly to him. Li Erdu hadn't given him a residence, which meant that he had to live in the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Wasn't this the same as living in an inn every day? Compared to Feng Jidai's son, Feng Jidai's treatment as a messenger. After all, not only did Jidai have a residence in the capital, but he also was often by the side of the emperor. Your Highness, the problem might be that you rarely meet the Marquis of Yong and you. Yoko Ono's eyes flashed as she cupped her hands. Back when Su was sent people to assassinate Li Shaogong in Fanio City, Yoko Ono almost had a large piece of his scalp cut off during the chaotic battle. Although he had already recovered from his injuries, the center of his head was bald and no longer had any hair, making him look somewhat comical. How? The big brother king looked at Yoko Ono. He held back his urge to laugh and asked. This subordinate has heard that the Han officials are very particular about reciprocity. If an ordinary person wants to invite a high-ranking official to do something, it is impossible for them to not send some generous gifts. Therefore, in this subordinate's humble opinion, Your Highness should prepare some gifts for the Marquis of Yong and to build a better relationship. The next time you visit Yanhuang College, your treatment will be much different. Yoko Ono cupped her hands and explained with a wise face. The big brother king on the mountain back suddenly understood. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "It seems that I didn't think it through. Then Yang Zi, help me think, what is suitable to give the Marquis of Yong'an? It's said that he's the person who makes the most money in the Great Tang, so he probably won't care for gold or silver. What should this prince give him?" When Yoko Ono heard this, he was instantly worried. He frowned deeply and thought for a long time before finally saying, "Your Highness, this subordinate believes that since the Duke of Yong'an doesn't lack money, then he definitely lacks women. I heard that he only has one wife. Why don't we give him 2 Yamato beauties? He must have never seen the beauties of our Yamato people, right?" The big brother king on the mountain back's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Good, good, good. Immediately send a letter to the Empress and request for 2 of the most beautiful and pure women in Japan." "Yes." Yoko Ono hurriedly left to carry out the order. Only the big brother king on the mountain back was left in the room. He muttered, "I heard that the Marquis of Yong'an founded engineering school, vigorously discovering the people's livelihood and building advanced tools. This is the knowledge that Japan needs. This prince must obtain it. Hedong Road, Lan Province, outside Ifan County. Old Master Han, this official has already informed the owners of Willow Village, Nanping Village, and Kaiyang Village in advance. They should be waiting in Willow Village right now. Let's go over first. Old Master Han, you can also take a look at the villages." A middle-aged official wearing a green official's robe sat in the same carriage as Han Li. The middle-aged official had a kind expression and didn't have the air of an official on his face. If it wasn't for the green official's robe, people would probably mistake him for an ordinary citizen. "Thank you for your trouble, County Magistrate Wang. This Han can't thank you enough." Han Tianhu clasped his hands and thanked him sincerely. That's right. After many days of traveling, he had already arrived at the border of Lan Province. Once he arrived at the county, he immediately found the county magistrate of Ifan County, Wang Chengxing. The Wang family rose from Taiyuan. Within 100 miles of Taiyuan, the surname Wang was considered a big surname. Although Wang Chengxing wasn't a direct descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, he was more or less related to them. "Huh? What are you talking about, Master Han? This is my duty. Why should I thank you?" "Don't worry, Master Han. In a while, the owners of the 3 villages will definitely not make things difficult for you. This official has already sent my county's deputy to greet them." County Magistrate Wang said with a smile. Although Han Tianhu was just an ordinary citizen, he didn't dare to slight him at all. What a joke. Who would dare to slight the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yong'an? Last year, Li Zishuan sent Fubin to Ifang County to look for ore. He offended the son of the county magistrate of Ifang at that time and was imprisoned. Later, the provincial governor of Lan Province was furious and sent people to arrest the county magistrate and deputy of Ifang County. Only then was county magistrate Wang transferred over to be the county magistrate. Now that Li Zishuan's father-in-law was here, he naturally had to take care of him carefully. Moreover, the day before Han Tianhu's arrival, the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu, had sent a message to him, telling him to take good care of him. If there were any mistakes, he would be expelled from the Wang family. Therefore, Wang Qingxing was just short of worshipping Han Tianhu as if he was his ancestor. "Thank you for your kind intentions, County Magistrate Wang. However, business is a matter of mutual consent. I don't like to force people. If the owners of the 3 villages are willing to sell, the price will naturally be negotiable. If not, I will think of other ways. I hope County Magistrate Wang won't use extreme measures because of this." Chapter 12:12. Although Han Lijing now had the support of Li Zishuan, the current favorite of the imperial court, he would never rely on his son-in-law to be arrogant and despotic outside. On the contrary, he was even more cautious than before, fearing that he would cause trouble for Li Zishuan outside. He even cherished Li Zishuan more than Li Zishuan himself. Cough cough. Master Han, what kind of person do you think I, Wang Qingxing, am? I became a grand scholar at the age of 25. Although I don't dare to say that I have many great achievements, I have never done anything to oppress the people. The main families of those 3 villages were all willing. This official definitely did not force them. Wang Qingxing, who was in the carriage, heard Han Lizheng's words and quickly defended himself. Han Tianhu cupped his hands and said, County Magistrate Wang, please don't be angry. I apologize, but I have no intention of slandering you. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. I didn't take it to heart. Wang Qingxing rubbed his chin and chuckled. The carriage continued to move forward and soon arrived at a village. The houses in the village were very old. Some of the families even lived in thatched huts. A small river flowed around the village. The simple old people in the village were sitting in front of the door basking in the sun. The children were running around and playing. In the fields in the early spring, the wheat sprouts were only about an inch tall. It was a lovely green color. It was worth mentioning that there were many rows of willow trees at the entrance of the village. In this season, the willow trees had already begun to sprout. The green color brought a lot of vitality to the village. Master Han, Willow Village is just ahead. I have an appointment with Master Lu, Master Zhang, and Master Sunday. They are waiting in the village. Wang Qingxing pushed open the window and said with a smile. We're finally here. These 2 days have been hard on County Magistrate Wang. After everything is done, I will prepare a table of wine in the city. County Magistrate Wang, you must come. Han Tianhu let out a long sigh of relief. After several days of running around, he felt a trace of exhaustion in his heart. However, when he thought of what he had to do next, his body was suddenly filled with energy. It was all thanks to Wang Qingxing's assistance from the side. Otherwise, if he was alone in this unfamiliar place, it would probably take him a long time just to find the landlords of these 3 villages. Old Master Han is too polite. You're welcome. Wang Qingxing said with a smile. After stopping the carriage at the entrance of the village, the 2 of them walked towards the village with 3 to 5 yamen runners. Moments later, the 2 of them arrived at a luxurious house that occupied at least 2 to 3 acres of land. Seeing the painted red door and the tall courtyard walls, Han Tianhu couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, the villagers of Willow Village are so poor, but the landlord here lives in such a luxurious house. He probably eats lavishly. I wonder how many people live here. That's right. Although they hadn't met yet, Han Tianhu had already labeled the landlord of Willow Village as an evil person who robbed the people of their wealth. Greetings, County Magistrate. The servant in front of the luxurious house saw Wang Qingxing walking over with a group of yamen runners and quickly went forward to greet him. Are your old master and the neighboring village's old Master Zhang and old Master Sun in the house now? Wang Qingxing's face turned serious as he asked in a low voice. At this moment, he became the county magistrate that everyone looked up to. The servant quickly replied, replying to County Magistrate, my old Master Zhang, and old Master Sun are all here. Oh. County Magistrate Wang is here. Lu, sorry for not coming out to meet you. As they were talking, 3 men in luxurious clothes walked out of the courtyard. The fat old man in the lead quickly greeted County Magistrate Wang with a smile. Lu Shiren? It's you. Before County Magistrate Wang could speak, Han Tianhu, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in surprise. Who else could this fat rich man be if not Lu Shiren, who had disappeared for almost a year? Han Tianhu had never imagined that one of the estates he wanted to buy was actually one of Lu Shiren's estates. Indeed, the river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years west for 30 years. Every dog has its day. Back then, Lu Shiren owned the Han family manor and the Plum Village in Lantian County. He acted like a tyrant over Han Tianhu and all the other villagers, oppressing and exploiting the commoners. No one dared to voice their anger. Later on, because of Li Zishuan, he was chased out of Lantian County. Who would have thought that this old man would sneak out of Chang and come to Lanzhou to buy property? But now, Han Tianhu had changed from the Li Zheng who could be easily bullied to a rich man who wanted to buy Lu Shiren's manor. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. Han Tianhu. Lu Shiren, who was greeting County Magistrate Wang with a smile, looked in the direction of Han Li Zheng when he heard the voice. When he saw that familiar figure, his pupils shrank and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, his old face had turned from joy to pale, then darker and darker. It was really exciting. You know each other? This time, it was County Magistrate Wang's turn to be surprised. He had wanted to introduce them to each other, but before he could even open his mouth, the two of them were already glaring at each other. It was obvious that there was some enmity between them. Han Tianhu nodded, then took a step forward and looked directly at Lu Shiren. He said coldly, "Humph. Lu Shiren, I didn't expect that after you escaped from Lantian County, you still haven't changed your ways. You actually changed a place to abuse your power. You have to know that after doing so many evil things, even if others don't punish you, there will be a day when the heavens will punish you." Lu Shiren's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. If it was a year ago, he would not have been so cowardly in front of Han Tianhu, but now, he had no choice but to be cowardly. Although he was already far away from Chang'an, Lu Shiren had never stopped receiving news about Han Tianhu and Li Zishuan. Especially Li Zishuan, who was an influential figure in the imperial court. Those who knew about him were definitely not limited to Chang'an. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his name was known all over the world. For the past year, he and his crippled son had been living in fear. The father and son were afraid that Li Zishuan would send people to take revenge on them. Because with Li Zishuan's current status, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing 2 ants. Therefore, to prevent any accidents, Lu Shiren used all his savings to buy a manor in Yifang County. He rarely left the manor because he was afraid that Li Zishuan would send people to take revenge on him. Because of this, Lu Shiren did not dare to act rashly. He did not even dare to say a word because he knew that Han Tianhu had the ability to kill him today. "Old Master Han, what is going on?" County Magistrate Wang was confused for a while before he finally asked. Chapter 12-13. Old Master Han. Hearing County Magistrate Wang address Han Tianhu in such a respectful manner, Lu Shiren's heart sank even more. Obviously, County Magistrate Wang knew Han Tianhu's identity. Then, County Magistrate Wang would be even less likely to help him. Heaven really wanted to destroy him. County Magistrate Wang, this Lu Shiren was the landlord of the manor that I previously lived in. He and his son usually relied on their status to run rampant in the village, causing the local people to boil with anger. Later, the villagers couldn't bear it anymore and joined forces to drive them out of the manor. I didn't expect that they would escape here. Han Li cupped his hands and said to County Magistrate Wang. There's such a thing? County Magistrate Wang didn't suspect him. He squinted his eyes and turned to look at Lu Shiren. His expression instantly turned cold. Lu Shiren's legs went soft and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. County Magistrate, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. I did do a lot of evil in the past, but ever since I came to Yifang County, I've been abiding by the law and doing good deeds. I beg County Magistrate for your judgment. The two men who had followed Lu Shiren out earlier saw that Lu Shiren had knelt down and begged for mercy before they could even say a few words. They couldn't help but shudder with fear as they looked at Han Tianhu, secretly praying that the other party wouldn't find trouble with them. Jianghu. County Magistrate Wang snorted and shouted. Yes. Quickly go to the village and ask the villagers if Lu Shiren bullied them or did anything illegal. Yes. Sir. The Yamen runner hurriedly left to carry out the order. Lu Shiren, who was kneeling on the ground, turned even paler. He hurriedly raised his head and begged for mercy. Don't investigate, County Magistrate, I plead guilty. I plead guilty. I shouldn't have bullied the villagers and taken advantage of them. I beg County Magistrate to be lenient. Now that the enemy was at his doorstep, even if he did not take the initiative to confess, Wang Qingxing would still punish him for his crimes after he learned the truth from the people. Furthermore, his crimes would be even more severe. Rather than that, he might as well take the initiative to confess. At that time, he could still ask for leniency. Bastard. You actually dare to force yourself on a common woman? Guards, take Lu Shiren back to the county yamen immediately and bring him back to the manor. Rescue the woman he raped. Wang Qingxing was furious when he heard this. How could such a thing happen under his rule? It might even affect the annual official assessment of the Ministry of Personnel. Yes. 2 bailiffs stepped forward and easily captured Lu Shiren. The other 2 bailiffs rushed into the manor and soon came out with 2 slender, delicate, and pretty girls. Seeing this, Wang Qingxing was even more enraged. He cupped his hands to Han Tianhu and said, "Brother Han Tianhu, please forgive me for my insolence. Old Master Han, I still have some work to do in the county yamen, so I won't accompany you any longer. You can talk to the 2 of them slowly. When you're done, you can go to the county yamen to register." Han Tianhu nodded and said, "County Magistrate Wang, please go ahead. Official business is more important. I have nothing for you to worry about." Wang Qingxing nodded. He turned around and waved at the surrounding bailiffs. The group of people left in a hurry. Father! Father! Someone kidnapped your concubine." At this time, Lu Haojian's shout came from the yard. Was this child still living in a dream? Only now did he realize it. "Old Master Zhang, Old Master Sun, are you willing to sell the land in Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village?" After Wang Qingxing left, Han Tianhu had to bring the other 2 landlords to the willow tree at the entrance of Willow Village and began to discuss the matter of buying land. Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun looked at each other and quickly nodded at the same time, yes, yes. Although they did not know Han Tianhu's identity, based on County Magistrate Wang's attitude just now, Han Tianhu's identity was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, Lu Shiren was taken back to the county yamen for questioning after a few words. This made Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun tremble with fear. They were afraid that they would be arrested as well. After all, which one of them had not done 1 or 2 bad things? They would not be able to withstand an investigation. Han Tianhu asked again, "Then how much do the 2 masters intend to ask for?" "Whatever you say." Old Master Sun and Old Master Zhang almost did not think and immediately replied. Han Tianhu was speechless for a while. At this time, he also saw that the 2 were frightened by the scene just now, so he could not help but say, "Don't worry, County Magistrate Wang is honest and upright. As long as you have not done anything against the law, he will not trouble you for no reason." When the 2 heard this, they could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. "Aren't you talking nonsense? If we really have a clear conscience, why would we be so afraid of you? Old Master Han is right. County Magistrate Wang is a good official." Old Master Zhang sighed with embarrassment and then said, "To be honest, Old Master Sun and my ancestral home is in Bingzhou. Recently, we plan to move back, so we are anxious to sell the land here. So, if Old Master Han really wants it, the price is all negotiable." In order to slip away as soon as possible, this old man just opened his mouth and lied. "Yes, yes, yes. That's right, that's right. If Old Master Han really wants it, we can negotiate the price. Please name a price first." Old Master Sun's eyes lit up and quickly agreed. Han Tianhu frowned and looked at the two suspiciously, then said, "As far as this old man knows, Nanping Village and Kaiyang Village have a total of 4,000 mu of fertile land. I wonder if Old Master Zhang and Old Master Sun are willing to buy all the land at once for 20 strings of coins per mu of land?" This price was not high for Tang Chu during this period of time, but it was also not low. It could be considered a relatively fair price. Yes, yes. Tomorrow, this old man will take the land deed and follow Old Master Han to the county office to register and hand over. As soon as his voice fell, the two rich old men immediately agreed. "Hey! Little Ku, so much money, and you just put it in the dormitory?" Yanhuang College. Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yuchi Baolin, Zhang Sun Chong, and the others had just helped Li Tai move the copper coins and had to help Li Ku. Qing Chumo was a little confused. What did these two brothers mean? Did they like to pile up copper coins in the dormitory to show off their wealth? Were they kidding? Li Ku was carrying a big box alone and replied, "If not in the dormitory, where should I put it? Back to the palace? Then when the academy needs money in the future, I will go back to Chang'an to get money? How troublesome." The academy's food expenses were not cheap for the students who lived in luxury. Although Li Ku had just put 400 strings of coins in the dormitory, it was estimated that it was only enough for 2 to 3 months. Therefore, he chose to put the scholarship of 400 strings of coins directly in the dormitory. Chapter 12:14. Sigh, Little Ku. Copper coins are so troublesome to use. Lunch costs at least 1 or 2 strings of coins, and every time we eat, we have to bring a few strings of coins. If only the college cafeteria could use gold beans, it would save us a lot of trouble. Qing Chumo could not help but say as he hugged a box of coins. The Qing family had made a lot of money from their partnership with Li Zishuan in the winery. Qing Chumo now had more pocket money than before, so he could be considered a rich man. Otherwise, he would not have said something like that. Li Ku was stunned for a moment before he laughed. "Cho Nyo, if you bring gold beans to the cafeteria, even if you dare to give them, they won't dare to accept them. It would take them half a day to refund your money." "Hee hee. Little Ku, what you said makes sense." Qing Chumo thought about it and laughed embarrassedly. Li Ku's expression did not change, but he was deep in thought. Last year, when he was an intern at the Warm Tang Foundation, he had mentioned to Li Zishuan that it was inconvenient to carry copper coins around. At that time, Li Zishuan encouraged him and told him that as a student of Yanhuang College, he had to solve the problem whenever he encountered a problem. If he could solve the problem of copper coins, he would start a new era and leave his name in history. Since then, he had been thinking about this problem. Today, Qing Chumo's random words gave him a hint of inspiration. Perhaps it could be like this. For the next few days, Li Ku seemed to be possessed. Other than going to class every day, he would write and draw in a small notebook. Even during the weekends, the students would often see him in the classroom. No one was surprised by this because they all thought that Li Ku was studying hard. After all, it was the first time Li Ku had entered the top 3 in the final exam. He had surpassed Li Tai. If he wanted to maintain this result, he would have to work even harder. However, the reality was completely different from what everyone thought. On this day, Li Ku came to Li Zishuan's office. "Yamacho, I have something to talk to you about." Li Ku knocked on the door and said to Li Zishuan. Sit down and talk." Li Zishuan glanced at Li Ku, especially at the booklet the child was holding. He then pointed at the sofa opposite him and smiled. "Thank you, Yamacho." Li Zishuan thanked him and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Speaking of which, in the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Zishuan could enjoy such a soft sofa. With half of his butt on the sofa, Li Ku organized his thoughts and said, "Yamacho, I've thought of a way to solve the problem of copper coins being inconvenient to carry around." Tell me about it." Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku in surprise. He quickly put down the book in his hand and looked like he was all ears. Li Ku was a little nervous, but he still mustered up his courage and said, "Yamacho, I think that to solve the problem of inconvenience to carry around, we can set up a department in the academy to provide a copper coin exchange service for the students. In other words, the students can take the copper coins and exchange them for paper certificates of the corresponding value in the academy. With these certificates, everyone can go to the cafeteria to eat or to the Gu family store to buy things. Wherever the academy uses copper coins, these certificates can be used as a replacement. Every once in a while, like the Gu family store, they can take the certificates and exchange them for copper coins at the academy. This way, no one will lose money and the transaction process will be much more convenient." Yamacho, what do you think of this idea? Li Ku had been talking for a long time, but Li Zishuan still hadn't responded. Li Ku suddenly felt a little guilty and asked. Good. Very good. Li Zishuan suddenly stood up and clapped his hands as he laughed. At this moment, he only wanted to say, "Show off. Heaven show off." What Li Ku said just now, wasn't it the prototype of banknotes or paper money? His constant guidance to this child had finally borne fruit. "Little Ku, I am very gratified that you can think of this, but there are some problems that you need to consider first." Li Zishuan first affirmed Li Ku's idea, then pulled Li Ku back to reality from the clouds. "Yamacho, what other problems do you have?" Li Ku stared at Li Zishuan without blinking and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and stretched out a finger. "First, you need to think of a way to make the students believe in your certificate and be willing to exchange copper coins for it. After all, they have never seen your certificate before. Why would they be willing to exchange their money for a piece of paper? Second, once the students believe in you and are willing to exchange copper coins for the certificate, you need to think of a way to make the person who receives the certificate believe that you can exchange it for copper coins. This is because the ultimate goal of a businessman is to make money. If they can only make a few pieces of paper in the end, who would be willing to do it? You don't need to worry about the cafeteria, but as for Gu Xiaomao, I can't force him. You have to deal with it yourself. Third, and most importantly, you need to consider whether or not someone will copy your certificate in the future and use it for profiteering. Our Yanhuang College is not big, but it's not small either. If someone forges the certificate, then the losses we will suffer cannot be underestimated." Li Ku listened as he wrote down all the problems that Li Zishuan mentioned in the booklet. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he was silent for a while before he stood up and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Yamacho, for your teachings. As for the first and second points, this student will try my best to make the students and the merchants of the college believe in this certificate. As for the third point, this student is thinking of making the design on the certificate more complicated and stamping it with Yamacho's personal seal. I'm afraid it won't be easy for others to copy it, right?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Who said that the seal can't be copied? But if this certificate is only used in the college, then it's not impossible. But I hope that this kind of transaction certificate can be promoted to the common people in the future. So, little Ku, you either don't do it, or make it impeccable. Make it so that no one in the world can copy it." Li Ku widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Yamacho, you want to let the common people and merchants use this kind of certificate to trade?" He never thought that Li Zishuan would play with such a big deal. If the common people could use his certificate, then wouldn't he be creating a new type of currency? Thinking of this, Li Ku's breathing became a little hurried. Seeing Li Ku's reaction, Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, "Why not? Do you still remember what I told you 2 months ago? If you can solve the problem of copper coins being inconvenient to carry around, then you will create a new era and leave your name in history. If you don't let everyone use this certificate, then how can you leave your name in history?" Chapter 12:15. Start a new era and leave a mark in history. At this moment, Li Ku finally realized that Li Zishuan was not bragging when he said those words. It was something that could really happen. But could he really make all the people in Tang Dynasty use the transaction token he created? Li Ke couldn't help but doubt it. Seeing the doubt on Li Ke's face, Li Zishuan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little Ke, don't think too much about it. Right now, your priority is to make everyone in the academy believe in your transaction token and make sure that it won't be copied by others. As for making everyone in Tang Dynasty use our transaction token, it's still too early to do so. There's still a long way to go. Then, Yamacho, what should I do to make sure that the transaction token won't be copied?" Li Ke's eyes lit up as he asked. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, 3 days later, go down the mountain and visit the workshop. Faubert will give you a transaction token printed by the workshop. At that time, you will know that there are some things in this world that are difficult to copy. Li Ke was pleasantly surprised. "Yamacho, you already have a plan?" "Huh. You can say that. 3 days later, you will know." Li Ke saw that Li Zishuan didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't ask any further. At this moment, he felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yamacho, I think that we should give the transaction token a name and design different denominations to make it easier to use in the future." Li Zishuan nodded. Even if Li Ke didn't say anything, he would name the currency. But what should he name it? Renminbi or banknotes? Forget it, it doesn't match the Tang Dynasty. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan finally said, "Let's call it Tang Yuan." A Tang Yuan is equivalent to a coin. Below the Tang Yuan is a Tang Jiao. A Tang Jiao is equivalent to a copper coin. As for the denomination of the transaction token, it can be 1 Tang Jiao, 5 Tang Jiao, 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, 100 Tang Jiao, and 1 Tang Yuan, 5 Tang Yuan, 10 Tang Yuan, 50 Tang Yuan, and 100 Tang Yuan. When you trade, no matter how much the item is worth, you can use glutinous rice balls of different denominations to form the corresponding amount of money. It's convenient and time-saving. Tang Yuan? What a nice name. Li Ke's eyes lit up and he praised, "Yamacho, what should the department in the academy that is in charge of depositing and exchanging Tang Yuan be called?" He had to admit that this child was quite thoughtful. "Let's call it Yanhuang Bank. It's a village that specializes in managing Yanhuang College's copper coins." Things like banks were too far away from this era. If he rashly brought it up, it would probably be hard for people to accept it. After thinking about it, only the term bank would be easier for people to understand. Bank. Good. Then Ke will go and prepare the matters of the bank. Li Ke excitedly got up and said goodbye. Ha! I didn't wait in vain. The era of paper money is finally coming. After Li Zishuan left, the corners of Li Zishuan's mouth curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. No. Why do I feel like Yamacho has already thought of this method for a long time? On the way back to the classroom, Li Ke suddenly stopped in his tracks and hit his head in annoyance as he muttered softly. His suspicions were not without reason. When Li Zishuan heard about the method of the transaction certificate, it seemed like he already had a perfect anti-counterfeiting method in his mind. The reason why he said so much was likely to be to test him. But if Li Zishuan had already thought of this method, why didn't he act on it? Why did he wait until Li Ke suggested it? Forget it. Who cares? Yamacho must have his reasons. After thinking for a long time, Li Ke still could not figure out the deeper meaning behind Li Zishuan's actions. He shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. He still had a lot of things to do now. "Master Lu, take a look at this seal. Can you engrave it?" In the afternoon, Li Zishuan came to the workshop with a drawing in his hand. He looked for Skyblade, Lu Dingyi, the original master of Strange Pavilion, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, Luidao. Luidao's carving skills were the best in Chang'an. After Li Zishuan bought Heavenly Craft Pavilion and established Strange Pavilion, he hired Luidao to the workshop and gave him preferential treatment. When the workshop first introduced movable type printing, most of the words were engraved by Louis Dao. Yo! Marquis, let this old man take a look. Louis Dao did not dare to be negligent. He quickly took the drawing from Li Zishuan with both hands and began to look at it carefully. After a while, he raised his head and asked, Marquis wants to engrave all these words on the seal? Yes. Is there any problem? Li Zishuan nodded in response. Miniature carving was a craft that had a long history. Many skilled craftsmen during the spring and autumn period could do it. Li Zishuan asked Louis Dao to make this seal mainly for the purpose of making banknotes anti-counterfeit. In the Song dynasty, banknotes appeared in China. Not only were there banknotes, there were also many anti-counterfeit technologies. After all, in ancient times, there were no banknote detectors, QR code scanning and other advanced technologies. However, the ancient people used some excellent anti-counterfeit technologies on banknotes. Li Zishuan planned to use one of them, the anti-counterfeit seal. Earlier, Li Zishuan said that he wanted to stamp his personal seal on the banknotes as an anti-counterfeit. However, Li Zishuan felt that it was not reliable because it was too easy to fake a personal seal. If he really wanted to use a seal as an anti-counterfeit, he would make an anti-counterfeit seal. This was a method of anti-counterfeit banknotes that the Jin merchants came up with during the Ming and Qing dynasties. They specially designed miniature carvings. The contents of the miniature carvings were hundreds of words of poetry. The miniature carvings were very delicate and could not be carved by ordinary techniques. Even if it could be made, it would take a lot of material resources and require a very high level of carving skills. Moreover, in the process of carving, a few words would be deliberately engraved. Even the original carver would not be able to carve the same miniature carvings as before. Therefore, the counterfeiters simply gave up on making fake banknotes. Marquis. If it was a few years ago, I, old Lu, would have been able to do this kind of exquisite work. But now, I, old Lu, can't even see small things clearly with my eyes. I'm afraid I can't carve this seal of yours. Old Lu frowned and looked troubled. When Li Zishuan heard this, he thought to himself, isn't this presbyopia? That's easy. Huh. Master Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have a way to let you see very small things clearly. Please wait for half a day. I'll have someone send you something tomorrow. Wear it and you'll be able to see everything clearly. Li Zishuan said with a smile. What a joke. He had already made an astronomical telescope. How could he not make a pair of reading glasses? Even if he couldn't make reading glasses in a short time, he could at least make a magnifying glass first, right? Chapter 12:16. After giving Louis Dao the blueprint of the anti-counterfeit seal and the pattern of Tang Yuan's motherboard, Li Zishuan went to find Uncle Fu and assigned him another task. Young master, is there really such a magical paper in this world? Faubert was surprised when he heard Li Zishuan's intention. Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course there is. It's just that the production method is more troublesome. When it's done, Faubert, you'll understand that what I said today is true. That's right. He wanted the workshop to produce a batch of special paper for the production of banknotes. After all, if he wanted to prevent the banknotes from being copied in the future, just relying on the anti-counterfeit seal was not enough. With another anti-counterfeit method, it would be an extra layer of insurance in the future. Good. Since young master is so confident, I'll give it a try. Faubert nodded and took a pen and paper from the side. He sighed and said, hee hee. Young master, please don't blame me. I'm old, and my memory is not as good as before. Young master, please tell me in detail how to make this water pattern paper. I'll write it down and try it out in 2 days. Li Zishuan looked at Faubert's wrinkled but kind face. He smiled gently and said, what's there to be surprised about? After all, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Faubert, you can leave the workshop's affairs to your subordinates. Don't tire yourself out. Faubert smiled and said, "Hee hee. Thank you for your concern, young master. I understand. Now in the workshop, I'm just talking. It's not tiring at all. Dr. Sun even praised me for my strong body before the new year. That's good." Li Zishuan gave a heartfelt smile of relief and then got down to business. "Uncle Fu, this kind of paper is actually not that complicated to make. First, let the steel factory forge a batch of water pattern rollers with protruding patterns. Then, install the water pattern rollers on the rollers of our paper machine and use them to imprint the paper. During the papermaking process, the water pattern roller would come into contact with the front of the paper, and the front of the paper would be imprinted with water patterns. The vertical and horizontal water patterns on the wet paper could be seen under the light. They were evenly and neatly arranged patterns with different transparency. Oh, that's right, the material for the production of water pattern paper must be the bark of the chu tree. Other materials cannot be used. Faubert, you can arrange for people to buy a batch of chu tree bark for the workshop. First, buy it near Chang'an. Later, go to Sichuan to buy it, because there should be a lot of chu tree in Sichuan. Watermarked paper was the kind of paper that would show bright lines or patterns other than the curtains when it was exposed to light. It was the same principle as how modern RMB could show the portrait of a great person when it was exposed to light. This kind of watermarked paper could increase the potential beauty of the paper, and could also be used to prevent counterfeiting. In fact, water-patterned paper had existed since ancient times. It was not a patent of modern people. According to the original history, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the people of Chengdu invented water-patterned paper. It had two types of printing, clear and dark. Other regions could not produce it at all, so it was called Sichuan paper. Thanks to this, the earliest paper currency in China's history, jiaozi, first appeared in the Sichuan region. It was only later that it slowly spread out. In the beginning, people did not care about paper money at all. They only used it as stubs and felt that it was very easy to carry around. Later, they found that it was very useful and began to use it for transactions. Jiaozi was gradually popularized just like that. When it came to the southern Song dynasty, because there was no supply of Sichuan's water-patterned paper, they switched to printing paper from the Jianghu region. However, Jiangnan paper did not have the special anti-counterfeiting ability of Sichuan paper, so there was a large amount of fake money in the market. At that time, there were more fake jiaozi, guaozi, and jiaozi than real money. Strict laws could not stop the counterfeiting of paper money. This directly caused the southern Song dynasty's economy to sink into a quagmire. Therefore, the water-patterned paper used to produce banknotes was a very important anti-counterfeiting method. Chu tree bark? Young master, why must we use chu tree bark to make paper? Faubert listened and nodded his head. In the end, he could not help but ask. Li Zishuan replied, Faubert, paper made from chu tree bark not only has better toughness than normal paper, but it also has better texture. Faubert nodded his head skeptically. Then, he felt that it was a little strange. Young master, why did you go through so much trouble to make water-patterned paper? It was all his fault for only caring about the technical aspects and ignoring Li Zishuan's purpose. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, Faubert, you will understand later. Other than the water-patterned paper, there is one more thing that I need to trouble Faubert to arrange for people to do as soon as possible. Young master, please speak. Faubert had long been immune to Li Zishuan's creative ability, so he did not make a fuss about it at the moment. Li Zishuan paused and said, Faubert, recently you have been thinking of ways to control the carbon content in the steel to refine a slightly softer steel. I plan to use this steel to make an engraving board, an intaglio engraving board. After this steel is refined, let Master Lu draw the engraving pattern I gave him on the steel plate, and I will engrave it myself later. Intaglio printing, or intaglio printing, was the traditional method of modern banknotes production. In the 21st century, all the countries in the world were still using intaglio printing to produce banknotes. The inked part of the printing plate was concave. During printing, the printing plate was directly in contact with the paper. Under the strong pressure, the ink in the concave pattern was directly transferred to the paper. The ink on the paper was three-dimensional, and if you touched it carefully with your hand, you would feel that it was uneven. On modern banknotes, it was easy to find two characteristics of intaglio printing. One was that the ink layer was thick, and the second was that it had a strong three-dimensional effect. Intaglio printing was the ultimate anti-counterfeiting method that Li Zixuan had designed for Tang Yuan. He did not believe that there would be a place in the world with such advanced printing technology as Qi Chu Ji's workshop. More importantly, the master plate used for intaglio printing was hand-engraved. Hand engraving had a unique anti-counterfeiting property, because every engraver's work had its own personal style and characteristics, and also had a certain degree of chance. This was something that could not be imitated by others, including the engraver himself, who could not carve an identical engraving plate. Although there were many advanced copying techniques and counterfeiting methods in the 21st century, it was impossible to copy a banknote that was exactly the same as a hand-engraved banknote. With this three-pronged approach, Li Zixuan could be said to have blocked all avenues for those who wanted to copy banknotes. Although Faubert had never seen intaglio engraving and intaglio printing, he could roughly guess what Li Zixuan wanted to do from the words. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Good. Currently, the workshop can already produce steel. The soft steel that young master mentioned should also be no problem." Li Zixuan replied with a then got up and left. Chapter 12-17. Ink Girl. Are you there? After returning to Yunshan, Li Zixuan went to Mo Lingwei's courtyard and shouted from outside. He had just gone to the academy to look for Mo Lingwei, but he couldn't find her, so he could only come to the courtyard. Although it was broad daylight, he had to avoid suspicion when looking for a girl. After all, Mo Lingwei could very well be his friend's wife in the future. So he just stood outside the courtyard and shouted for Mo Lingwei from afar. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, a series of footsteps could be heard from the house in the courtyard. Then, Mo Lingwei, who was wrapped in a mink coat, ran out in a hurry. "Ah! Yamacho, you're finally here. Come in quickly. Come in quickly." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Mo Lingwei said excitedly. Fortunately, she was holding a book in her hand, otherwise she would have touched Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, what medicine did this girl take today? He hurriedly took 2 steps back and said warily, "Ink Girl, what's wrong? Are you also looking for me?" "Yes." Mo Lingwei responded subconsciously, but then she felt something was wrong and said, "That's not right." "What do you mean by also?" "Yamacho, are you also looking for me?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and complained in his heart, "Sister, if I don't have anything, why would I come here? To chat with you? If that's the case, won't your little Ning fight with me?" After a while, he nodded helplessly and said, "There are some things that I want you to help me with." Before Li Zixuan could finish, Mo Lingwei interrupted, "Hey! Yamacho, don't say anything. Answer me a few questions." Then, without waiting for Li Zixuan's answer, she quickly flipped the book to a certain page and asked, "Yamacho, this book says that when a part of the conductors in a closed circuit cut the magnetic induction line, there will be an electric current in the conductors. But why can't we see the so-called magnetic induction line with our naked eyes?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He finally understood why Mo Lingwei was in such a hurry today. It turned out that she had fallen into the trap of electricity. This was also what he had expected. Ink Girl, let's put this question aside for now. I have something more important to talk to you about." Although he understood Mo Lingwei's difficulties, Li Zixuan still said so. Compared with making reading glasses for Lu Yidao, it was undoubtedly more important and urgent. Mo Lingwei quickly retorted, "No way. No way. What could be more important than this? If I can't figure it out, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yamacho, I haven't slept well for 2 consecutive nights. Only then did Li Zishuan notice her 2 panda eyes. He couldn't help but smile and sigh in his heart. This girl is really a science fanatic. Okay. Let's solve your problem first. Unable to persuade this stubborn girl, Li Zishuan took the book from Mo Lingwei's hand and began to explain, Ink Girl, first of all, you have to understand that the magnetic induction line is just an idealized physical model. It is a curve that describes the distribution of magnetic fields for the convenience of magnetic research. In addition, electric fields and magnetic fields are both substances, but they are different from ordinary substances. They have no physical form. They exist, but they can't be seen or touched. Ink Girl, do you understand? After digesting it for a while, Mo Lingwei nodded and said, well, I think I understand. Yamacho, you are really a genius. You can actually come up with the method of magnetic field lines. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, I have another question. Why do you have another one? Li Zishuan stared at her speechlessly. He had just heard Mo Lingwei say that she understood and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Mo Lingwei wouldn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Yes. There must be more than one question, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei looked at Li Zishuan strangely. Her eyes seemed to say, you didn't think that there was only one question at the beginning, did you? Yamacho, I don't understand why the direction of the magnetic induction current is the right-hand spiral rule, and not the left-hand spiral rule. Is there a deeper reason that you didn't write in the book? Li Zishuan heard this and was speechless. He thought to himself, why does this girl have to question everything? She's almost asking 100,000 questions. However, in this world, people who like to get to the bottom of things and challenge authority would only have 2 outcomes in the future. One was to become a loathsome idiot, and the other was to become a super big shot in the academic world. Those people who would honestly learn whatever was taught in the book without the slightest doubt would have limited achievements in the future. In comparison, Mo Lingwei's academic limits were much higher in the future. Ink Girl, this is the conclusion from the experiment. If you don't believe me, you can, on the west side of Yunshan, in front of a courtyard, a man and a woman were standing in front of the courtyard. They weren't talking about love, nor were they in front of flowers under the moonlight. Instead, they were discussing academic problems. They were really the 2 weirdos of the Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan's lips were almost dry from talking from 4:45 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Finally, he solved all of Mo Lingwei's problems. Hey, Yamacho, you said you wanted to talk to me about something. Hurry up and say it. After Mo Lingwei's doubts were cleared, she finally thought of Li Zishuan's matter. She asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't have the energy to complain about this girl's carelessness. He sighed softly and said, I came here today to ask Ink Girl for a favor, but it's already late, so we can only wait until tomorrow. Yamacho, tell me what it is first, so I can be mentally prepared. Mo Lingwei expressed that she was a little afraid of Li Zishuan's trap. A few days ago, Li Zishuan asked her to prepare for the construction of the generator. At that time, she didn't know how big the trap was, but after she jumped in, she realized that it wasn't a trap at all, but a bottomless abyss. Once she jumped in, she wouldn't be able to jump out even if she wanted to. Seeing Mo Lingwei's wary face, Li Zishuan was both angry and amused. He said, it's not a big deal. I just want you to help me polish 2 glass lenses. You did a good job with the astronomical telescope, so this time, I want to ask Ink Girl to give Master Lu a pair of lenses so that he can see very small things through them. Yamacho, are you talking about a magnifying glass? That's easy. But why do you need a magnifying glass for Master Lu? And what's the size of the magnifying glass? You have to tell me, Yamacho, right? Mo Lingwei was best at optics, especially after she learned the optics part of the first volume of physics. In the whole Tang dynasty, only Li Zishuan could compare with her in this area. So, of course, she knew about the existence of a magnifying glass. Chapter 12:18. Master Lu is old. It's normal for him to not be able to see things clearly, isn't it? Forget it, Ink Girl, don't grind the lenses for now. Just make a magnifying glass for Master Lu. He's not in a hurry to use it. Li Zishuan didn't want to explain too much, so he just gave a vague explanation and wanted to slip away. But Mo Lingwei didn't want to let him have his way. Hey, Yamacho, why can't old people see things clearly, but with a magnifying glass, they can see things clearly? What knowledge is there in this? What knowledge is there in this? What knowledge is there in this? It's just a matter of correcting the vision of hyperopia. But if he really wanted to explain it to Mo Lingwei, this girl would definitely ask what was hyperopia. Why did he need a magnifying glass to correct hyperopia? If he wanted to explain all these miscellaneous questions to Mo Lingwei, it would probably take him a long time to explain them to her. Li Zishuan didn't want to accompany this silly girl in the cold wind no matter what, so he didn't dare to stop walking. He said as he slipped away, "We'll talk about this later. Ink Girl, remember to go to the workshop tomorrow and help me make the magnifying glass. If you feel that you can't do it alone, then you can ask Yan Xiaoning to help you." The next day, Li Zishuan went to the academy and discussed the dam construction plan with Mo Huai again. Mo Huai still felt that the plan wasn't perfect, so he requested to modify it again. On Li Zishuan's side, he had already started to send people to recruit workers. If he wanted to build a dam, he would need at least a few thousand people, and it would be best if they were good at swimming. Fortunately, the entire Lantian county had become Li Zishuan's fief, so it was much easier to recruit craftsmen. According to Wang Zhong, in just 2 days, there were more than 2,000 villagers who were good at swimming came to apply. It was estimated that in another week, all the craftsmen would be recruited. Coming out of the academy, Li Zishuan coincidentally met Mo Lingwei. After learning that this girl had made the magnifying glass for Lui Dao in just one morning, he clapped his hands and laughed, praising Mo Lingwei greatly. Then, taking advantage of Mo Lingwei's joy, Li Zishuan immediately slipped away. He had to go home to eat, so he didn't want to be caught by Mo Lingwei again. "Wife, there's news from father-in-law. Do you want to hear it?" After returning home, Li Zishuan's to find Han Yushi. Husband, my father's a letter?" Han Yushi stood up in surprise and asked Li Zishuan. "Yes. He just came this morning." Li Zishuan replied with a smile. Yifang County was not far from Chang'an City. It would only take a day to travel 800 miles. "Husband, tell me what's written in the letter?" Han Yushi quickly put down her work, came over, and asked anxiously. Wife, take a guess. Who did father-in-law meet in Lan province?" "You definitely won't be able to guess." Li Zishuan smiled and said mysteriously. Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Who else can he meet? My father doesn't know anyone there." "Husband, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me by asking this question?" "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Wife, father-in-law said in the letter that he met Lu Shiren and his son there." Li Zishuan took out a piece of paper full of writing from his sleeve, handed it to Han Yushi, and said with a smile, "It's quite a coincidence. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Father-in-law originally planned to buy the 3 farmsteads that he told me about before, but he didn't expect Lu Shiren to be living in one of them. Moreover, this fellow was chased out of Plum Village last year, but his evil intentions didn't change. After he went to Willow Village, he still bullied the people and kidnapped the women of the village. Now that he has been arrested by the county magistrate of Yifang County, he really deserves to be punished. Yes. This father and son have finally received the punishment they deserve." Han Yushi said with a gratified smile. After lunch, Li Zishuan went to take a nap. Spring was sleepy, autumn was tired, and hibernated. Especially during the transition between winter and spring, if he didn't take a nap at noon, he would feel uncomfortable in the afternoon. When he woke up, it was already 2:00 in the afternoon. Han Yushi came over to tell him a piece of news. Husband, Faubert sent someone to tell me that the steel you want has been refined, and it has been handed over to Master Lu to draw patterns on it. Li Zishuan said in surprise, "Oh? So fast? That's great." According to this progress, he should be able to receive the finished drawing of the banknote master tomorrow. In fact, the real progress was faster than he had expected. In the evening, when night was about to fall, Lu Yidao personally carried the mother plate of the banknotes he had drawn up to Yunshan and personally handed it to Li Zishuan. "Young master, all the patterns on the mother plate have been drawn. Tomorrow, I will begin to carve the seal you asked me to do." "So fast? Master Lu, you've worked hard." Li Zishuan took a small package from Lu Yidao and said in surprise. Lu Yidao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It's mainly because of the magnifying glass you asked Ink Girl to make, Marquis. It's really useful. With this thing, I can do twice the work with half the effort. I have to go back quickly. Otherwise, it will be completely dark in a while." Li Zishuan said with a smile, "Take care, Master Lu." The night in Yunshan was quiet. It was past midnight, but there was still a room in the number 1 courtyard that was still lit. It was the study room. Li Zishuan was carving in the study room at the moment. In the evening, Lu Yidao sent the soft steel master with the finished Tang Yuan pattern. The rest was to carve grooves according to the lines drawn on the steel plate. This was a delicate work. When the modern manual carvers were carving, they had to hold a magnifying glass in their left hand and a knife in their right hand. They had to concentrate on carving lines on the steel plate. If there was a mistake, all the work would be wasted. Someone had once calculated the points and lines on banknotes. A point needed to be carefully carved a few times, and a banknote meant that it needed to be carved 1,000,000 times. If one didn't have the endurance and strong basic skills of 10 years of practice, ordinary people would never be able to do this. The reason why Li Zishuan wanted to carve by himself was mainly because this time he was carving on a steel plate. Although the steel plate was soft steel, it was still very hard. Lu Yidao definitely couldn't do it, so he had to do it himself. At this moment, he was holding the tip of the wind-chasing sword 3 inches above it, and using the sword as a pen, he was concentrating on painting on the plate. The wind-chasing sword could cut iron like mud. Facing soft steel, it was almost like cutting tofu. At this time, the master plate with fine lines in Li Zishuan's hand had been carved with many grooves, but it was still far from being completely carved. Because the patterns on it were too complicated, even with Li Zishuan's abnormal speed, it would take him a whole night to carve it. Chapter 12:19. Li Zishuan spent an entire night carving the mother version of the banknote from nightfall to sunrise the next day. If it weren't for his strong inner strength, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for such a long time. Moreover, it would have been impossible for him to finish carving the mother version of the banknote in just one night. Even so, when he finished carving the last stroke, he couldn't help but feel dizzy and exhausted. Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over and asked him to deliver the mother version of the banknote to the workshop personally. After that, he quickly went to bed. He really couldn't take it anymore. Logically speaking, this was his first time carving the mother version of a banknote. In his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity, the conditions, the ability, and even the courage. In this life, he was going to personally design the first banknote for Tang Dynasty. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. It was because of this excitement that he worked overtime last night to carve the mother version of the banknote. Of course, it was also because of Lu Yidao's hard work. If it weren't for Lu Yidao drawing the pattern of the banknote on the soft steel plate, Li Zishuan wouldn't have been able to carve the mother version of the banknote in such a short time even if he had the wind-chasing sword that could cut through iron like mud. In the workshop, when Faubert received the mother version of the banknote from Pang Feiji, he couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zixuan to work so hard and stay up all night to carve the mother version of the banknote. From this detail, Faubert also understood how important Li Zixuan was to this matter. Therefore, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. Faubert carefully kept the mother version of the banknote and shouted towards the outside of the house. Hey! Manager Fu, you're here. Song Xiaoxi quickly ran in from outside the house and bowed. Faubert asked, Xiaoxi, is the water pattern roller done at the steel mill? Regarding the water pattern paper that Li Zixuan had told him about yesterday, he had already sent someone to buy the materials. Now, he only lacked the water pattern roller to modify the paper machine. This step was the most crucial step in the production of the water pattern paper. Manager Fu, please wait a moment. I'll go take a look now. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly ran out. When Louis Dao learned that Li Zixuan had sent the soft steel master plate to the workshop this morning, he was both shocked and stressed. That was because Li Zixuan, a layman who knew nothing about engraving, could engrave such a large piece of soft steel master plate with so many complicated patterns in just one night. As an old guy who had been engraving for decades, if he was too slow, how could he face Li Zixuan in the future? It just so happened that he had a stand-mounted magnifying glass in his house. The condition was much better than before, and there was no reason for him to slow Li Zixuan down. Therefore, Louis Dao immediately began his closed-door training and began to carve the anti-counterfeit seal that Li Zixuan asked him to carve. On Yunshan Mountain, Li Zixuan slept all the way until evening. Around 5 p.m., he slowly woke up from his sleep. He felt a pain in his head. This was the after-effect of staying up late. Last night, he was not only mentally exhausted, but also physically exhausted. He couldn't help but rub his temples. After a long time, he finally felt a little better. Husband, you're finally awake. Are you hungry? I've made some congee with pork and century egg. Have some to fill your stomach. Han Yushi's voice came faintly. Li Zixuan heard it and nodded subconsciously, yes, yes. Thank you, wife. At this moment, his stomach was indeed empty. After a while, Han Yushi brought a bowl of congee with pork and century egg. Li Zixuan tested it slightly. It wasn't hot and the temperature was just right. Han Yushi must have kept the congee warm in the pot and waited for him to wake up so that she could bring it to him directly. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. In terms of thoughtfulness, his wife was the most considerate. Li Zixuan looked at Han Yushi gratefully. The husband and wife looked at each other and smiled tacitly. At this time, Li Zixuan asked while eating, Wife, is there any news from the workshop today? Han Yushi glanced at Li Zixuan and said faintly, Husband, you want to ask about Master Lu, right? Don't rush them too much. I heard that in order to help you carve the seal, Master Lu didn't leave the house for the whole day. If you rush them again, Master Lu will be exhausted. Even if it's urgent, it doesn't have to be in a hurry for 1 or 2 days. Wife, you're right. Li Zixuan touched his nose embarrassedly. After listening to Han Yushi's words, why did he feel that he had become an evil capitalist who desperately exploited his employees? And you, husband, I've heard you persuade me before that staying up late is not good for your health. But why did you stay up so long last night? Our family doesn't lack anything now. Husband, why do you have to be so anxious to do things? Han Yushi sighed faintly again. Li Zixuan was even more speechless at this time. Han Yushi's words were reasonable, and he couldn't find a reason to refute them. In fact, his habit of staying up late when something happened was completely in his nature. In the 3 years of his graduate studies in his previous life, because of the research tasks assigned by the teachers above, he didn't know how many nights he had stayed up late. Especially when it was close to graduation and rushing to finish his thesis, he would stay up late almost every 2 or 3 days. That was simply putting his life on the line. This was the persistence of an engineering student. It was also the most admirable thing about the scientists who struggled on the front lines in his previous life. In this life, Li Zishuan vowed to let the scientific researchers enjoy the best treatment. His original intention of founding Yanhuang College was also for this. Ahem. Good, good, good. My wife is right. Your husband will not stay up late in the future. The strange thing was that after Han Yushi rambled on for so long, Li Zishuan didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt a little warm in his heart. Perhaps this was the unique advantage of a beautiful woman when it came to preaching. The next day, Li Zishuan saw that there was still no news from the workshop. In order not to pressure Faubert and Lu Yidao, he didn't go over. Thinking of some things that Lantian County's county magistrate he told him a few days ago, Li Zishuan wanted to personally go to Lantian County to take a look. But he suddenly remembered that his confinement period wasn't over yet, so he could only give up on it. Since he couldn't leave Yunshan, Li Zishuan could only stay in the study room to plan his marquee mansion in Lantian County. This was the true marquee mansion of Yongban. After all, it was built on his fief in the name of the government. Last year, he had planned to wait until the new year to expand the side courtyard on Yunshan. Now, it seemed that there was no need to expand the side courtyard. When the marquee mansion was built, no matter how many people there were in his family, the marquee mansion would be able to accommodate them. Therefore, the future marquee mansion must be big. Li Zishuan planned to build his marquee mansion into a luxurious mansion with an ancient manor as its foundation, but with modern-style interior facilities. After all, as a marquee mansion, its appearance should be more formal. Therefore, he didn't use the style of the Academy's high-rise buildings, but used the style of the Tang dynasty's manor. As the manor's blueprints flashed through his mind, the content on the Xian paper on the table gradually became richer. Chapter 1220. An official with a luxurious manor, if placed in modern times, would definitely be seen as a symbol of corruption in the eyes of many people. However, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of this kind of criticism because every penny he earned was clean. He wasn't afraid of being investigated. Anyway, a person worked hard to earn money, didn't he just want to enjoy it? He spent his own money to build a manor for himself. What could others say about it? In the afternoon, Song Xiaoxi finally sent news that everything in the workshop was ready. They were waiting for Li Zishuan to personally instruct them on the next step of the task. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He quickly put on his cloak and went down Yunshan with Song Xiaoxi. They went straight to the workshop. "Young master, you're here." When Uncle Fu saw that Li Zishuan had finally arrived, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Li Zishuan smiled, looked at Faubert and Lu Yidao, and said, "Well. Faubert, Master Lu, I heard that everything is ready. You've worked hard these 2 days." The two of them said that it was not hard. Lu Yidao was a little ashamed. He said, "Marquis, it took me nearly 2 days to carve this seal. Compared with Marquis's speed, my nickname, Lu Yidao, seems to be undeserved." Li Zishuan shook his head. "Master Lu, you're just wasting time on an insignificant problem. It's because this marquis is skilled in martial arts that I sometimes move a little faster than ordinary people. Master Lu, for you to carve this seal in 2 days is already not easy. In all of the Great Tang, the number of people who can do what you have done can be counted on one hand. Marquis, you're flattering me." When Lu Yidao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he quickly replied modestly. "Ahem. Young master, a batch of watermarked paper has been made this morning. Some of them should have been dried by now. What do you think next?" Fu Bo coughed dryly and got down to business. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Faubert, come with me to take a look." They came to a factory on the east side, where the workshop made paper. "Young master, this is the water pattern paper. Please take a look and see if the talisman meets the requirements." Faubert said to Li Zishuan as he pointed at the sheets of white paper hanging under an old locust tree in the courtyard. Li Zishuan took a few steps forward and found a piece of dried paper. He took it down from the shelf and looked at it carefully under the sunlight. He saw that on the white paper, there were neatly arranged dark characters, Tang. After spreading the paper flat, the dark words disappeared again. People who saw it for the first time might find it magical, but for Li Zishuan, a modern person, it was not strange at all. However, he was quite satisfied with the quality of the paper. Just the texture alone was not comparable to that of ordinary paper. Yes. That's right. Faubert, next, use the soft steel master plate I gave you yesterday to imprint the pattern on it. The material used to press the steel plate must be heavy. The heavier the better. Otherwise, it won't show the effect. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction, put down the water pattern paper in his hand, and said to Faubert. Yes. I understand young master's meaning. I'll arrange it now. Faubert replied with a smile. Now that the printing technology in the workshop was quite mature, the most difficult part of the concave printing technology was the engraving of the plate. The actual imprinting process was not complicated, so when Li Zishuan roughly explained it, Faubert understood what to do. Faubert used an hour to set up a temporary concave imprinting workbench. The water pattern paper to be imprinted was fixed. The soft steel master plate was also attached to the bottom of a square boulder. After the master plate was dipped in green ink, it was manually pulled to control the boulder to press on a specific position on the water pattern paper. After the ink in the groove of the master plate had dried, the boulder was pulled up and the first side of the water pattern paper was imprinted. Using the same method, the second side was quickly imprinted. The tailor in the workshop carefully cut off the imprinted banknote and handed it to Li Zishuan. 1 Tang Yuan. Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank. After seeing the well-printed 1 Tang Yuan banknote in his hand, Li Zishuan felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. This was the first edition banknote of Great Tang, and also the first edition banknote in the history of China. He could really leave his name in history. The color of the Tang Yuan banknote was mainly green, and the patterns on it were very dense. 1 Tang Yuan was written on the bottom left corner, and Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank was written on the top of the back. The 1 Tang Yuan banknote was a little similar to the modern 1 Yuan, but there was no portrait on it, so it looked much simpler. Young master, this old man forgot to ask earlier. What does the 1 Tang Yuan written on it mean? And what is Great Tang's Yanhuang Bank? Faubert also felt that the banknote in Li Zishuan's hand was very exquisite, but he had some doubts about the words on the banknote. Li Zishuan's expression turned serious. He dismissed his subordinates and said in a deep voice, Faubert, Master Lu, come here. I have something to tell you. The issue of banknotes was no small matter. The workshop had to make thorough arrangements. In Faubert's office, Li Zishuan told Faubert and Master Lu about the banknotes in Yanhuang College. The two of them were obsessed with technology their whole lives, but they were not good at economics. Therefore, they did not comment on Li Zishuan's actions. Young master, although it is indeed more convenient to use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins in the college, we have to strictly control the workshop. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives steals the mother version or the printed banknotes, it will be a big loss for you. Having personally experienced the production and printing of banknotes, Faubert knew very well that it was no different from a fantasy for others to imitate banknotes. He was worried that there would be greedy people in the workshop. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Faubert, this is also what I want to tell you. In the near future, Faubert, you should organize a group of trustworthy people as soon as possible and set up a separate team to print Tang Yuan for me. You will personally take care of the mother version of Tang Yuan. As for the seal engraved by Master Lu, I will take care of it. In the future, every batch of Tang Yuan will be printed with a number. Faubert, you will regularly check according to the number to prevent someone from secretly stealing it. Faubert agreed with him and said, young master, this is a brilliant method. In this way, we can prevent many cases of Tang Yuan being stolen. Master Lu, Faubert has a lot of work to do. In the future, you will have to take care of this team of Tang Yuan printing. Li Zishuan said to Lu Yidao. Old Lu had been in the workshop for nearly a year and was considered an old man. In terms of loyalty, there was no doubt. Okay. This old man will. Lu Yidao replied with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded and chatted with the two for a while. Then, he left the workshop with the world's first Tang Yuan and went to Yunshan. Chapter 1221. Yamacho. After leaving the workshop, Li Zishuan went straight to Yanhuang College and asked someone to call Li Ku over. Have a seat. Li Zishuan pointed to the sofa opposite him. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Ku thanked him and sat opposite Li Zishuan. Little Ku, how are the preparations on your side? Li Zishuan asked calmly. The preparations he was referring to were the preparations for the introduction of paper currency in the college. Li Ku replied, Yamacho, I've already spoken to Gu Xiaomao. He said that he supports the college's introduction of Tang Yuan. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I can see his concern. He's worried that someone will make fake Tang Yuan and buy things from him. Li Ku was the king of Han, so Gu Xiaomao had to give him some face no matter what. Moreover, Tang Yuan was the currency that Li Zishuan had promoted. The Gu family's wealth today was all because of Li Zishuan's help. Therefore, no matter what, he had to support this Tang Yuan. Li Zishuan heard this and smiled confidently. Tell him not to worry. I'll teach everyone how to differentiate between real and fake Tang Yuan. As long as they remember the characteristics of the real Tang Yuan, they won't be cheated by fake Tang Yuan. Li Ku's eyes lit up. So, Yamacho, you're very confident in Tang Yuan's security? Of course. Li Zishuan smiled proudly. Little Ku, you don't have to worry about Tang Yuan's security. The most important thing now is to set up the Yanhuang Bank as soon as possible. How does Yamacho plan to set it up? Since the Tang Yuan was initially only circulated within the academy, I plan to invest 100,000 strings of cash to enter the bank as a deposit. Anyone in the academy who has a Tang Yuan can exchange it for copper coins equivalent to the face value of the Tang Yuan. Similarly, they can also exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan of the same value. Li Ku was puzzled. Yamacho, why do you need so much money as a deposit? I think that with your prestige in the academy, there's no need for that at all. Logically speaking, 100,000 strings of copper coins was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Even if Li Ku was born into the royal family, he did not have that much wealth. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, Little Ku, there is a problem that you need to understand. Tang Yuan is just a kind of credit currency. It has no value in itself because it is not a commodity. The so-called value was the indiscriminate human labor condensed in the goods. When humans produced goods, they had to consume human labor. Labor could form value. The greater the amount of labor, the greater the value. The smaller the amount of labor, the smaller the value. Only goods had value. On the other hand, Tang Yuan did not consume human labor, so he was not a commodity and had no value. Therefore, as a trustworthy currency, if you want people to believe in it, you must have real gold and silver as a guarantee. Otherwise, if you want to rely on a piece of paper with patterns and lines to make people obediently give you their hard-earned money, how can there be such a beautiful thing in the world? Tang Yuan was a kind of paper money. Those who studied political economy knew that paper money only had a use value, but it had no value. Therefore, it could not be used as a commodity. Paper money had no value, so it could not be used to measure the value of other commodities. Therefore, paper money could not be used as a measure of value. In the first year of the Northern Song dynasty, when the Jiaozi first appeared, 16 wealthy merchants in Chengdu jointly invested 360,000 strings of copper coins as a deposit. Under the organization of Zhang Yong, the Yizhou Jiaozi was established. That was when the history of China's currency officially began. Trustworthy currency? Commodity? Value? When Li Ku heard these new terms, his mind couldn't help but be confused. He paused for a long time and barely digested about 50 to 60% of it. He then asked, Yamacho, then when students exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan or Tang Yuan for copper coins, will the bank charge a certain amount of fees? Otherwise, how will they survive? When Li Zishuan heard this, he looked at Li Ku in surprise. He thought that this kid was a promising talent. He could even think of something like a fee without a teacher. Little Ku, your suggestion is very good. But in the early stages, the Yanhuang Bank only serves the academy and not to make money. When the Tang Yuan is recognized by more people, we will implement your suggestion. Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku and praised him. Oh! Yamacho is benevolent and righteous. Li Ku could hear the praise in Li Zishuan's words and felt a little happy. Little Ku, you seem to be very interested in the matter of money? Li Zishuan asked with deep meaning. Li Ku scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm not interested. I just feel that if I use mathematics in the area of money, there should be unexpected results. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Little Ku, I'm very pleased that you can think of this. Actually, money also has a lot of knowledge. I call it economics. If you're really interested in it, I can teach you in the future. Since Li Ku was so passionate about economics, he would guide him in this direction. After all, if the Yanhuang Bank were to expand in the future, the imperial family would definitely have a stake in it. After he nurtured Li Ku, he could let Li Ku participate in the daily management of the bank as a representative of the imperial family. That's great. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Ku stood up in surprise and clasped his hands to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, I can't teach you much. At most, I can bring you under the tutelage. However, I hope that you remember that economics is broad and profound. It's a powerful sword, but at the same time, it's also a scourge. If used well, the country will be rich and the people will be strong. If you act recklessly because of a moment of greed, the powerful sword will turn into a scourge and cause the Tang Empire's economy to collapse. Thus, as long as you are involved in economics in the future, you must maintain a respectful heart. Actually, he wanted to explain the way of banking to Li Ku. The Yanhuang Bank was like the banks in his previous life. Once the Tang Yuan currency became popular in the Tang Empire, the Yanhuang Bank would become an important department comparable to the Ministry of Revenue and directly control the economic lifeline of the Tang Empire. At that time, if someone couldn't resist the temptation of money and started to issue excessive amounts of money, the Tang Empire's economy would definitely collapse. Wasn't the Ming dynasty's banknotes the same? Li Ku said seriously, Yamacho, I will remember what you said today and never forget it. Li Zishuan nodded and said, N. Then you can go and do your work. The Tang Yuan and the bank will be activated in 2 days. You can come over to help then. Yes, Yamacho. Chapter 1222. Zhengguan First Year, February 5th, Yanhuang College Calendar, Friday. When it was close to noon, thousands of ox carts carrying brand new copper coins suddenly entered the gates of the college. A copper coin weighed about 5 to 6 caddies. 100,000 strings of cash would be 500,000 to 600,000 caddies. If they were to be transported by ox carts, wouldn't they be carrying thousands of ox carts? Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of many students, especially those who were sitting by the windows facing the entrance of the academy. The students who were sitting by the windows and in the middle of class immediately saw the spectacular scene below Guanghua Tower. F***CK. There's so much money downstairs. Our academy is going to be rich. On the second floor of Guanghua Building, Class 1, Wang Meng was sitting by the window. At this time, he was already hungry and was looking forward to getting out of school to eat. Inadvertently, He glanced out of the window and caught a glimpse of a vast number of ox carts pulling copper coins. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The teacher who was lecturing in the classroom and the students who were listening to the lecture all turned their gazes in this direction in an instant. Wang Meng. Stand up. Who allowed you to make such a racket in class? Class 1's lesson was mathematics. The teacher was Su Hongji. Old Su's expression was very ugly. Any teacher who encountered such a troublemaker in their class would have an ugly expression. Mr. Su, I was wrong. There's really a lot of money outside. There are thousands of ox carts, right? Look if you don't believe me. Wang Meng shrunk his neck, but he couldn't help but glance out the window. F***ck. There's really a lot of money. Isn't that Yamacho? Why did he suddenly bring so much money to the college? Cheng Chumo half squatted and stretched his neck towards the window. When he saw the countless ox carts outside, he couldn't help but make a fuss. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. After the 2 of them said that, the students in the classroom couldn't sit still, especially those who were sitting by the window. One by one, they stretched their heads to look outside. Wow! There's really a lot of money. There's hundreds of carts, right? Hundreds? There should be thousands. Thousands? Oh my God, how much money is that? The previously quiet classroom was immediately filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Many of the students sitting in the middle stood up and stretched their necks to look out the window. Quiet. Be quiet. Su Hongji angrily glared at Cheng Chumo and Wang Meng, and hurriedly spoke to maintain order. Similar situations were happening in the other classes as well. Originally, there was only the sound of teachers lecturing in Guanghua Building. However, when it was close to the end of the school day, there was suddenly a burst of noise. However, this noise was quickly suppressed by the teachers in the various teaching buildings. Clang, clang, clang. After waiting for a long time, the students finally came to the end of class. When the bell and drum sounded, the students of each class swarmed out of Guanghua Building, not to compete for food, but to see the money. It wasn't that they hadn't seen money before, but most of them had never seen so much money. Thousands of carts of copper coins. This scene was too spectacular. No wonder they would swarm out to see the curiosity. At this time, there were still many ox carts loaded with copper coins outside Guanghua Building. After all, it was impossible to store so many copper coins in the warehouse in such a short time no matter what. Damn, where is all this money being transported to? The students quickly discovered that the ox carts were slowly lining up and moving in one direction. They couldn't help but follow behind, wanting to find out what was going on. It wasn't that they didn't think of asking the people beside the ox carts. However, the ones pulling the ox carts today weren't the Academy's guards, but the soldiers of the Right Marquis Guard. Li Zishuan had borrowed them from Yuqi Jingda. Most of them wanted to ask, but they didn't know the others. How could they ask? However, there were always people who knew them. Hey! Big Brother Shen, why are you here? Yuqi Baolin hurriedly asked when he saw someone familiar. His father was the great general of the Right Marquis Guard. It wasn't surprising that he knew a soldier of the Right Marquis Guard. Young master, Marquis wishes to transfer 100,000 strings of copper coins from Chang'an to the Academy. The great general has ordered us to escort him along the way. The soldier cupped his fists and said. 100,000 strings of copper coins? Why did the Yamacho suddenly transfer so much money? Cheng Chumo couldn't help but ask. The soldier replied with a straight face, this general doesn't know. Hey! Look! These copper coins are all transported to this building. The students followed the ox carts and finally found the final destination of the 100,000 strings of copper coins. It was a small 3-story building near the Academy's library. It hadn't been used since it was built. Today was the first time they saw someone enter this building. Yanhuang Bank? What's that? The attentive students suddenly noticed the huge signboard in front of the building. The words, Yanhuang Bank, were written on it. After they saw it, they were all puzzled. Little Ku, I see that you've been looking for the Yamacho a lot recently. You should know what this Yanhuang Bank does, right? Li Tai also came to see the commotion. When he saw the words, Yanhuang Bank, he turned to Li Ku and asked. Li Ku didn't hide it from him and said frankly, yes. The Yamacho intends to introduce a paper currency that can replace copper coins in the academy. This Yanhuang Bank is the department in charge of exchanging this currency. Paper currency? What's paper currency? Li Tai didn't understand. Li Ku and Li Zishuan had talked so many times that they often used professional terms. At this moment, he thought for a moment and explained, Qingke, you can understand it this way. This paper currency is a certificate that can be exchanged for copper coins. It's mainly to make it convenient for everyone to buy things. They don't have to carry a bag of copper coins all day. Oh. That's a good thing. Li Tai's eyes lit up with excitement. Yamacho, why are you bringing so many copper coins to the academy? After class, Yen Silu found Li Zishuan and asked. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice because Li Zishuan's flaunting behavior had affected the academy's normal teaching in the morning. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mr. Yen, I was just about to look for you. Please inform all the teachers in the academy to gather in the conference room for a meeting at noon. I have something important to announce. You'll know the answer to the question you asked just now in a while. Yen Silu was stunned for a moment and could only reply, okay. I'll go inform the teachers in the academy now. After that, he didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. Chapter 12:23. Yamacho, everyone is here. At noon, in the large conference room on the first floor of Yanhuang College, the teachers of the college walked in one after another. Seeing that everyone was present, Mo Zhong went up to Li Zishuan and whispered. Let's start the meeting now. Li Zishuan slapped the table and said in a deep voice. The teachers in the conference room all looked over. They were all waiting for Li Zishuan to give a reasonable explanation for the large amount of copper coins that the college had brought over this morning. However, most of them guessed that Li Zishuan was definitely going to make a big move. At this time, Mo Zhong brought over a plate of paper with green lines printed on it. Li Zishuan ordered softly, distribute it. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Mo Zhong gave everyone in the room 10 strips of paper with patterns printed on them. Li Gang held the paper in his hand and looked it up and down. After seeing the intricate patterns and Chinese characters on it, he took the lead and asked, Yamacho, what does this mean? Li Zishuan saw that everyone had received 2 pieces of Tang Yuan. He smiled and said, all right. Everyone must have received 10 pieces of paper. These pieces of paper are not ordinary. From today onwards, these pieces of paper will replace the copper coins in the college and become a new currency. What? This thing replaces the copper coins? Then what does Tang Yuan and Tang Jiao mean? And what is Tang Yanhuang Bank? I know about this. The 100,000 strings of copper coins that Mountain Elder brought over today are in a house with the plaque of the Yanhuang Bank in the academy. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, there was a burst of whispers in the room. It wasn't that they were making a fuss, but that the copper coin was already deeply ingrained in their minds. Now that Li Zishuan suddenly announced that he would use this thin piece of paper to replace the copper coin, how could they accept it in such a short time? Ahem. I know that all of you are confused, but it is imperative that we replace the copper coins with Tang Yuan in the academy. Oh, I call the paper in your hands Tang Yuan. There are 10 different denominations of Tang Yuan. The smallest is 1 Tang Jiao, which corresponds to 1 copper coin. There are 5 Tang Jiao, 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, and 100 Tang Jiao, which correspond to 5, 10, 50, and 100 copper coins respectively. Above that were the Tang Yuan. 1 Tang Yuan corresponded to 1 copper coin. Above that were 5, 10, 50, and 100 Tang Yuan. They corresponded to 5, 10, 50, and 100 copper coins respectively. In order to convince everyone of Tang Yuan's value, I have decided to personally invest 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit to establish the Yan Huang Bank. These 100,000 strings of cash have all been deposited today. I believe everyone has seen it. I can guarantee you that as long as I, Li Zishuan, am the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, the 100,000 strings of copper coins will never be taken away. At any time, as long as someone brought Tang Yuan over, they would definitely be able to exchange it for copper coins. In the future, no matter if you want to exchange copper coins for Tang Yuan or exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins, you can go to the Yanhuang Bank to do it. Furthermore, as the students of Yanhuang College, you can enjoy the treatment of waiving processing fees when you do business with the bank for the rest of your life. In addition, the college's canteen, grocery store, and future salaries and scholarships will all be settled using Tang Yuan. Copper coins will no longer be allowed. The Tang Yuan that you receive can be exchanged for copper coins. You can also buy food or other items in the college, or at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Chitsu Pavilion, Chitsu Culture, and ready-made clothing stores under my name. Therefore, in summary, replacing copper coins with Tang Yuan will not cause any losses to you. On the contrary, it will bring great convenience to everyone. What do you all think? Li Zishuan's low voice resounded throughout the conference room. His grand plan was finally revealed to everyone. After hearing it, the students of the college widened their eyes in disbelief. They were all shocked by Li Zishuan's proposal. The bank, 100,000 strings of cash, Tang Yuan, they had never heard of these new concepts before, but after hearing them, they had to admit that Li Zishuan's Tang Yuan would indeed bring great convenience to people. However, Yamacho, Tang Yuan is indeed much more convenient to carry around than copper coins, but what if a large number of imitation Tang Yuan appear? Wouldn't the Yanhuang Bank lose all its money? Li Gang himself did not like the cumbersome copper coins. As an old man, he usually did not carry copper coins when he went out. However, Li Gang was worried that Li Zishuan's bank would go bankrupt due to the proliferation of counterfeit coins. Therefore, he kindly reminded him. That's right. Yamacho, what if someone imitates Tang Yuan? The rest of the teachers also chimed in. They did not have any objections to using Tang Yuan to pay them. After all, it was guaranteed by Li Zishuan's reputation and could be exchanged for copper coins at any time. Moreover, the shock of the 100,000 strings of cash in the morning had not dissipated yet. They were mainly worried that Tang Yuan would be imitated. If they accidentally received counterfeit coins in the future, they would have to bear the losses themselves. You all have underestimated Tang Yuan. Don't worry, Tang Yuan's production and printing process are extremely complicated. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to imitate. Next, I will explain the characteristics of Tang Yuan to everyone. Li Zishuan smiled confidently. Then, he picked up a 100 Tang Yuan banknote and said, "Everyone, feel this Tang Yuan banknote and feel its texture. Is it different from all the paper you've used before?" Everyone followed his instructions and picked up the Tang Yuan on the table. Using 2 fingers, they carefully rubbed it and instantly felt the difference. The texture of this Tang Yuan is really special. The texture is superb. Even the best Xian paper can't compare. The students from the academy were all surprised. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I believe everyone has also felt it. This Tang Yuan's texture is smooth and delicate. It is tough and resistant to bending, and it is very flat. If you shake it in the air with your hands, or pull it tight and loose, or use your fingers to lightly flick the surface of the Tang Yuan, it will make a clear and crisp sound. As for ordinary paper, first of all, the texture is soft and rough, and the tensile strength is insufficient. It is very easy to break, and if it is shaken in the air, the sound it makes will be somewhat dull. Just based on this point, we can distinguish many authentic Tang Yuan. Pa pa pa. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, most of the people in the room could not help but pick up the Tang Yuan in their hands and start to shake or flick it according to his instructions. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of pa pa pa. It really is. Listening to the sound, it is different from ordinary paper. This paper must be made with special materials. Yamacho's workshop is really amazing. But what if there is a ginseng that knows the method of making this paper? What should we do? Chapter 12:24. He. Everyone, please be quiet. In the meeting room, Li Zishuan secretly listened to the discussion of the teachers and continued. Just now, I heard someone worried that the paper used to make Tang Yuan had been stolen. What would happen? Or what would happen if someone made paper similar to Tang Yuan? I can confidently say that the above two situations are absolutely impossible. First of all, texture is only the most common characteristic of Tang Yuan. Next, everyone, please put your Tang Yuan under the sun and see what happens. Before Li Zishuan could finish, someone impatiently flattened the Tang Yuan and looked at the window. There are words. This Tang Yuan can actually show words under the sun. This is too magical. Where is it? Oh. There really is. Not only can it show words, but it can also show patterns. Could this be the legendary heavenly book? Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a magical heavenly book. Ordinary people could not see any words and could only read it by using a special method to make the words appear. At this moment, someone actually linked the magical phenomenon of Tang Yuan to the heavenly book. Their imagination was really novel. Everyone, do you see it clearly now? Apart from the special paper used for Tang Yuan, there is also something special about it. Also, touch the surface of this Tang Yuan. Don't you feel a bumpy texture? Just based on these 2 points, it is definitely not something that can be produced by an ordinary workshop. In the future, Yanhuang Bank will also provide you with the service of verifying the authenticity of your currency for free. If you receive any suspicious Tang Yuan, you can take it for verification. The bank will have a special method to verify the authenticity of your Tang Yuan. In addition, every Tang Yuan will have a unique number and an anti-counterfeiting seal from the bank. This seal is also difficult for outsiders to copy. Mo Zhong, distribute a magnifying glass to each of the teachers. Having said that, Li Zishuan suddenly turned his head and instructed Mo Zhong. Yes. Yamacho. Mo Zhong responded and took out a cardboard box from behind the door. Inside the box were all handheld magnifying glasses. Mo Zhong gave one to each of the gentlemen. Besides Li Zishuan and Mo Huai, it was the first time the others had seen such a thing, and they couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Li Zishuan gave them a simple explanation of how to use it, then said, "That's right. Gentlemen, please use this magnifying glass and take a closer look at this seal. You will definitely find an unexpected surprise." To be honest, after experiencing so many surprises before, the teachers of the academy felt that no matter what happened next, they would not be surprised anymore. However, after magnifying the seal several times with a magnifying glass, many people still could not help but exclaim, "Oh! Oh my God! There are over 100 words in this small seal. The Tao that can be Tao is not an ordinary Tao, the name that can be named is not an ordinary name. The nameless beginning of heaven and earth, the nameless mother of all things." The words in this chapter were the first 3 chapters of the Tao Te Ching. Oh, no, there are a few typos in it. Taoism was the state religion in the Tang dynasty, so there was no problem with using Laozi's Tao Te Ching. Typos? How could there be typos? The person who carved the seal must have done it on purpose, right? After all, only the wrong words are unique. That's possible. Overall, this Tang Yuan is too difficult to imitate. At this moment, everyone was convinced. They were completely convinced by the many black technologies hidden in Tang Yuan. They felt that Tang Yuan, with so many black technologies, was even harder to imitate than copper coins. Now, do you have any objections to using Tang Yuan to replace copper coins in the academy? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Yamacho, I have no objections. Li Gang was the first to express his opinion. He was now living and eating on Mount Yun. Unless the emperor summoned him, he would not leave the mountain under normal circumstances. In this way, Tang Yuan would be in his hands. Even if he did not exchange it for copper coins, he could still use it. This would ensure that he did not have to worry about food and clothing. Moreover, compared to copper coins, Tang Yuan was much more convenient to carry around. For Li Gang, what reason did he have to disagree? Yamacho, I have no objections. I have no objections either. Me neither. For a moment, everyone in the meeting expressed their opinions. No one objected. Tang Yuan was not only convenient to carry around, but also difficult to imitate. Moreover, with Li Zishuan as the guarantor, it was also very valuable. They would not agree unless their brains were short-circuited. On the other hand, the monthly salary of the teachers in Yanhuang College was relatively high. Most of them were around 4 or 5 strings of coins. If Li Zishuan did not recommend Tang Yuan, their annual salary would probably be a few £100 of copper coins. It was not easy to find a place to store them, let alone carry them around. Since that is the case, I announce that from today onwards, all monetary transactions in the college will be conducted using Tang Yuan. Not only for the teachers, but also for the students. Alright, today's meeting has come to an end. Everyone, please hand over the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses in your hands. Each class's form teachers can leave the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses behind. In the afternoon, you will take a class to convey the contents of this meeting to all the students in the class. Moreover, you must teach the students how to distinguish between the real Tang Yuan and the fake Tang Yuan. You must teach them seriously. I will also do random checks later. Remember to return the Tang Yuan and magnifying glasses after teaching them. Dismissed. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. They thought that Li Zishuan would give all the Tang Yuan to them. They did not expect him to take them back. This was the first time they had seen such a stingy Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan caught a glimpse of everyone's expression and almost vomited blood. How could he be considered stingy? Everyone in the room had close to 200 strings of Tang Yuan. If he did not take them back, wouldn't it be asking for his life? Even if he was rich, he could not make such a big fuss. These Tang Yuan added up were equivalent to a year's salary of all the teachers in the college. How could he waste them like this? Yes. Yamacho. The teachers in the college also knew that the Tang Yuan in their hands was not a small number. Therefore, other than the form teachers of each class, the rest of the teachers handed over their Tang Yuan and left the meeting room one after another. Speaking of which, they did not even have time to eat lunch in order to participate in this meeting. Sigh. I finally convinced the teachers in the college. Li Zishuan stood up and sighed with a sense of accomplishment. Speaking of which, from today onwards, the history of China's currency would officially enter a new era. Yanhuang Bank would become the first real bank in human history. Chapter 1225. What? The academy will no longer use copper coins and will use Tang Yuan instead? In the afternoon, the class teachers relayed Li Zishuan's message and the students were all shocked. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. Because right after that, the head teachers talked about Tang Yuan's unique characteristics that were difficult to imitate. This made the students even more interested in Tang Yuan. Damn! This Tang Yuan looks good and is easy to carry around. Who doesn't like it? After class, I'll immediately exchange all my money for Tang Yuan. Cheng Chumo laughed arrogantly after hearing that. He could get hundreds of strings of cash from his family every month. Although he had a lot of money, he was starting to worry about where to put it. How to carry it around? One must know that 100 strings of cash was 500 to 600 pounds. Even if Cheng Chumo had martial arts and was stronger than others, he would not stupidly carry 500 to 600 pounds of cash on his body every day. The appearance of the Tang Yuan perfectly solved his problem. He no longer had to worry about having too much money. Cho Nyo is right. The printing of the Tang Yuan is so exquisite and Yamacho is vouching for it. What's there to worry about? I have to exchange all my money for Tang Yuan. Actually, Li Zishuan did not need to take out 100,000 strings of cash as a deposit. He underestimated his influence among the students. His name, his reputation, and his reputation were far more valuable than 100,000 strings of cash. In order to allow the students to exchange for Tang Yuan in time and not affect the students going home at night, only 3 classes were held in the afternoon before the break. The students of the Yanhuang Academy immediately swarmed into the Yanhuang Bank. Most of these students were from wealthy families, and each of them had a weekly allowance of more than 10 strings of coins. So when they exchanged for the Tang Yuan, each of them carried a big bag of copper coins. Little Ku, not bad. I heard that you came up with the idea of Tang Yuan. You're amazing. Li Tai also brought 10 strings of cash to join in the fun. He had no choice but to come. The academy's cafeteria and grocery store had all stopped using Tang Yuan. If he did not come to exchange for some money, he would not be able to eat next week. However, he couldn't carry any more copper coins. 10 coins was already his upper limit. Li Ku was a martial artist, so he naturally carried more copper coins than Li Tai. There were about 20 strings of coins in total, and he was only carrying them with one hand. It seemed like he did not expend any effort at all. Hearing Li Tai's praise, Li Ku scratched his head with his other hand. Qin Ke, I did not come up with the idea of Tang Yuan. I only gave some suggestions. The design, printing, anti-counterfeiting, and the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank. They were all done by Yamacho. I dare not take credit for it. Little Ku, why are you being so humble? No matter what, this Tang Yuan has solved a huge problem for me. In the future, I can casually bring a few hundred strings of coins with me when I go out. Nouveau riche, Cheng Chumo laughed arrogantly. More than 10 people came to the Yanhuang Bank today. Last year, Li Zishuan wanted to introduce a new type of mathematics to the whole country. So it was easy for Li Zishuan to recruit a large number of mathematics and bookkeeping experts for the bank. The bank was temporarily managed by his family's housekeeper, Wang Zhong. Li Zishuan planned to send Li Ku to the bank when he was almost done learning. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. Even though there were a lot of students, there were more than a dozen queues. On average, each queue only had about 50 to 60 people. The people Li Zishuan had recruited for the bank were all old fellows. They were very experienced in counting money and keeping accounts. In just an hour, all the students had exchanged the copper coins they had brought with them into paper money. Most of the students were exchanging for 10 Tang Jiao, 50 Tang Jiao, 100 Tang Jiao, and 1 Tang Yuan. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the higher denominations, but that they couldn't carry so many copper coins. Many of the rich second generation or the second generation of officials had already made up their minds. During the weekends, they would definitely get their servants to bring a cart full of copper coins to exchange for Tang Yuan. This way, they wouldn't have to come here every once in a while to exchange for Tang Yuan. Around 5 p.m., the students who lived near the academy carried their bags and returned home with their Tang Yuan. The peaceful Chang'an city was about to be stirred up by the return of these students. What are you carrying? It looks very nice. Oh, right, do you have enough money? If not, I'll give you some more. Guyi Lane, Meng Wenhao's house. After dinner, Meng Yuliang said to his son. The Meng family was no longer what it used to be. When Meng Yuliang returned from the sea, he was awarded the title of 8th grade Xuanjia commandant and was rewarded with a lot of money. The Meng family had completely changed from a humble class. As for his own son, Meng Yuliang had high hopes for him. This was because he understood that his title of nobility was exchanged with his life, and there were many elements of luck involved. If the Meng family really wanted to rise from a humble family to a rich and prosperous family, they still had to rely on Meng Wenhao, the only intellectual. Father. I have enough money. Meng Wenhao could only helplessly respond to his father's doting. Then, he hesitated for a moment and took out a stack of banknotes from his inner pocket. He stammered, "Oh right, father, mother, I've exchanged all of this month's expenses into Tang Yuan." What? What's Tang Yuan? Meng Yuliang asked with his eyes wide open. Father, Tang Yuan is a type of Yamacho. In order to gain his family's understanding, Meng Wenhao had to repeat what their class teacher said in class. After he finished, he looked at his father hesitantly because he was afraid that Meng Yuliang would get angry. After all, although Tang Yuan had gained the trust of the students and teachers of the academy, it was hard to say if he could gain the trust of outsiders. Father Meng did not look unhappy after hearing this. He took the 2 Tang Yuan notes from Meng Wenhao's hand and looked at them carefully for a while. Finally, he smacked his lips and said with a face full of emotion, "Marquis Yong'an's idea is good. With Tang Yuan, Wenhao, it will be very convenient for you to carry money in the future. You won't have to worry about running into bad people with too many copper coins. TSK, and this Tang Yuan printing is really beautiful. The Yamacho was right, other places can really copy it." Meng Wenhao breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mother Meng say, "Husband, Hao has exchanged copper coins for Tang Yuan. In the future, will he, TSK? What do you know?" "Don't interrupt, you woman. What kind of person is the Marquis Yong'an? Why would he compete with the students? What he did will only benefit Hao, and the rest. There will be no harm." Chapter 12:26. Wuyun, bring a few people with you to bring 2 carts of copper coins to the academy tomorrow and exchange them all for Tang Yuan. Do you understand? In Duke Lu's mansion, Cheng Chumo, who had just finished his meal, was lying on the armchair and humming to his little attendant. Jiang Wuyun was dumbfounded. He suspected that his young master had eaten too much, so he asked uncertainly, "Young master, you want to use 2 carts of copper coins to buy Tang Yuan? How long will it take for our mansion to eat? If master and madam know, they'll. It was not Jiang Wuyun's fault for misunderstanding. It was mainly because Cheng Chumo's pronunciation was too inaccurate. Cheng Chumo glared and said angrily, "It's Tang Yuan. Not Tang Yuan. What is going on in your head all day long?" Young master. I'm talking about Tang Yuan. What's wrong?" CK. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Here. Come and see. It's Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan. Did you see it clearly?" Cheng Chumo was extremely helpless. He could only take out a few pieces of Tang Yuan, pointed at the words on them, and gnashed his teeth. "Oh, it's Tang Yuan." Jiang Wuyun suddenly realized. He scratched his head and wondered, "Young master, although the patterns on these notes are very beautiful, they're not worth 2 carts of copper coins. If master and madam know." "Go away, don't use my parents to pressure me. Do you believe that I'll beat you up if you continue to dawdle? Besides, this money is originally my monthly expenses. I'm just using it to exchange for Tang Yuan, not for a chicken or dog fight. What can my parents do if they know?" Cheng Chumo was really impatient. He kicked Jiang Wuyun's butt and said angrily. "Ha! Ugly bull, what are you doing? You're sneaking around and not letting me know? Tell me, I'll see if I should beat you up." At this moment, Cheng Yaojin walked in with a majestic gait. His loud and clear voice shook the dust off the tiles. When Cheng Chumo heard this, his face was full of black lines. What did he mean by, "Tell me, then see if I should beat you up"? It turns out that you're treating beating your son as your own pleasure. What? Why didn't you say anything? Go on. Tell me, what did you do? Father, I didn't do anything. Cheng Yaojin sat opposite Cheng Chumo and stared at Cheng Chumo with a burning gaze. Cheng Chumo could only say helplessly, "I just changed all the money my family gave me for this month to Tang Yuan." Tang Yuan? The one in your hand? What were they doing? Bring it over and let this old man take a look. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he did not immediately scold him. Instead, he looked at the few pieces of green paper in Cheng Chumo's hand and said, "Father, Tang Yuan is a new toy that Yamacho tinkered with. It is used to replace copper coins. In the future, the Academy can only use Tang Yuan and not copper coins. Father, don't underestimate copper coins. Let me tell you, this toy." When Cheng Chumo saw that his father's attitude was not bad, he was happy to tell him more about Tang Yuan. After half an hour, Cheng Yaojin clicked his tongue and said, "Little Xian has thought of another good way to earn money. Ugly bull, go back and ask Little Xian if his bank is short of money. If he is short of money, this old man can invest 50,000 strings of coins." Father, you. Cheng Chumo's eyes widened. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. He stuttered, "Father, this bank doesn't make money. Now, the students and teachers of the academy don't need to pay extra to exchange copper coins and Tang Yuan. Why do you still need to invest so much money?" Cheng Yaojin pursed his lips and said to Cheng Chumo angrily, "You brat, what do you know? Not collecting extra money now doesn't mean that we won't collect extra money in the future. In this old man's opinion, Little Xian's bank will definitely have great prospects in the future. Moreover, it will be a huge profit with little capital." Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Wuji's residence. I have to say, this Li Zishuan's idea is really strange. Using paper Tang Yuan to replace the heavy copper coins. This idea is bold, but it is also a wonderful idea. This old man dares to conclude that this lad must have a big plan. It is definitely not just a plot of land in Yanhuang College. Zhangsun Wuji said emotionally as he held the Tang Yuan that Zhangsun Chong brought back from the academy. "Father, do you mean that Yamacho might promote Tang Yuan to people outside the academy in the future?" Zhangsun Chong asked with uncertainty. He really didn't think about it in this direction. Zhangsun Wuji shook his head and said, "Ha! It's not a possibility, but a certainty." Although Li Zishuan didn't say it clearly, this old man dares to conclude that he wants to gradually replace copper coins with Tang Yuan in the entire Tang Empire. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the younger generation will surpass us in time. When Zhangsun Chong heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in disbelief, "Father, if that day really comes, won't Yanhuang Bank become the richest bank in Tang Empire? Not only the richest. It will also be the most profitable place in the entire Tang Empire." If Cheng Yaojin could think of this, how could Zhangsun Wuji not think of it? He also predicted that Yanhuang Bank would definitely start to collect service fees when exchanging money in the future. Father, this bank can still make money? But when we were exchanging money in the afternoon, Yamacho didn't collect more from us. Zhangsun Chong subconsciously thought that Yanhuang Bank was just a product that specialized in serving the students and teachers of the academy and not for profit. That was why he was so suspicious. Even if this bank doesn't collect more from the people inside the academy, it will definitely collect more from the people outside the academy. At that time, to Li Zishuan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would make a fortune every day. Zhangsun Wuji shook his head and sighed. He and Cheng Yaojin only thought of one way for the bank to make money, collecting service fees. They didn't think that Yanhuang Bank had an even more important way of making money. If that's the case, Yamacho is really a genius. Zhangsun Chong scratched his head and laughed. Zhangsun Wuji glanced at his son indifferently. Back then, he had sent Zhangsun Chong to Yanhuang Academy to study mainly because he wanted Zhangsun Chong to get close to and befriend Li Zishuan, the new favorite of the empire. He did not expect that after a few months, Zhangsun Chong had completely forgotten his original mission and had turned into a little bootlicker. He seemed to have been subdued by Li Zishuan's profound knowledge and powerful personal charm. Thinking of this, Zhangsun Wuji sighed helplessly. It wasn't that he was useless, but that the other party was too difficult to deal with. After a moment of silence in the study room, Zhangsun Wuji suddenly said, Chong, after 2 days, when you return to the academy, privately ask the Duke of Yong and to see if his bank is still lacking money. If it is, the Zhangsun family can take out 100,000 strings of coins to join Yanhuang Bank. Zhangsun Chong was immediately stunned. His father was such a proud person, but he actually took the initiative to find someone to cooperate with? Was the sun going to rise from the west? Yes, father. Chapter 12:27. Since he couldn't beat them, then he would join them. To a certain extent, Zhangsun Wuji and Li Zishuan had the same party belief: protect the Crown Prince party. There was no need for him to deliberately fight with Li Zishuan. In the past year, Li Zishuan had used a series of methods to establish a power group with Yanhuang College as the core. That young lad who had just returned from Mount Longhu had become an existence that many people couldn't afford to offend. Since they couldn't afford to offend him, and they had a common interest, why not seek cooperation for mutual benefits? After all, no one would go against benefits. Also, Li Zishuan's workshop has been manufacturing bicycles and carriages. It should consume a lot of iron, right? Even if he has an iron mine in Hedong Road, I'm afraid he won't be able to supply it. Chong, tell Li Zishuan that if he's willing to cooperate, I'm willing to let him mine the iron mine of the Zhangsun family. As long as he can give us half of the iron he refines. In the study room, Zhangsun Wuji's face revealed a sly smile. He stroked his beard and said to Zhangsun Chong. What was a win-win situation? This was called a win-win situation. Currently, Li Zishuan didn't seem to lack money, but he lacked resources. Things like iron mines couldn't be bought with money. Zhangsun Wuji giving his iron mine to Li Zishuan was exactly what Li Zishuan wanted. At the same time, the Zhangsun family wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Because with the Zhangsun family's iron refining skills, it would take a few hundred years to refine all of their iron mine into iron. Speaking of which, why would Zhangsun Wuji care about what happened a few hundred years later? At that time, whether the Zhangsun family would still exist would be a problem. However, if the iron ore was given to Li Zishuan to refine, it would be completely different. With the smelting speed of the Strange Taste Pavilion's smelting speed, the amount of iron produced in 1 year would be equivalent to the Zhangsun family's previous 4 to 5 years of production. Even if he gave half of it to Li Zishuan as remuneration, Zhangsun Wuji would still make a huge profit. This was a method that sacrificed future resources in exchange for current wealth, and it was a win-win situation. The old fox was indeed an old fox. He was probably the only one who could come up with such a smart idea. Father? You want to give our iron mine to Yamacho? Then wouldn't our family suffer a huge loss? Why would Zhangsun Chong think so much? He looked at his father in disbelief. Although he did admire Li Zishuan more personally, Zhangsun Wuji's image in his heart had always been one who prioritized the interests of the family. Now, the old man's actions made him a little confused. Whether it was a loss or not, he would only know after trying. Chonger, you just have to tell Li Zishuan this. Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard and smiled. Oh. Okay, father. Although Zhang Sun Chong was full of doubts, he still scratched his head and replied. The first time Tang Yuan met the world, he had already caused a lot of commotion. The main reason was that Tang Yuan was easy to carry around and difficult to imitate. This had attracted the attention of many people. However, most people only treated Tang Yuan as an extremely exquisite work of art. Only a very small number of people could be like Zhang Sun Wuji and see the huge business opportunity behind Tang Yuan and Yanhuang Bank. Young master, just yesterday afternoon, the bank had exchanged Tang Yuan worth more than 6,000 strings of coins for the students. This is unbelievable. On the second day, Wang Zhong came to the courtyard and told Li Zixuan excitedly. Li Zixuan had just finished his meal. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and smiled. Uncle Wang, this is only the beginning. There are still many more things that you can't believe. Oh, right, the bank has so much money. Firstly, they have to pay attention to safety. If they don't have enough manpower, I will send more guards over. Secondly, they have to take out the copper coins to dry regularly to prevent them from rusting. This was the true meaning of having so much money, that it was rusty and moldy. Not only would iron rust, but copper would also rust. This was called copper rust. In ancient times, the circulation of money wasn't very frequent. Those rich families would often let their servants dry their copper coins regularly to prevent the copper coins from rusting and affecting their quality. Young master, don't worry. This old man knows all of this. Faubert said with a smile. Li Zixuan nodded and said, since that's the case, Uncle Wang, you can go and do your work first. Faubert clasped his hands and left. He still had to go to the bank for his duty. Husband, you have worked hard for so many days. Can you finally relax now? After Faubert left, Han Yushi walked over and handed over a cup of hot water with a smile. Recently, Li Zixuan had been running around for Tang Yuan and the bank. He even worked overtime and stayed up late. Han Yushi's heart ached when she saw this. She wished she could replace him. However, there were some things that she couldn't replace, so she could only worry by the side. I'm not busy anymore. However, now that my confinement period is over, it's time for me to go out and walk around. Li Zixuan had just finished his meal, and the cup of hot water that Han Yushi brought over was just in time. He smiled as he drank the hot water. Speaking of which, today was a good day. It had been exactly 2 months since he was confined by Lier. Although he was an otaku, the feeling of not being able to go out when he clearly had something to do was really too uncomfortable for him. Oh! I almost forgot. Today is a good day for my husband to be released from confinement. My husband's memory is really good. When Han Yushi heard this, she came to a realization and then said with a hint of reluctance. In these 2 months, Li Zixuan couldn't go out, so naturally, he spent more time with her. However, she also knew that her husband was someone who did big things and couldn't be by her side forever. Therefore, her face didn't reveal the slightest bit of girlish emotions. Brother, can I go out and play? Lan wants to go out too. Lan immediately shouted after hearing the couple's conversation. She had been holding it in for the past 2 months. Although she also had a companion, Li Anren, on Yunshan, how could it be as lively as Chang'an? Okay. We'll go out in a while. We'll go to Uncle Qin's house for lunch at noon. Li Zixuan rubbed Lan's little head and said. Due to confinement, their family didn't go out to pay New Year's greetings during the New Year. One had to know that Han Yushi had just married into the Li family last year and was considered a newlywed. A newlywed's return to the family in the first year was very important. However, it was precisely because Li Zixuan was confined that Han Yushi didn't even return to the family. Although the confinement period was over, Han Tianhu had gone to Lan province, and the Han family was basically an empty house. Fortunately, Han Yushi still had a pair of adoptive parents. If she went to visit and show her filial piety, she would more or less feel some comfort in her heart. Chapter 12:28. Around 9 in the morning, 2 carriages came down from the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. The carriage in front was filled with Li Zishuan, Han Yushi, and Lan, while the carriage behind was filled with gifts. After all, this trip was considered half a return trip, so it should be more grand. Strange pavilions, don't touch me, carriage drove on the cement road without any bumps. It was so comfortable that Li Zishuan couldn't help but yawn. On the road, there were many farmers heading to the Chang'an market. They didn't care whether Li Zishuan could hear them or not. Once they saw Li Zishuan's personal horse carriage, they shouted, "Greetings, Marquis." This was Li Zishuan's reputation in Lantian County. Although he hadn't had the time to do anything since the entirety of Lantian County had been incorporated into his fief, this year, the villagers of Plum Village and Han Family Village had earned a lot of money because of the greenhouse vegetables. This made all the citizens of Lantian County see hope. They believed that Li Zishuan would definitely let them live a good life. Following the cement road, the horse carriage quickly arrived at Chang'an City. Wow! Isn't this the Marquis's horse carriage? I haven't seen it in a long time. Hey! It really is. How long has it been since the Marquis came to Chang'an City? It's been at least a month, right? After more than 2 months, the Li family's special carriage finally appeared in front of the people of Chang'an again. Many people whispered in the direction of the carriage. In their hearts, they always felt that without Li Zishuan, Chang'an City seemed to have missed a lot of interesting things in the past 2 months. As Li Zishuan listened to the whispers of the passers-by, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, "I'm finally back." The horse carriage entered the city from Yanqing Gate and traveled west. After 15 minutes, it finally arrived at Qin Manor. Half an hour ago, Li Zishuan had sent someone to Chang'an to inform the Qin family. Therefore, the Qin family was well prepared. Both inside and outside the house were cleaned up. Red lanterns were hung up. There was a red carpet on the ground at the door. It looked quite festive. As for the bride's return to her parents' home in the first year, first of all, it was the beginning of the new year and the whole family was reunited. Naturally, it was inconvenient for her to go back to her parents' home. The 15th day of the first lunar month was also the first full moon of the year. He was afraid that his daughter-in-law would not be able to reunite with her family when she returned. Therefore, they would usually return to their parents' home on the 2nd day of the first lunar month and the 16th day of the first lunar month, so as to take care of the reunion of both parties. The 2nd and the 16th of the first lunar month had already passed, but Madame Qin still wanted to create a grand atmosphere in the manor. She wanted to give face to her adopted daughter and make her feel better. "Ah! Yushi, little Xian, you're here. Come in and have a seat." Madame Qin held Han Yushi's hand and smiled. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Auntie Qin, you and Yushi can go in first. Huayu and I will ask the servants to move all the things in the carriage inside." As for Lan, the little girl felt that there were no friends to play with in the Qin family, so she went back to Yongla Lane. "Hey! You 2 children, it's fine if you're here. Why did you bring so many things?" Madame Qin said unhappily. However, although she said that, she also understood that these things were etiquette and were even more ostentatious. They had to bring them when they returned home on the new year. After chatting with Li Zishuan for a while, Madame Qin pulled Han Yushi's arm and walked into the house. "Mother, did Godfather go to the morning court?" Han Yushi supported Madame Qin and asked. "Yes. If he knew that you and little Xian were coming in the morning, he would definitely have asked for leave today." "Mother. That won't do. Godfather is the pillar of the country. He naturally has to prioritize national affairs." When it was close to noon, Qin Xiong finally returned from the palace. When he saw Li Zishuan and Han Yushi coming over, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He said that he wanted to have a few drinks with Li Zishuan at noon. His old injury had already healed last year, and his alcohol tolerance had slowly returned to its previous state. Mrs. Qin was so happy that she personally cooked a large table full of exquisite and delicious dishes. For a moment, everyone was toasting each other, and it was extremely lively. After eating and drinking, Madame Qin brought Han Yushi to the backyard. Qin Xiong took the opportunity to talk to Li Zishuan about serious matters. "Little Xian, I heard that you've set up a bank in Tangyuan. I saw Tangyuan last night. It's really not bad and very convenient. However, during the morning court today, someone accused you of privately minting coins and flouting the national law." When he heard the second half of the sentence, Li Zishuan's face darkened. He couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Qin, what happened after that?" Qin Xiong shook his head and laughed. "Huh. At that time, I wanted to defend you, but who would have thought that there were two people faster than me? I could only wait patiently." "Who are they?" Qin Xiong smiled and replied, "One is your Uncle Cheng, and the other is Zhao Guogong. Jijia is fine, but Zhao Guogong, I've never heard of any friendship between the two of you before." "Zhao Guogong? Zhangsun Wuji?" When Li Zishuan heard that, he was even more confused than Qin Xiong. What kind of relationship did he have with Zhangsun Wuji? If there was a relationship, it could only be a competitive relationship, right? After all, both of them were in the ironware business. But why was the old fox speaking up for him? Li Zishuan couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. In the end, he could only force himself to come up with a reason. "Ahem. Uncle Qin, this might be because I saved Zhangsun Chong during the chaos in Chang'an City last year. Moreover, Zhangsun Chong is still my student now, right?" Qin Xiong felt that this was not impossible. He nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said with a serious face, "Shao Xian. It's fine if you only use Tang Yuan in the academy now, but I know that you have big plans. In the future, you will definitely use Tang Yuan in other places. But I hope that before you make this decision, you must seek His Majesty's approval. Not only this matter, but when you encounter other big matters in the future, you must not act on your own accord. What happened to the Chui family last time must not happen again." Li Zishuan was silent. Then, he nodded and said, "Uncle Qin, don't worry. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. In the future, I will definitely do things more seriously." Qin Xiong was satisfied and assured. He nodded, and a smile finally appeared on his serious face. "That's good. That's good. Recently, thanks to you, little Xian, the vegetables on the Qin family's farmstead have matured. Although the farmsteads don't earn as much as your farmsteads, they still earn quite a bit. It's enough for everyone to work hard for several years." The farmsteads of the Qin, Cheng, Niu, and Yuqi family started planting greenhouse vegetables half a month later than Li Zishuan's farmsteads. It just so happened that it was harvest season recently. Although the price of greenhouse vegetables in Chang'an City was not as expensive as before, it was definitely not cheap either. The farmsteads of these four families could still make a profit. Uncle Qin, you're too serious. What does this have to do with luck? The money that the farmers earn is all earned with their own hands. It has nothing to do with this nephew. Chapter 1229. Shao Xian, is your bank still short of money? Although my Qin family isn't a wealthy family, if you urgently need money, I can still raise some. Qin Manor, Main Hall. After talking about the farmers, Qin Xiong talked about the bank. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Qin, but the bank is only running in the academy now, so I'm not short of money. When I'm short of money in the future, I'll be thick-skinned and ask Uncle Qin." In terms of family background, the Qin family was actually poorer than the Qing family. After all, because they owned shares in the winery, the Qing family's monthly dividends were comparable to the total income of the previous year. Qin Xiong had always been good to him, and he was Han Yushi's adoptive father. In the past, he might have neglected Qin Xiong when he had a business to make a fortune, but with the bank now, if there was a chance in the future, he had to bring the Qin family along. Qin Xiong glared and said, "What are you talking about, kid? The Qin family's things will not only belong to Huayu in the future, but also to you. I've always treated you as half a son. If you need anything from the Qin family, just ask. There's nothing to be thick-skinned about." These words were said sincerely. To Qin Xiong, Li Zishuan was not only his savior, but also half a son-in-law. Many times, Qin Xiong treated Li Zishuan as his own son. Some treatment, even Qin Huayu couldn't compare to. Li Zishuan was touched and said, "Uncle Qin, I appreciate your kindness. If I need anything in the future, I'll definitely not be polite to you." After having lunch at Qin Manor, Han Yushi returned to Yongla Lane to wait. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, went to Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, Yan Lide, and Li Daozong's families. He sat for a while in each family. After all, it was not easy for him to get out of prison. Moreover, this could also tell others that he, Li Zishuan, had returned from Cloud Mountain. After they finished shopping, the sky was already dark, and it was obviously too late to return to Cloud Mountain. In an era without street lights, it was not so easy to walk at night. Thus, the couple and Lan spent the night in the Yongla Lane residence. The next morning, the three of them set off for Cloud Mountain. "Wife, Lan, you two go back first. I still have some things to do." At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan jumped off the carriage and said to Han Yushi and Lan, who were in the carriage, "Husband, where are you going?" Han Yushi lifted the curtain and asked, "I will make a trip to Lantian County's Yamen and return before noon." Li Zishuan smiled and urged the two of them to hurry up the mountain. Now that they were in the territory of Cloud Mountain, he was no longer worried about Han Yushi and Lan's safety. That was why he could leave with peace of mind. After watching the carriage climb up the mountain path, Li Zishuan turned around and walked towards Lantian County in the north. It was already early spring, and there were traces of green on the road. Compared to the withering of all things in winter, early spring undoubtedly brought more hope and vitality to people. Along the way, Li Zishuan enjoyed the beautiful scenery of early spring. When he met the villagers who greeted him, he smiled and nodded. After about 45 minutes, he finally arrived at the foot of Lantian County. The green city wall was not tall, but from afar, it looked quite imposing. Two guards stood at the city gate, inspecting the pedestrians entering and leaving the city. With Chang'an City next to it, there were very few pedestrians entering and exiting Lantian County. For those who were doing business or wanted to enter the city to buy things, Chang'an City was definitely their first choice. Anyway, Chang'an City was not very far for them, so they might as well take a few more steps and go to Chang'an City to sell things for a higher price or to have better choices. In any era, a super city had a huge siphon effect on the surrounding counties. Chang'an City in the Tang dynasty was no exception. As such, Lantian County's position was a little awkward. Because of its natural geographical disadvantage, in terms of development prospects, it was almost impossible to get close to Chang'an City. At most, it could only follow behind Chang'an City and eat soy sauce or drink soup. Therefore, the county magistrate of Lantian County did not ask for no merit, but to not make any mistakes. It was because the structure of Lantian County was set, and it was difficult for there to be any big development. After asking a passerby, Li Zishuan knew the direction of the county office and walked towards it. "Don't run. Stop. Your father sold you to this young master. Are you still thinking of running? Quick. Quick." Catch her for me. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps and an arrogant man's voice behind him. Aya! Isn't this the son of old Master Fan from the east of the city? Why is he here? Let's go, let's go. Sigh. I don't know whose family's daughter is going to suffer this time. I heard it's Wu Laosan's daughter. Sigh, this Wu Laosan lost dozens of strings of coins at the Fan family's gambling den. How can he afford to pay it back? He probably sold his own daughter. Sigh. What a pity. The Fan family. Let's go, let's go. Don't meet young Master Fan later. Humph. In my opinion, the good days of the Fan family's father and son are coming to an end. Now that Lantian County has become the fief of the Marquis of Yong, and everyone knows that the Marquis of Yong and treats the people of his fief very well. When the time comes, will the Fan family continue to do whatever they want? But why hasn't the Marquis of Yong and come to Lantian County after so long? Let's not count on it. Listening to the whispers of the passers-by, Li Zishuan shook his head. He had watched many melodramatic dramas in his previous life, but he did not expect such a melodramatic plot to fall on his head. It seemed that the sky of Lantian County was not so clear. Ah! Bam! Suddenly, a woman's scream came from behind him. Li Zishuan turned around and saw a woman in coarse hemp clothes, who had fallen to the ground. Behind the woman was a slightly plump youth with a mole at the corner of his mouth, who was leading a group of strong men towards them. Ha! Let a wretched girl like you run? Are you still going to run now? Men! Tie her up and bring her back. The slightly plump youth did not continue to run. He pointed at the woman who had fallen to the ground and laughed arrogantly. Yes. Young master. The group of people roared in agreement and surrounded the woman. No. No. Young Master Fan, the money my father owes you, I will definitely pay it back for him. Don't catch me. The woman wanted to get up from the ground, but perhaps because she had fallen too hard, before she could get up, she was lifted up from the ground by the group of people behind her. Her face was full of tears, and as she struggled, she complained bitterly to the slightly plump youth behind her. Hee hee. You still want it? What are you going to use to pay it back? 30 strings of coins, even if you don't calculate the interest, you won't be able to pay it back in your lifetime. Hee hee. Why don't you follow me back and pay with your body, haha. Chapter 1230. No. No. Save me. Save me. On the streets of the county town of Lantian County, the young girl's face was immediately filled with horror when she heard the young man say the words "pay with my body." She struggled desperately with tears in her eyes. Ah! Save me? Look at what this is. The chubby young man took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and laughed coldly. This is a slave contract. Now that you're my maid, instead of serving me properly, you want to run away from home. Do you believe that I'll send you to the authorities for punishment? In ancient times, the lowest status was a slave. This young girl was sold to the young man with the surname Fan. According to the Tang dynasty's laws, she could not run away as she pleased. Under such circumstances, the young man with the surname Fan would definitely win the case even if it was brought to the authorities. Furthermore, the young girl might even be tortured in court. Slaves, those who had no thoughts and only knew how to serve their masters wholeheartedly were called slaves. Their lives were in the hands of their masters, not to mention running away from home. Now, that slave contract had completely pushed the young girl to the bottom of the abyss. No. I didn't sign this. I didn't draw it. The young girl's tears fell like rain as she desperately tried to resist. However, how could her little bit of strength be a match for the group of burly men around her? Even if she tried her best, she would not be able to cause them any trouble. Bah! Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and follow me back. The chubby young man waved his hand and said impatiently. After that, he turned around and wanted to bring the little beauty home to enjoy, but who knew, hey? Where did this poor scholar come from? Get lost. Don't block my way. In the middle of the road stood a young man who looked like a scholar. Although his light blue clothes were not luxurious, they were clean and tidy. Compared to the luxuriously dressed young man, he had an even more extraordinary temperament. Humph. Fan Jinxiang, don't you know whose territory Lantian County is now? How dare you kidnap a girl here? Aren't you afraid that Marquis will punish your Fan family? The blue-robed scholar said coldly to the chubby young man without fear. Pfft. Fan Jinxiang. Strong and strong. When Li Zishuan heard the name of the chubby young man, he almost burst out laughing. As for the scholar who was blocking the road, he also recognized her. She was Yu Dehang from the Yu clan, whom he had met a few times before. However, because he was quite far away from Fan Jinxiang, oh, no, Fan Jinxiang and the others, and there were many people in between them, although he could see Yu Dehang through the gaps in the crowd, Yu Dehang did not notice him. At this time, a manservant beside Fan Jinxiang came to his ear and whispered a few words. Fan Jinxiang laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it was elementary scholar Yu from the Yu family manor. You're asking me whose territory this Lantian County is? No matter whose territory it is fine as long as it is not yours. You, elementary scholar Yu, should go home and study hard. Wait until you've truly become an elementary scholar before you meddle in other people's business, right? Ha ha ha. You. The reason why Yu Dehang was called elementary scholar Yu by the villagers was because he had not been able to obtain the title of elementary scholar despite having taken the exam many times. However, he was indeed very knowledgeable, so the villagers called him that. Now that Fan Jinxiang had used this nickname to ridicule him, Yu Dehang immediately became angry. Fan Jinxiang, don't go too far. Let go of this girl, or I will go to the county yamen to sound the drum and complain about the crime of forcibly kidnapping a civilian girl. Hee hee. Go ahead and sue. Go ahead and sue. I'll tell you the truth, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, don't expect me to let her go. Humph. Come, chase this sour scholar away with a stick. Don't hinder me from doing my business. Fan Jinxiang put one hand on his waist and waved the slave contract with the other. He had the feeling that, with the slave contract in hand, the world is mine. He laughed loudly and said without fear. Young Master Fan, you remind me of someone who used to be as arrogant as you. Do you know how he is now? Just as Fan Jinxiang's two guards were brandishing their sticks and walking towards Yu Dehang, a faint but clear voice suddenly came from the street. When Yu Dehang heard this voice, his expression changed slightly. He was about to say something, but after thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. What happened to him after that? Fan Jinxiang did not know why, but he followed the voice and asked this question. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Fan Jinxiang could not help but squint his eyes. When he opened them again, there was suddenly another person in front of him. It was a handsome young man with a strong aura. After that, he ate celery for half a year, and his breath finally became fresh. The young man looked at Fan Jinxiang with a serious face. Fan Jinxiang? Pfft. Yu Dehang was stunned for a moment, and finally could not help but laugh out loud. The more he laughed, the more he wanted to laugh. In the end, he laughed so hard that he could not even straighten his back. The girl who was caught by the Fan family guards, who had been crying a moment ago, could not help but want to laugh. Even when she thought about how she was in prison, she still wanted to laugh. Pfft. In the end, she could not hold it in. With a pfft sound, her tears turned into laughter. Her laughter was called a weeping beauty. You bastard! Humph! The sun really rose from the west today. Here comes another ignorant person who dares to make fun of this young master. Men, beat him. Beat him hard. Don't beat him to death. Beat him until he's seriously injured, then bring him back for treatment. After he's healed, then beat him again. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Fan Jinxiang came back to his senses and realized that he had been humiliated by Li Zishuan. His face turned green and white, and then he pointed at Li Zishuan and gnashed his teeth. Yes. Young master. All the guards that Fan Jinxiang brought with him suddenly rushed towards Li Zishuan fiercely. Hey! Stop! Yu Deheng was just about to shout, stop, when he saw that Li Zishuan seemed to have made a hand gesture to him, indicating that he should not make a sound. He could only obediently shut his mouth. Facing the Fan family guards who were rushing towards him like hungry wolves, Li Zishuan suddenly disappeared from where he was. Following that, Yu Deheng and the rest only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then, the Fan family guards fell to the ground with their faces paralyzed. They were either rubbing their arms, legs, or stomachs. A wave of wails filled the air. It could not be helped. These people's fighting abilities were on a completely different level compared to Li Zishuan's. It was too easy to deal with them. Seeing this, Fan Jinxiang realized that Li Zishuan and the other 4 martial arts experts. He widened his eyes in shock and anger. Pointing at Li Zishuan, he said in horror, You, don't come any closer. My father is Fan Tong. Stop right there. You dare to hurt people on the street? Believe it or not, my father will send people to arrest you. Chapter 1231. Fan Tong? Li Zishuan paused for a moment, then laughed. Your father may have a good name, but I don't have any rice here. Why would a rice bucket like him want to catch me? Fan Jinxiang was furious. His father's name had been mocked before, but ever since his father became famous in Lantian County, no one dared to make fun of this joke. When he heard Li Zishuan's mocking words, he was so angry that his face turned purple. You little bastard, you're done for. Smack. Ouch. As soon as Fan Jinxiang cursed, he felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped by a piece of metal. At that moment, he even felt that his face was no longer his own. Following that, his entire body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire street was silent. Previously, when Li Zishuan had attacked the Fan family's guards, it had attracted the attention of a few brave passers-by. Now that they saw Li Zishuan directly teach Fan Jinxiang a lesson, the passers-by all sucked in a breath of cold air. While they were secretly delighted, they were also surprised at who this young man was. Hiss. Old Master Fan's son was beaten up? Who is this? He looks unfamiliar, maybe he's from another county? There were many people who knew Li Zishuan, but there were even more who didn't know him. Oh my god. Isn't that the Duke of Yong'an? Why is he in Lantian County? Duke of Yong'an? Are you sure? Gulp. I'm sure. It's really the Duke of Yong'an. I saw him in Chang'an last year. That's great. The Duke of Yong'an is in Lantian County. Let's see how the Fan father and son can still be so arrogant. The onlookers were shocked at first, but when someone recognized Li Zishuan's identity, everyone cheered. When Li Zishuan had beaten up Fan Jinxiang, the young girl who had been caught by the Fan family guards had been so shocked that she had forgotten to run away. She stood there in a daze. Now that she heard the crowd mention Li Zishuan's identity, her eyes suddenly glowed with vitality. I don't like people with foul mouths, so I suggest you eat more celery in the future. That way, your breath will be fresher. Li Zishuan slowly walked over and looked at Fan Jinxiang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. You are Marquis Yong'an. Fan Jinxiang's face was swollen. After such a fall, he could no longer get up from the ground. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding commoners, Fan Jinxiang's face was filled with horror. Clearly, he had heard the words Marquis of Yong, and from his father or others before. What? Didn't you just say that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he wouldn't let her go? Now that I'm asking you to release him, are you going to release him or not? Li Zishuan squatted down and looked at Fan Jinxiang's swollen face as he asked calmly. Marquis, I have her indenture contract here. She is now mine. Fan Jinxiang raised his head and looked at the girl standing not far away as he said unwillingly. Swoosh. Immediately after, Fan Jinxiang felt a gust of wind blow past his ear. Then, the indenture contract in his hand was already in Li Zishuan's hands. Humph. Indenture contract? Where is it? Li Zishuan's hand shook slightly, and that indenture contract instantly turned into pieces of paper. Then, it drifted along with the cold wind and landed on the street. You, Marquis Yong, and you destroyed the evidence without permission. You are unreasonable. Fan Jinxiang's eyes widened as he roared furiously. I forgot to tell you. This marquis is a marquis personally conferred by the Emperor. Lantian County is a fief that the Emperor personally bestowed to this marquis. This is my territory, and I have the final say here. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. He was the true king of Lantian County. Here, as long as he didn't do anything treacherous like rebelling, he could always enjoy the highest treatment. Everyone had to listen to him. Whatever he said, it was what it was. For a small case like Fan Jinxiang's kidnapping of a civilian girl, even if he didn't have any evidence, no one would do anything to him. At most, they would just scold him in private. Who asked the entire Lantian County to be his fief? There were ways to deal with cultured people. To deal with a bully like Fan Jinxiang, there was a need to use more overbearing methods to deal with him. One had to let the bully experience the feelings of those who were bullied by them. Fan Jinxiang was feeling aggrieved. He used to be able to do whatever he wanted in Lantian County, but now, he had fallen to the point where he was bullied. He wanted to reason with others, but the other party wouldn't reason with him. At this moment, he finally tasted the feeling of being bullied. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a flurry of footsteps suddenly came from the street. Then, a person shouted loudly, "Who dares to fight on the street in broad daylight? Stop right now. Otherwise, all of you will be taken back to the county yamen for questioning." As soon as the voice fell, a group of people surrounded Li Zishuan and the others. Looking at their uniforms, they were the yamen runners of Lantian County. "Young Master Fan. Are you all right?" The head constable saw Fan Jinxiang lying on the ground with swollen cheeks and hurriedly ran over. He asked with concern. "Constable. Constable Zhao, I'm fine." Fan Jinxiang's face didn't show any joy because of the arrival of reinforcements. Instead, there was a trace of panic. He said to Constable Zhao with an unnatural expression. "Impudent. Which unruly commoner dares to hurt people on the streets of Lantian County? Men, take him back to the county yamen for this constable." Constable Zhao thought that Fan Jinxiang was afraid of Li Zishuan's martial prowess and didn't dare to speak. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Zishuan as he spoke sternly. However, he quickly noticed the abnormality in his surroundings. Not only were the commoners on the street not afraid of him, but they were looking at him as if he was an idiot. This made him a little confused. "Ha! All right. Come, Constable Zhao, quickly take me back to the county yamen. I just happen to have some things to discuss with County Magistrate He." Li Zishuan looked at Constable Zhao and said with a smile. However, no one noticed that a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. "Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Men, take him back." Constable Zhao thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. The main reason was that he didn't recognize Li Zishuan and thought that he was from another county and probably didn't have any background. Thus, he gritted his teeth and waved at the surrounding yamen runners. "Hey! Wait! Constable Zhao, since it's a fight, you can't just arrest me, right? In order to avoid criticism, you have to bring young Master Fan back to the county yamen as a witness." Li Zishuan smiled and said. The main reason was that he was worried that Fan Jinxiang would secretly escape. "Oh. You have a point. Men, take young Master Fan back to the county yamen." One was to arrest, the other was to invite. The difference in treatment was obvious. Chapter 1232. Under the lead of Lantian County's Constable Zhao, Li Zishuan and Fan Jinxiang were escorted to the county yamen. The onlookers, Yu Dehang, and the girl who was rescued from the Zhao family's guards all followed behind Constable Zhao without a word. However, the way they looked at Constable Zhao was filled with hatred and a trace of sympathy. Yes, it was sympathy. Obviously, they had already predicted Constable Zhao's tragic fate. Sir. I was patrolling the streets today and discovered bandits assaulting people on the streets. I've brought them back to the county yamen. Please open the court for questioning." At the back of the Lantian County yamen, Constable Zhao hurriedly ran over and saluted County Magistrate He, who was reading in the corridor. "Oh? Who's so bold? Oh right, was anyone injured?" County Magistrate He raised his head and asked in surprise. "Sir, the identity of the bandit is unknown, but Master Fan's eldest son was seriously injured." Constable Zhao replied. "Fan Jinxiang? It's him?" County Magistrate He raised his eyebrows and looked at Constable Zhao meaningfully. He then waved his hand and said, "Please wait for a moment. I'll change my clothes and go to the court now." "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, County Magistrate He, dressed in his official robes, brought Constable Zhao to the county yamen's court. When he saw the people in the court, County Magistrate He almost wet his pants. "Ho! Ho!" County Magistrate He hurriedly walked over and bowed to Li Zishuan, but someone was faster than him. "How dare you? You're in the court and you're not bowing to the county magistrate?" Constable Zhao took a step forward and shouted at Li Zishuan. County Magistrate He was a civil official, but at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. What was a pig teammate? This was the perfect example of a pig-like teammate. Slap. County Magistrate He knew that he couldn't let Constable Zhao fool around anymore. He immediately walked over and gave Constable Zhao a hard slap. He then ordered the yamen runners in the court, "Guards, seize Zhao Qiuhu for me." The bailiffs were all stunned. They thought that County Magistrate He had said something wrong. They all looked at County Magistrate He in disbelief. "What are you waiting for? Capture Zhao Zhao and Qiuhu." When County Magistrate He saw that there was no movement around, he immediately raised his voice and roared. "Yes, milord." It was only then that the yamen runners came to their senses and hurriedly went forward to grab Constable Zhao. "Milord, why did you capture me?" Constable Zhao finally recovered from his shock and shouted unwillingly. County Magistrate He ignored him and went straight to Li Zishuan. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Marquis." "Marquis?" Constable Zhao widened his eyes in horror and said in disbelief, You are the Marquis of Yong'an." Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "County Magistrate He, before this Marquis came, I thought that everyone in Lantian County could live and work in peace and contentment. I didn't expect that in broad daylight, would meet a prodigal son who forcefully snatched a woman. There was even a county constable who liked to cover up and curry favor with others. This is really an eye-opener for this Marquis. Tell me, is there any law in this Lantian County? Is the sky of this Lantian County black or blue?" At the end of his speech, Li Zishuan's voice suddenly became louder. The entire court was filled with his deafening roar. County Magistrate He's face was deathly pale. He trembled as he bowed and said, "This marquis has not governed properly and caused the people to suffer. Evil people and officials run amok. This marquis is guilty. Please punish me, Marquis." Constable Zhao's face was ashen. It was obvious that he no longer had any hope. Li Zishuan shook his head and took 2 steps forward. He came to the front of the court and sat in the seat that originally belonged to County Magistrate He. He slammed the gavel and shouted angrily, "This marquis originally trusted you and planned to entrust you with important tasks in the future. But you, this is how you repay this marquis? The current emperor is diligent in governance and loves the people, but you? You do nothing and allow your subordinates to join forces with the tyrants to oppress the people and run amok. What qualifications do you have to be the parent official of tens of thousands of people?" To be honest, Li Zishuan had always had a good impression of County Magistrate He. In his eyes, County Magistrate He was a capable person. He could feel it from their previous interactions. But he didn't expect County Magistrate He to be so inactive in governance. From the discussions of the people, it was obvious that the Fan father and son had been doing evil in Lantian County for a long time. But now, they were still at large and had not received any punishment. Such a mediocre official, no matter how capable he was, Li Zishuan wouldn't appoint him. This was because he knew better than anyone that his foundation was the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County, not some official. This marquis is guilty. This marquis is ashamed to face marquis. Ashamed to face the emperor. Ashamed to face the tens of thousands of people of Lantian County. County Magistrate He cupped his hands sorrowfully. "Marquis, County Magistrate He is a good official. Please don't blame him. Last year, County Magistrate He donated several months of his salary to the charity." "That's right. Marquis. Not only did County Magistrate He not impose additional taxes, he even built schools for the county and let our children go to school for free." "That's right. Marquis. County Magistrate He is a good official. Please don't blame him." Just as Li Zishuan was about to condemn County Magistrate He, the group of people who came with him suddenly shouted out. Li Zishuan's heart was suddenly at a loss. Things didn't seem to be exactly as he thought. "Marquis, ever since County Magistrate He took office, he has always been considerate of the people. Although he has made mistakes in some matters, he is definitely a good official. I beg Marquis to judge clearly." Yu Dehang shouted from outside the government office. Li Zishuan believed 70 to 80% in his heart. He thought that there might be more to the Fan father and son's matter. So he looked at County Magistrate He and said, "Seeing that you have done good for the people, I will forgive you this time. If there is a next time, you will be punished." County Magistrate He bowed and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you Marquis. I am ashamed." Li Zishuan then ordered the bailiffs in the hall. Fan Jinxiang instigated the servants and induced the people to participate in gambling. Today, he wanted to kidnap a woman. "Men, lock him in the prison and choose a day to interrogate him." "Yes. Marquis." The bailiffs had previously stood on the wrong side, on the street. Now that they had a rare opportunity to perform, they all hurriedly responded loudly. "The rest of you, quickly disperse." Li Zishuan waved his hand to the people outside the government office and then said to County Magistrate He, "County Magistrate He, follow me to the back of the government office." County Magistrate He cupped his hands and said, "Yes." After that, the two of them went to the back of the government office one after the other.